Parallel World. Datsong City, Sangnan Academy of Fine Arts. In the dormitory at 1:30 in the morning. Xiao Xiao is still frolicking, peeking out to have a look. The gentle sound of rain comes to disturb hearing the ringtone at this hour. Wang Xian gritted his teeth in frustration, fumbled in the dark for his phone, and upon seeing the contact, suppressed his anger and reluctantly answered the call. Hello, Dad. What's the matter? Xuanzi, our home has been demolished, and we've been allocated 2 apartments along with over 3 million yuan that I was planning to tell you in the morning. But I couldn't hold back. Really? Surprise flickered in Wang Xian's eyes as he carefully confirmed the number belonged to his father, and his expression became increasingly animated. 2 apartments plus 3 million yuan could save him 2 or 3 decades of hard work. Currently, he was merely an intern logistics teacher at the school. Earning just over 3,000 a month with this money, he could perhaps send some gifts and secure a permanent position ahead of time. Wait, who would still want to be a logistics teacher with money? A series of unfulfilled dreams flashed before his eyes. He had yet to visit the beautiful beaches of America. The romantic snowy lands needed a painter, and the gentle senior sister and life mentor all required financial support. It took him a long while to regain his composure, his voice still trembling with excitement. Dad, send me 200,000 first. You actually believe me, Xuanzi? You're as naive as ever. Ha ha ha. The voice on the other end quickly changed. Wang Xian's face darkened, his mouth twitching. Old Gua, damn it, it's you again. Sorry, I just wanted to test out a new decoder. We'll chat later. Get lost. Wang Xian's roar echoed throughout the dormitory, shattering his good mood for the day. Ding. The host's desire for wealth has surpassed 99.9999999 of individuals on Blue Star, successfully activating the Enjoy Life system. System binding in progress 1. 2. Is it not over yet? Wang Xian grabbed the baseball bat by his bed, ready to confront the source of the prank and deliver a few loving blows. However, after searching around, he could not find the source of the sound or any device that could produce it. Binding successful. Another mechanical voice sounded, and this time Wang Xian confirmed it was not from a speaker. The voice seemed to emanate from within his mind. Smack! In a moment of confusion, Wang Xian slapped himself. Feeling the sting on his face, he was utterly bewildered. Holy crap, it's not a dream. Is this really a system? Wang Xian's emotions surged violently, and after a long while, he regained his composure and tentatively said, System? No, system, Dad. Show me your abilities. As a 10-year veteran bookworm, I know there's usually a newbie gift pack. Hurry up and give it to me. Certainly. The newbie gift pack has been opened. Please check. Congratulations. The host has received a reasonable deposit of 1 million yuan. The system's rewards will not be detected by anyone. As the system's voice faded, Wang Xian's phone chimed, and a text message appeared. Longhua Agricultural Bank reminds you that your account has been credited with 1 million yuan at 1 hour 31 minutes and 27 seconds on March 4th, 2023. The current balance is 1,047 yuan. This 1 million. That's 1 million. Wang Xian swallowed hard, muttering softly, I'm taking off, just hope I cannot eat beef. This system does not grant extraordinary abilities. Everything is solely for the host to enjoy life. Sigh. What a pity. What's the task? Main storyline task activated. Cultivate feelings with a beauty whose attractiveness exceeds 80. That increasing favorability will randomly unlock side tasks. When favorability exceeds 50 points, spending money on the beauty will yield a certain multiplier of cashback. An attractiveness exceeding 80 points, that's quite a high requirement. It's worth noting that Datsong City is merely a second-tier city, and those who meet this standard are either the mistresses of high-ranking officials or the girlfriends of wealthy heirs, rarely available. In his lifetime, Wang Xian had only encountered about 7 or 8 such individuals, most of whom were already taken. The only suitable candidates were his life mentor, Teacher Miao, and senior sister Yang Ran. Glancing at the glaring time on his phone, Wang Xian abandoned the idea of calling in the middle of the night. After a night of fantasizing, Wang Xian called Teacher Miao early the next morning. Hello, Teacher Miao. Good morning. Do you have time today? Not available. It's my period. The seasoned veteran was still the same seasoned veteran. Wang Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes slightly and replied, do you have time to go shopping? It'll treat you some fun. I'm currently in Modu. I won't be back for at least a week. I have training and studying every day. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat fatigued. clearly indicating that his life mentor was not in a good mood. All right, he'll treat you when you return. Okay, he'll contact you. Bye-bye, handsome. Bye-bye. After hanging up, Wang Xian had no other choice. After a simple wash-up, he drove to the antique street. Yang Ran Studio was located at the corner of the antique street, and Wang Xian was somewhat familiar with it after visiting a few times. However, as soon as he stepped into the studio, he was taken aback. The walls were adorned with images of bikini-clad beauties that were simply vulgar. He distinctly remembered that Yang Ran Studio had once been filled with paintings of the northern landscape sled dogs, snowmen, snow-covered villages, and trains traversing through the snow. The painting that left the deepest impression on him, and which Yang Ran cherished the most, depicted children surrounding a snowman, holding coal, carrots, and buttons, eagerly vying to add the finishing touches to eye in the distance. Adults gazed at the rising sun with eyes full of hope. The elegant lines were infused with vibrant life, and the rich contrasts of colors conveyed the profound emotions of the senior sister. Now, that painting had been replaced by an image of a two-dimensional cute girl. Though the girl donned a blue and white striped bikini and was quite beautiful, she lacked the dedication to art. Below this painting was a transparent box, filled with various uniforms such as JK, flight attendant, and nurse outfits draped over an array of two-dimensional beauties. Perhaps due to being too conservative, they didn't sell well, and the box was stuffed to the brim. Falling from grace again, I see. Wang Xian's voice was barely above a whisper, almost as if he were speaking to himself, lamenting for Yang Ran. Yang Ran's posture faltered, her face flushed, and she felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the embarrassment one feels when parents discover childhood secrets. For a moment, she was unsure whether to shoo Wang Xian away or pretend she hadn't heard him. Fortunately, seated before her easel, she quickly made a decision, picking up her brush to paint the two-dimensional beauty, attempting to mask her inner shame. Seeing Wang Xian glance over, she hurriedly lowered her head, trying her best to concentrate and avoid exposing her awkwardness. Ahem, senior sister, you've used the wrong color on the thigh. Wang Xian mischievously pointed out while subtly admiring her. Yang Ran, seated before the easel, was not as beautiful as she had been in school. Her once fair oval face was now speckled with paint, and even the distinctive mole on her nose was covered by a patch of pale purple paint. Her round and charming apricot eyes lacked eyeshadow, and her delicate ears were hidden beneath her short hair, giving her an air of simple beauty. With her bangs obscuring her features, it was difficult for an ordinary person to discern her allure. Only Wang Xian, with his discerning eye, could envision hundreds of stylish outfits for this little rustic girl in his mind. At that moment, the system panel also appeared simultaneously. Name: Yang Ran. Age: 23. Height: 172 cm. Status: single. Attractiveness: 81. Favorability: 36 points. An attractiveness of 81 was quite reasonable. Wang Xian felt a surge of joy, and the more he looked at his senior sister, the more he appreciated her. Yang Ran did not raise her head, yet she could sense Wang Xian's fervent gaze. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Do you need something? If not, please leave quickly. Senior, why not come with me? I have wealth, I could take care of you." Chapter 2. Winning over the senior, commencement of the consumption task. Leave. I won't accept that. With a hint of a smile gracing his lips, Wang Xian's eyes sparkled with sincerity. What's the matter? Did your family get relocated? Are you suddenly wealthy? Yang Ran paused, her actions faltering as she cast a surprised glance at him. Wang Xian shrugged, offering no explanation. Ultimately, it mattered not what he said. The source of this money would remain undiscovered, and the relocation could serve as a plausible excuse, at least one of the conditions for sudden wealth. Fate truly has a twisted sense of humor. The world has gained yet another loathsome rich person. Noticing Wang Xian's silence, Yang Ran scrutinized him, curling her lips in disdain. I thought you were going to find a life mentor. Wang Xian caught the implication in her words and teased, as a loathsome rich person. I declare I want it all. So, is this a form of sponsorship? Yang Ran's eyes widened in indignation as she seized a box of paint, ready to defend her dignity. Wait, you could also become my employee. I wouldn't mind purchasing this studio and paying you a salary each month. Huh, that's just a roundabout way of sponsorship. No, thank you. Yang Ran remained stubborn. I allow you to pursue your art. Let's continue painting Snow Country. Wang Xian employed his trump card. Upon hearing the phrase Snow Country, Yang Ran fell silent, turning to gaze at the dusty box in the corner of the studio. That was where her dreams began. It represented the art of Snow Country. Despite pouring her heart and soul into it, she had yet to sell a single piece. Perhaps modern individuals simply do not appreciate paintings anymore. She often thought. It was only when the bikini-clad murals sold that she realized the world belonged to the mundane. Returning to her canvas, Yang Ran found herself at a loss for words. If she claimed she was unwilling, she suspected she would not believe it herself. Having already sunk to painting bikini-clad beauties, she could hardly claim to pursue art. It felt trite and insincere. Yet, if she were willing, Yang Ran ultimately felt conflicted. If it were anyone else proposing a romantic relationship, she would not hesitate. But now, she needed time to ponder. Resuming her work, she began to add color to the canvas. The bikini-clad beauty before her was already unrecognizable, yet she persisted in applying paint, stroke by stroke. Time slipped away at the tip of her brush. When she finally looked up, Wang Xian had already departed. Yang Ran exhaled in relief, yet a sense of loss washed over her. What a splendid opportunity. With wealth, one could sustain art, elevated art, rather than the long legs adorning her walls. She shook her head with a sigh, her emotions tangled. As a graduate of an art academy, she yearned for genuine art, refined art. She longed to continue painting Snow Country, even to visit the place in her heart, to complete the unfinished canvas with color. However, that required money, and abundance of it. Suddenly, the studio door swung open, and Wang Xian strode in, cradling a steaming meat bun in his hands. Let's have breakfast first. It's merely an additional option. This door will remain open for you for quite some time. Wang Xian ceased his playful banter with the beautiful artist, placing the meat bun and soy milk on the small table within the studio. Yang Ran murmured in acknowledgement, pretending to be nonchalant as she hastily grabbed a bun and stuffed it into her mouth, fleeing back to her canvas to continue painting. Well, it was more accurate to say she pretended to paint. The anime beauty's legs were now adorned with a shade of purple. Clearly, she was not painting for Thanos. Wang Xian, however, enjoyed his meal, and after finishing the last sip of soy milk, he picked up a pencil and began sketching on the board beside him. Although he studied design, he possessed a foundational skill in drawing. Even in creating anime beauties, something requiring no intricate drawing skills, he could surpass Yang Ran. With a few casual strokes, he sketched out the outline, as if he were merely playing. Yang Ran shot him a sidelong glance. Uft, you're better at drawing indecent things than I am. So, you admit they're indecent? Wang Xian chuckled lightly, proceeding to dress the anime beauty in a bikini. All right, I know what I'm doing, but 20,000 a month is excessive. I don't need that much. I have other requests. Wang Xian nodded, a smile illuminating his face as he seemed to await her answer. I wish to exhibit my Snow Country painting for others to appreciate, even if just once. Can you facilitate that? Just that? Now it was Wang Xian's turn to be astonished. I had envisioned taking you to the north this winter to see the snow and paint Snow Country. Your condition is something I can fulfill this month. Then let's add a condition to visit the north to see the snow. No problem, we can go together this winter. As for the exhibition, it can be arranged around the 16th or 17th of this month. Master Qi Yuan will hold an exhibition in the provincial capital. You can tag along. A booth 1T exceed 20,000. I can arrange for you to display several pieces. Yang Ran shook her head. I only want to showcase the painting of the snowman. I want to see if anyone truly appreciates it. Then sell it to me. I'll give you 20,000. And we'll save on travel expenses. You should understand what I'm after. I seek recognition. Yes, just recognition. Yang Ran tilted her fair neck, setting down her brush as she walked to the corner, dusting off the box to retrieve the carefully packaged painting. The pale frame, the spotless glass, paired with the Snow Country theme, clearly showcased Yang Ran's dedication. Even if the painting had been replaced by bikini-clad beauties, its significance in her heart remained unchanged. Wang Xian glanced at the anime beauty he had nearly completed, turning to observe Yang Ran, who was lost in contemplation before her painting. He felt a surge of thoughtfulness. Even if no one purchased it, he was prepared to buy it. He could fulfill a small wish for a girl. The two remained silent until noon. With no customers having visited all morning, Yang Ran, feeling a bit disheartened, leaned back in her lounge chair, feigning sleep. Wang Xian sketched 7 or 8 uncolored bikini beauties, growing somewhat bored as he rested his head on Yang Ran's lap. Listening to her steady breathing, he too drifted into slumber, only to be awakened in the afternoon by a startled ah. This was the sound of Yang Ran's legs falling asleep. She attempted to massage her legs, glaring at Wang Xian. There's a cushion right next to you. Why didn't you use that? My legs have gone numb. Wang Xian yawned, sheepishly explaining. This is a way to enhance our bond. Your legs are numb, so I can help massage them. It's a form of familiarity. With that, Wang Xian gently began to massage her thigh, appearing quite professional, albeit with a slightly off pressure. Be gentler. That doesn't feel comfortable. How about this? Wang Xian reduced the pressure, being more attentive to her comfort. That feels better. Yang Rant's affection level 15 points. Yang Rant's affection level reaches 50 points. Rebate mode activated. Side quest initiated. Spend 100,000 yuan before midnight. Rewards include a 20-point enhancement to physique and an Audi A6L vehicle. Vehicle transfer is unnecessary. All paperwork is complete. Nice. Wang Xian's thoughts raced as he ceased his actions. Gazing at the blushing Yang Ran, he smiled. Senior, how about we go out and buy some clothes? As long as we don't buy anything risky. Do you think my taste is that low? It's just normal clothing. Chapter 3. Sister, it's time to change the stockings an hour later. Wang Xian linked arms with Yang Ran as they arrived at the most upscale shopping mall in Dazhong City, Songxin Plaza. This plaza was almost a rare shopping paradise in Dazhong City, showcasing international brands and luxury boutiques from various countries. Those without money would likely be deterred by the opulent decor upon a mere glance. Fortunately, with a life mentor like Teacher Miao, Wang Xian considered himself fortunate to have visited once before, although that experience nearly shattered his resolve. The glamour was intoxicating, and he was overwhelmed by the stark contrast between people, feeling as if the disparities were greater than those between dogs and humans. Yang Ran, walking beside Wang Xian, appeared somewhat reserved, clearly unfamiliar with such a venue. Even without stepping into a boutique, the eye-watering prices made her feel self-conscious. As Wang Xian strolled and observed, he was particularly captivated by the people around him. He spotted 3 stunning women on the first floor alone, with the most striking among them being a girl named Yuan Ming. Name: Yuan Ming. Age: 21. Height: 176 centimeters. Status: engaged. Appearance: 89. Affection level: 0, though her beauty had not yet surpassed 90. It could rival that of the hottest celebrities. However, her engagement status suggested a certain distance. Wang Xian instinctively restrained himself from staring and continued to meander about. The first floor was primarily adorned with luxurious jewelry and accessories, which did not pique his interest. He ascended to the second floor, which featured women's clothing. Despite it being entirely a women's section, there was no shortage of men idly browsing, some even accompanying multiple fashionably dressed women. Wang Xian felt his straight male sensibilities challenged and hurriedly averted his gaze from the impeccably styled male models who were often more attractive than women. Just a few steps later, his line of sight was abruptly obstructed by 2 long, slender legs clad in black stockings. Looking up, he was pleasantly surprised. Even the sales staff exuded an exceptional charm. Name: Yang Xiaolu. Age: 26. Height: 173 centimeters. Status: in a divorce cooling-off period. Appearance: 82. Affection level: 1. Seeing her in a cooling-off period eased Wang Xian's excitement slightly. He casually greeted the saleswoman before turning toward the display. The logo above the counter was an intricate array of French text, reminiscent of ancient legal tomes, representing a stocking brand he was unfamiliar with. It was no wonder he didn't recognize it. As a man, he had a penchant for such items, but lacked extensive knowledge beyond the perennial advertising favorites like Langsha and Balenciaga. Glancing at the price tags, Wang Xian begrudgingly accepted the cost. Over 1,000 for a pair of stockings was indeed a luxury for anyone not wealthy. Clearing his throat, he said, "Let's take a look inside." "Delighted to assist you. May I inquire about your preferred price range?" "I can provide recommendations," Liang Xiaolu replied with a professional smile. Her voice laced with an alluring charm, as if she had undergone training for this role. "Ugh, you flirt. Buying clothes is about these kinds of things." Yang Ran muttered under her breath, her face flushing slightly. Although she had worn stockings before, it was a naive choice during her adolescence when she believed that maturity came with allure. Now, a year after graduation, she felt practicality was paramount. Wang Xian feigned wiping his face, dismissing her comment with a light smile. "Anything over 1,000 will do, preferably something suitable for everyday wear." "Absolutely," Liang Xiaolu affirmed as she led them inside, passing vibrant displays of stockings adorned with logos before reaching a more conventional area. Here, only black and flesh-colored stockings, deemed acceptable by most women, were available. Yang Ran rolled her eyes in resignation, feeling cornered. "I'll take a pair of the thigh-highs, the thicker ones." "Of course. Would you like to try the 30D? "Yes," Yang Ran nodded. Yang Xiaolu retrieved the stockings and instinctively knelt to provide service. Yang Ran stepped back, overwhelmed by the enthusiasm. Wang Xian gestured to Liang Xiaolu. Let her change in the fitting room. Certainly, please follow me, Liang Xiaolu said, guiding Yang Ran toward the dressing room. Wang Xian awaited outside, brimming with anticipation. Moments later, Yang Ran emerged wearing the black stockings. As she and T brought matching shorts, she wore a skirt from the boutique, giving her an air reminiscent of a girl group member, if only her bangs weren't so prominent. Wang Xian nodded approvingly. Wrap it up. And let us try a few more, including those with lace. No, I can't try any more. It's too embarrassing. Yang Ran protested, feeling as if she were being objectified. No matter how luxurious, she wished to return to her jeans. Why not give it a shot? Your figures are similar. They should fit well, Wang Xian suggested. Glancing at Liang Xiaolu, who typically modeled for the store as well. Which ones would you like to try? Liang Xiaolu asked, her demeanor unchanged, maintaining her professional smile as if this were an everyday occurrence. That one, and those with logos as well. If they fit, just wrap them up. Wang Xian casually pointed. Yang Ran interjected, I can't wear the ones with logos outside. I'm not asking you to wear them out, just at home. Wang Xian replied nonchalantly, pulling Yang Ran to sit beside him. She shot him a playful glare, pretending to be indifferent. Before long, Liang Xiaolu emerged, showcasing a pair of logo stockings. To highlight their effect, she donned transparent high-heeled shoes and twirled before Wang Xian, even while twisting her waist. The snug stockings revealed no creases. The high-quality fabric even presented a matte finish under the lights. Wang Xian's eyes lit up, clearing his throat. Very good. Wrap it up. Certainly, Liang Xiaolu responded, her movements graceful as she returned to the fitting room. Yang Ran sat beside Wang Xian, feeling increasingly uneasy as she compared her appearance to that of the stunning woman before her. She instinctively wanted to stretch her foot from her white sneakers to measure up. But halfway through, she hesitated. Ultimately, she was a conservative person and found it impossible to engage in such shameless acts in public. Wang Xian seemed to notice her discomfort and quietly asked, What's wrong? Not feeling well? No, not at all, Yang Ran replied. Her cheeks flushed as she turned away from him, her foot subtly curling against the ground. Yang Ran affection level 10. Upon hearing the system notification, Wang Xian gently caressed her cheek. You'll get used to it. Ugh, who wants to get used to this? Yang Ran pouted, hiding her face in her hands. Wang Xian paid no heed, continuing to enjoy the display of stockings. In the ensuing half hour, Liang Xiaolu tried on 7 or 8 pairs, each time to Wang Xian's satisfaction. When it came time to check out, Liang Xiaolu was even more enthusiastic, her lips curling into a soft smile. Your total is 17,600. Will you be paying by card or cash? As she spoke, she occasionally cast alluring glances at Wang Xian, seemingly intrigued by him, though it could also have been a professional habit. In truth, Liang Xiaolu was quite nervous. Wang Xian's casual attire gave off an air of nonchalance that suggested he was a wealthy man, unaware of her thoughts. Wang Xian swiped his card at the POS machine and glanced at the enchanting saleswoman. Would you like to exchange contact information? Certainly, if new styles arrive. I will notify you immediately, Liang Xiaolu replied, maintaining her smile throughout. However, internally, she felt a stir of excitement. Those who spent money so freely were often affluent, and having his WeChat could serve dual purposes, client and potential backup. Chapter 4. The Hotel, my first experience with the senior. As Wang Xian stepped out, he was met with the system's feedback, which brightened his mood. Senior, it's time to start purchasing summer clothes since it's warming up in April and May. Let's go take a look. Sure, but I prefer something more affordable. Even though your family has just relocated, there's no need to spend extravagantly, Yang Ran advised, her demeanor returning to its usual modesty, free of jealousy. No worries, spending on you doesn't bother me at all. After all, I have plenty of funds. Wang Xian casually replied as he linked arms with her and continued to stroll. Time flew by during their shopping spree, and as night fell, the two emerged from the mall, laden with bags. Their total expenditure had reached an astonishing 99,800, just shy of their goal. Exhausted, Yang Ran followed Wang Xian to the parking area, exclaiming, I feel like my worldview has been shattered. This mall must have its own currency. Not quite. Just wait for what's to come, Wang Xian teased as his car was returned to him, now spotless and gleaming. A young man emerged from the vehicle, waving and inquiring. That and Appos, LLB 200 in total. Card or cash? Card, Yang Ran murmured, her confusion deepening. 200 for parking and a car wash? You can wash a car for just 20 outside. This truly is a different economy. As she pondered this, Wang Xian had already completed the transaction and was waiting by the trunk for her. Yang Ran silently shook her head. stowing her bags before climbing into the car without a word. Task completed. Audi A6L has been issued. Please locate it at parking space 3, Huara Hotel, Antique Street. Host physique increased by 20. Attribute panel accessible. Host, Wang Xian. Age, 22. Height, 176 cm. Physique, 31. Wealth, 1. 160, 300. 1 Audi A6L. As the broadcast concluded, Wang Xian felt his suit pocket gradually bulging with the car keys. With a feedback of 200,000 from the afternoon and the task completed. He mused about how reliable the senior was. He glanced at the cold keys in his hand, feeling quite pleased. As for the physical changes, he felt no immediate difference, but planned to experiment later that evening. He reassured Yang Ran, seated in the passenger seat. It's all right. I was worse than you last time. You'll get accustomed to it eventually. Perhaps, Yang Ran replied absent-mindedly, contemplating how to reciprocate later that night. Wang Xian drove swiftly yet steadily, arriving at the Huara Hotel. From a distance, he spotted his Audi but refrained from approaching it immediately, gazing affectionately at Yang Ran. Senior, your performance tonight will be under scrutiny. Tonight? I'm not quite prepared, Yang Ran blushed, her eyes betraying a hint of resolve. But I won't accept anything abnormal. I am a normal person. Before buying stockings. You said the same, Wang Xian teased. Did I? I seem to have forgotten. Then you should take the initiative today, he said, his expression earnest. Yang Ran's cheeks flushed deeper, resembling a ripe apple. That might not be necessary. Just be gentle. Agreed, Wang Xian replied with a warm smile, gently taking her delicate hand and leading her into the hotel. Upon entering the cozy couples-themed room, Wang Xian softly shut the door. Bringing in a carefully prepared outfit, a white Chanel-style blazer paired with a white shirt, a striped tie, a pleated skirt, and knee-high socks, and archetypal JK uniform. Yang Ran, her face burning with embarrassment, shot Wang Xian a playful glare before retreating to the bathroom to change. When she emerged, her demeanor had transformed. She exuded a youthful charm, quite different from her previous appearance. Wang Xian embraced her slender waist, lifting her onto the bed. The air thickened with youthful hormones as Yang Ran discreetly turned off the bedroom light. The following day, they awoke around 9. Wang Xian lazily held onto Yang Ran's smooth, fair body, reluctant to let go. Yang Ran shot him a fierce glare and struggled to get up, awkwardly making her way to the bathroom. The warmth he had promised seemed forgotten as he had kept her up late into the night, utterly infuriating. However, she felt somewhat reassured by his promise of gentleness in the future. After freshening up, Yang Ran donned her own clothes from the previous day, crumpling her JK outfit into her bag. Yet, she hesitated, smoothing out the wrinkles on her blazer before tossing it aside. Wang Xian stretched comfortably on the bed. Having realized the extent of his enhanced physique from yesterday, he felt utterly transformed, as if reborn. He crawled to the edge of the bed, gently touching Yang Ran's face, and said, "Let's take a day off today." "We can't afford to rest," Yang Ran replied. Wang Xian's fingers glided across her cheek with an apologetic air. "I bought another car parked downstairs. I'll transfer yesterday's QQ to you as compensation for last night." "That's unnecessary. I was merely venting." "No need to offer me a car," Yang Ran replied dismissively. "Please, let me indulge you this once." "I assure you it won't happen again," Wang Xian pleaded, a hint of charm in his tone. "Fine, but only this once." "You must never bribe me with such expensive gifts again," she relented. Wang Xian scooped her back onto the bed, planting a tender kiss on her before heading downstairs to fetch breakfast. He planned to spend the next couple of days at the hotel, as a Cantonese breakfast service was available downstairs, eliminating the need to go out. In a matter of minutes, 2 bowls of fresh black-bone chicken soup and several baskets of soup dumplings and shrimp dumplings were delivered to their room. Setting the table, Wang Xian ate while messaging Professor Qi Yuan, recalling his promise to Yang Ran regarding the art exhibition. "Professor Qi, are there still available spots for this month's exhibition? I would like to reserve one." A prompt response arrived. "There should be plenty. This time it's at the International Convention Center. The booths are assembled and disassembled on site." "What is the cost for a booth?" Wang Xian inquired. "Typically, it ranges from 3,000 to 5,000. It's much cheaper than renting a space. If you only need one, it can be secured for 3,000. I'll transfer you 4,000. Please help with the arrangements," Wang Xian replied and promptly sent the payment. After receiving the funds, Qi Yuan sent a cheerful emoji along with the address, Huating Villa No. 3, Hanha District, Dahan City. "Just send it before the 10th. As long as it adheres to the regulations, it can be displayed." "Thank you," Wang Xian said as he placed his phone down, sipping his chicken soup before swallowing a shrimp dumpling. "The exhibition arrangements are complete. It's even cheaper than before, only 3,000 per booth. I'll share the address with you, and you can send your paintings over before the 10th. All right, Yang Ran replied, lacking enthusiasm. Aware of Wang Xian's connections with Professor Qi, Wang Xian's industrial design teacher happened to be Qi Yuan's cousin, and he had a knack for leveraging resources. Their conversation meandered, and Wang Xian noticed the time, 10:30. It was Tuesday, and ordinarily, he would have to visit the school to perform errands as a logistics teacher, changing light bulbs, checking cleanliness, watering plants, and trimming branches were all part of his routine. However, after a full day yesterday, Wang Xian decided it was time to resign from this meager and undignified job. Chapter 5. Resignation. Helping senior sister clear her shopping cart after a brief farewell to Yang Ran, Wang Xian drove his new car to the university. Although he was resigning, there were no hard feelings between him and his colleagues. Even the occasionally mischievous Lao Guo remained a dear friend. Perhaps it would be amusing to play a prank on Lao Guo by purchasing a watch and only giving him the box. He would likely call me his godfather. Once he returned to school, with this thought in mind, Wang Xian headed towards the commercial street. By noon, Wang Xian's trunk was nearly overflowing. So he finally entered the campus. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Xian rapped on the door of the logistics director's office. Director Bai. An elderly middle-aged woman with a rather irritable temperament called out without moving, "Come in." Certainly, Director Bai. Wang Xian entered the office at a leisurely pace, carrying 2 packs of ladies' cigarettes and a bottle of exquisite Barolo wine. Director Bai was momentarily taken aback, surveying him from head to toe, and with a hint of displeasure remarked, "I'm not concerned with your formalization. It's not about formalization. I'm here to resign. This is a small token of appreciation for your care during my time here. Have you found another job? The job market is quite tough right now. It's not easy out there," Director Bai said, her expression shifting slightly, as if genuinely concerned. "Not at all. My family is undergoing a redevelopment, so I probably won't need to seek employment for the rest of my life." That explains it. Director Bai shook her head, somewhat sourly, and naturally lit a cigarette for herself. As the smoke curled and danced in the air, she suddenly asked, "Are you no longer interested in Teacher Miao? Isn't this to request a pass from you? You know my character. I would never be a bother." Although Songnan Academy of Fine Arts is a university, it is a private institution, unlike most universities where outsiders can freely enter. Without the identity of a logistics teacher, even Wang Xian would need a pass to enter, significantly increasing the difficulty of meeting Teacher Miao. "I knew there was no good intention behind your request. How about this? I'll keep you on the roster. You won't receive a salary, but your position will be preserved." Is that possible? Wang Xian was taken aback by this unexpected offer, feeling it exceeded his initial expectations. He had anticipated that Director Bai would merely provide him with a temporary access card or perhaps have a word with the security to overlook his entry. Of course, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Learn from this in the future. Of course, I will learn from you. Wang Xian wore an expression of gratitude, and seeing that Director Bai finished her cigarette, he quickly retrieved his lighter to ignite another for her. With the most pressing matter resolved, Wang Xian proceeded to distribute the cigarettes and wine from his trunk to familiar teachers. He also placed the prank watch box on Lao Guo's bed, having informed the dormitory aunt, and left the campus in high spirits. The art academy lacked the allure of striking long legs, while there were beautiful women. Most were like senior sister Yang Ran, unconcerned with their appearance, leaving Wang Xian uninterested in them. Upon returning to Huaru Hotel, he spotted Yang Ran secretly trying on black stockings. As if sensing Wang Xian's intense gaze, she hurriedly removed the half-worn stockings and pretended to be engrossed in a book. Ah, a book meant for couples. It was better that he hadn't looked, for upon seeing the illustrations, her face flushed. The image depicted the use of a swing above a bed. Wang Xian leaped onto the bed and joined her in looking at the book. Is it appealing? You're infuriating. I'm just trying it on to see if it fits. Yang Ran buried her face in the book, avoiding Wang Xian's gaze. Even though they were well acquainted, some things still made Yang Ran uncomfortable. Here, let me help you put it on, Wang Xian said with a smile, moving beside her to pick up the stockings from the bed and slide them over her smooth, pale feet. Yang Ran suddenly sat up, flustered. I can do it myself. Don't worry. Wang Xian continued, carefully wrapping the stockings around her delicate legs, pulling them up to her thighs, smoothing out any creases along the way. His movements were fluid, as if he had practiced. Did Teacher Miao teach you this? Yang Ran asked with genuine curiosity. Yes. Wang Xian refrained from elaborating as he proceeded to fit the other stocking on her leg in the same manner. Since they were in the room, Yang Ran was only wearing shorts, paired with the black stockings, and Wang Xian felt his hormones surging uncontrollably. Their eyes met, and the intimate atmosphere mirrored that of the previous night. Yang ran and amp. Oppos, S affection 1 point. Yang ran and amp. Oppos, S affection 1 point. Yang ran and amp. Oppos, S affection 1 point. Name, Yang Ran. Age, 23. Height, 172 centimeters. Status, single. Appearance, 81. Affection, 82 points. Yang Ran's affection reached 80 points. High reward mode activated. Side quest activated. Spin 100. 000 yuan within an hour for a reward of 1,000,000 yuan. The system's voice interrupted the intimate atmosphere. Wang Xian smirked. We'll discuss this later. There are more pressing matters at hand. With Yang Ran's long legs already wrapped around his waist, the atmosphere had been charged, and upon hearing Wang Xian's words, she pouted in discontent. Wang Xian chuckled, caressing her cheek with a smile. Pass me your phone. I just realized your shopping cart isn't cleared. As your boyfriend, I don't want you to have any regrets. What? Yang Ran's displeasure transformed into intrigue as she handed over her phone, her bewildered expression gradually igniting with warmth. She increasingly felt Wang Xian's extraordinary charm. Although she didn't consider herself materialistic, the repeated surprises he provided were always delightful. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Ran passed her phone to Wang Xian. The password was unnecessary. He knew it was 0000000. Upon opening Taobao, Wang Xian frowned. Even selecting everything in the cart only amounted to a little over 10,000 yuan. The most expensive item was the latest Apple iPhone 15 Pro, while the rest were practical daily necessities. Wang Xian sat silently on the edge of the bed, one arm wrapped around Yang Ran, and asked, "Is this all? Do you have anything else you desire? Well, for instance, a handmade Barbie doll, a DIY figurine from Snow Country, or souvenirs from Ocean Park. Practical appliances would also be fine." Yang Ran scratched her head in silence before taking back her phone and adding an air fryer and refrigerator to her cart, among other practical items. Soon, the shopping cart was filled to the brim, primarily with electrical appliances, and as Yang Ran kept clicking, she felt a bit embarrassed. Wang Xian glanced at the cart and selected everything for payment. Swipe. The shopping cart was cleared. Task completed. Rewards have been issued. Yang Ran's affection 7 points. Ding. Ding. 2 notifications arrived on the bank card, one for a deduction and another for a transfer. At this moment, the balance had exceeded 2 million yuan. 2 million. That was more than enough to purchase a school district property in Datsong City. Wang Xian comfortably set down his phone and kissed Yang Ran. Yang Ran did not resist. She was left speechless. The shopping cart was cleared instantly, revealing what it truly meant to be wealthy. There is a saying in the world that money is for women to see, not for them to spend. Yang Ran had heard it long ago. Yet only now did she discover another facet of Wang Xian's allure, his generosity. In the room, the joyful moments passed second by second, continuing until the evening. After a quick wash, Wang Xian dressed her in a fitted uniform skirt, and they drove into the city for dinner. In Datsong City, there was a renowned Michelin 2-star restaurant specializing in teppanyaki. Aside from the slightly high prices and the requirement for formal attire, everything was perfect. Upon entering the restaurant, Wang Xian merely glanced around and spotted several women rated at 80 points. Their world was detached from that of ordinary people. Yet high-end places always seemed to have their presence. Chapter 6. The Enigmatic by Susu. Wang Xian called over a nearby waiter with an air of sophistication. "We would like a private room. Please arrange for a teppanyaki meal." "Certainly. Right this way," replied the polite waiter, guiding the two into a modestly sized private room. Within, there was no table. Instead, a half-sized snooker table served as the teppanyaki grill, with a small platform for 2 or 3 diners on the opposite side. The design emphasized cleanliness and freshness, allowing a clear view of the grill. Before long, a young and handsome chef entered, followed by 2 waiters pushing a cart laden with fresh ingredients, which they placed beside the grill. Once the cart was secured, the waiters expertly arranged the food and departed. The young chef then commenced his culinary performance, starting with a dish of teppanyaki okra, spring bamboo shoots, and mushrooms, which emanated a subtle fragrance as they were sautéed in olive oil. However, the taste was rather mediocre. Yang Ran found the okra slightly slimy, and the minimalist approach to the ingredients was not to her liking. Wang Xian, on the other hand, abstained from eating, knowing the flavor was unremarkable and eagerly awaited the luxurious snowflake beef and delicate foie gras. He reminisced about his last visit to this restaurant with Teacher Miao. suddenly feeling that she was indeed a savior in his life. Even with a beautiful senior beside him, Teacher Miao's esteemed position remained unshaken. It seemed he would have to repay her kindness in the future, and as he pondered, his nostrils flared with the delightful aroma of the sweet shrimp. His eyes sharpened and focused on the grill, where the sweet shrimp was nearly cooked to perfection, with the heads and tails being grilled until crisp, ready to be plated. Just as the sizzling sounds made his mouth water, a rhythmic knocking interrupted the moment. Before Wang Xian or the chef could respond, a woman entered uninvited. She wore silver-pointed high heels, and the shimmering tassels danced with her every step. Dressed in a replica of a glamorous outfit from television, she sported long, deep black waves of hair and adorned her petite ears with sparkling four-leaf clover earrings. Her oval face, thin lips, high nose, and alluring almond-shaped eyes captivated attention. With a champagne glass in hand and a radiant smile, she greeted, "Hello, gentlemen. Who are you?" Wang Xian inquired, casually tapping on her profile panel. Name, by Susu, age, 23, height, 174 cm, status, single, attractiveness, 87, favorability, 5 points, not recognizing her. Wang Xian noted the modest favorability score, surmising she was likely interested in wealth. Nonetheless, being a beauty scoring above 80, he had no intention of dismissing her outright. "I am the sister of the restaurant owner." "By Susu. It's a pleasure to meet you both," she replied, her voice exuding a commanding allure. "Are you here to dine with us?" Yang Ren asked, puzzled, as she presumed such beautiful women often accompanied guests. "Of course not. I'm here to make friends. My brother mentioned that affluent individuals frequent this place. I am currently the president of Susu Media, looking to expand my network." Bai Susu spoke sincerely, the chef's silence lending credibility to her words, which Wang Xian found convincing. "I'm Wang Xian, a professor at Songnan Academy of Fine Arts. This is my girlfriend, Yang Ren. Don't be afraid. I'm just a big bad wolf, and we can keep in touch." He introduced himself, and Yang ran succinctly. "No worries. I'm also a big bad wolf, a wuh." Bai Susu playfully stepped closer to Wang Xian, adding him on WeChat. She showed no disdain for his profession, recognizing that being a teacher didn't preclude wealth. The Audi parked outside and Yang Ran's beauty made it clear that they were not lacking in resources. After exchanging WeChat information, Bai Susu placed her champagne glass on the table and smiled. "This is my gift to you. I designed it as a token of our meeting. Since that's the case, how about we share a meal together?" Wang Xian searched his pockets for something of value, but found nothing suitable, only managing to extend an invitation to dine together. "I've had my fill of teppanyaki this morning, and I'm currently on a diet. We can exchange gifts next time," Bai Susu teased, playfully sticking out her tongue before turning away. The chef, his mouth hidden beneath a mask, quirked an eyebrow. "Miss, I'm still cooking here. Your words could easily mislead others about the quality of our ingredients." "Oh, really?" Bai Susu halted abruptly, turning back with a hint of contrition in her smile. "You wouldn't think that, would you, Wang Xian?" "No worries. The big bad wolf only eats meat. I'm indifferent to anything besides Wagyu beef and foie gras." Bai Susu favorability 10 points. "I knew it. There are many discerning individuals," Bai Susu remarked, placing her hands on her hips as she sauntered away. After this brief interlude, the ingredients were gradually cooked to perfection, and Wang Xian relished every bite. Once dinner concluded, the couple exited the restaurant, hand in hand, clutching their souvenir cups. To Wang Xian's surprise, he saw Bai Susu again, having changed into a fresh outfit in the short span of their meal. Her glamorous attire had transformed into a crisp white shirt and flared white pants. Even her high heels were replaced by charming white brogues. Upon spotting Wang Xian, she waved cheerfully. "Do come often." "Certainly," Wang Xian nodded in acknowledgement, not lingering further. Beside him, Yang Ren wrapped her arm around his, gazing into the darkness outside. "I wish to explore the vicinity. Care to join?" "Yes, it would be nice to explore. There's an anime-themed clothing store nearby. I think cosplay is quite enjoyable. Wait, perhaps we should just head back. I plan to return to the studio tonight." Wang Xian's emerging enthusiasm was abruptly curtailed, eliciting a sheepish grin. "Then I'll escort you." "All right." Wang Xian drove back towards the studio, gently waking the slumbering Yang Ren. "Wei arrived. Let me take you inside." The studio contained merely a bed, devoid of any additional sleeping space. "What are you thinking? How improper." "Improper?" Yang Ren blurted, but, upon meeting Wang Xian's sincere gaze, realized her thoughts had strayed. With an awkward smile, she turned and hurried away. Wang Xian watched as she lifted the rolling door and slipped inside the studio before departing. While still en route, a message from the alluring Bai Susu arrived. Placing his phone in the holder, Wang Xian opened WeChat. Hey, shall we gather tonight? I'll let you experience the nightlife. Accompanying the message were several images showcasing glamorous women amidst the club atmosphere, the filters and lighting obscuring their true appearances, yet their outlines suggested they were quite attractive. With vibrant lights and youthful allure, had Wang Xian not known Bai Susu was the restaurant owner's sister, he might have assumed she was a barmaid. Nevertheless, at this moment, he felt indifferent to the possibility of being tricked out of some money. With a turn of the steering wheel, he drove towards the so-called nightclub. Half an hour later, he parked on a street illuminated by dazzling lights in the city center, where Bai Susu awaited him at the club entrance. Perhaps to align with the nightlife theme, she had donned a fresh ensemble, trading her urban chic attire for a playful JK uniform adorned with a blue and white striped tie, complemented by a hint of light green eyeshadow, resembling a proud little hen. You look stunning, little beauty, Wang Xian jogged up to her, presenting the lilies he had picked up en route. Quite nice, Bai Susu sniffed the lilies symbolically, granting Wang Xian a sense of pride, before glancing behind him. Where's your girlfriend? She went to rest. Ah, so you're here to indulge in some mischief? Bai Susu wore a mischievous expression. Hush, I am the big bad wolf. Mr. Wolf, come walk with me. With a faint smile, Bai Susu took Wang Xian's hand and led him inside. Bai Susu's affection level 20 points. Chapter 7. Romantic encounters with the female CEO of a media company. As Wang Xian stepped into the nightclub, he quickly realized it was not merely a bar, but a dance hall filled with couples embracing each other in a joyous rhythm. Bai Susu, full of enthusiasm, grasped one of Wang Xian's arms, guiding him to wrap it around her waist, and asked with a playful smile, "What do you think of this place?" "Not bad," Wang Xian replied, caressing her soft waist. Feeling his fatigue dissipate. "You're quite the dancer yourself," Bai Susu complimented, albeit with a hint of reservation, always mindful of the distance between them as they swayed together. "Speak your mind. What is the purpose of your flattery?" Wang Xian inquired, noticing her hesitance. "I've encountered some financial issues with the web series I recently invested in. I need funding." "How much?" Bai Susu paused, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she looked at Wang Xian. "Let's start with 1 million. I can offer you 2% equity in the company. If that's insufficient, we can discuss further." "That sounds promising." "Indeed, it is. I am a female CEO with 1 million fans, and I manage several influencers with millions of followers, alongside a couple of third-tier celebrities. Even in the bleakest of times in the film industry, you won to lose out," Bai Susu said, her eyes glimmering with sincerity. "I'm not particularly interested in influencers or celebrities. I find you, the female CEO, far more captivating. Let us find a place to sign the contract." Bai Susu leaned closer with a soft laugh. "I appreciate your boldness." Affection for Bai Susu 20 points. Affection for Bai Susu reaches 50 points. Rebate mode activated. Side quest initiated. Spend 100,000 yuan before midnight. Reward of 1,000,000 yuan. Hearing the task, Wang Xian chuckled. "I just realized I haven't reciprocated your kindness. Is there anything you desire?" Bai Susu nestled against him, a mischievous smile forming. "Isn't Lily enough? I'm no longer interested in merely being friends." Wang Xian embraced her, gently kissing her cheek. "Then I shall choose." One moment. Bai Susu pulled out her phone, revealing her overflowing shopping cart. Wang Xian casually glanced and promptly cleared the entire cart. "No, I meant choose just one item. Why would you empty it?" Bai Susu was taken aback, astonished by Wang Xian's nonchalance towards spending over 130,000 yuan. This was beyond mere wealth. It was divine affluence. Ding. Expenditure of 137,304 yuan activates double rebate. Keep it up. Task completed. Rewards dispatched. It truly was simple. The enjoyment of life system lived up to its name. Wang Xian mused, feeling a surge of interest as he held the alluring woman closer. "At this hour, would you accompany me to a hotel? Don't you have a girlfriend?" On the winding road of life, beauty abounds. A wolf will feast not solely on the innocent lamb. Even the noble deer is on the menu. Wang Xian spoke with reckless abandon, uttering words he once dared not voice. Bai Susu stretched her waist, yawning with fatigue. "My office is just upstairs. No need for a hotel. Also, I am a carnivore." Such a romantic rendezvous was indeed delightful. Wang Xian, with a playful spirit, followed the enchanting woman upstairs to her office. The office, tucked away in a corner, revealed a foldable bed that Bai Susu pulled out. Pretending to be delicate as she laid down, whispering, "I took a shower before coming to the nightclub." As the office door slammed shut, the air became thick with the scent of love. The following day, Wang Xian awoke later than the previous day, reluctantly rising at the sound of the 10 o'clock bell. The office was a disarray, with Bai Susu lazily sprawled on the foldable bed, occasionally tugging at the clothing covering her. March's weather remained damp and chilly, with a light drizzle outside. A breeze wafted through the window's crack, causing Wang Xian to shiver as he hastily donned his shirt, rubbing his hands together. However, his suit jacket lay atop Bai Susu, making it inconvenient to retrieve. After all, disturbing a sleeping beauty was an impolite act. Bai Susu, breathing evenly, dozed for another hour before reluctantly rising. She paid no mind to Wang Xian's gaze, dressing herself and inquiring, "Are you free tonight? I think you're quite capable." "Capable? What do you mean by that? I'm a well-rounded Superman. Just look at these biceps and abs. I am the epitome of masculinity." Wang Xian could not accept the term capable, as the system had significantly enhanced his physique, transforming him into a formidable presence. His abs, when flexed, were undeniably impressive. Do the wealthy even care about such things? Bai Susu chuckled lightly while retrieving her makeup bag. Wang Xian felt slightly offended, smirking. "I plan to savor the memory of your embarrassing moments from last night." "What did you say?" Bai Susu playfully waved her fist, revealing a row of perfectly aligned teeth, accentuating her small canine with her tongue in a mock-fierce manner. Yet, in her beauty, even fierce felt like flirtation. "See you tonight." Wang Xian made an effort to resist falling for her charm, smiling as he waved goodbye and exited the office, breathing in the humid air outside. Wang Xian's thoughts turned to Senior Yang Ran. This was the perfect time to take his girlfriend out for hot pot, preferably a delightful tomato and pepper-flavored yin-yang pot. Checking the time, he hurriedly made his way to the antique street. In the art studio, Yang Ran had returned to her usual painting routine. However, the two-dimensional beauties had been replaced by snowy landscapes. The center of the studio wall remained bare, as Yang Ran mixed colors, preparing to create a masterpiece. Just as she began to paint, the door swung open, and Wang Xian peeked in, immediately asking, "Have you had lunch?" "Yes, just a small piece of bread." Yang Ran gestured towards a tiny loaf on the table. With a small appetite, she hardly consumed much at any meal, especially when immersed in her art. "Shall we go for hot pot? It's chilly and rainy. Warming up before painting would be nice," Wang Xian eagerly suggested. "No. I want to challenge myself to paint something better to hang in the center. I prefer not to be disturbed during this time." Yang Ran had already begun sketching the outline on her canvas. "What do you plan to paint for the center?" Wang Xian asked with interest. "A blizzard ascent. Have you already conceived some ideas?" "I have some notions. The rough draft will be straightforward." Yang Ran continued to sketch, her gaze fixed on the canvas as if she were already immersed in a snowy world. "A rough draft? I want to impose any tasks on you. How about we visit the ice and snow theme park? We can eat while exploring for inspiration." "All right, but I don't like spicy food. I prefer tomato or clear broth." "Not a problem. There is no one who can resist the allure of a hot pot on a cold, drizzly day." And Yang Ran was no exception. Now that she was free from survival pressures, taking some time to relax felt splendid. With Wang Xian by her side, everything was manageable, filling her with a sense of safety. Chapter 8. Snowy bumper cars, retained by the senior in the ice and snow park of Datsang City. March had nearly ushered in the closing season, with the snow machines operating only sporadically. The rainy weather further diminished the wintry atmosphere. Fortunately, there remained an indoor skiing facility. Wang Xian led Yang Ran into a hot pot restaurant, where they watched the skiers through the second-floor window. Skiing in Datsang City was somewhat ludicrous. As a city straddling neither the north nor the south, it might not see snow for years. There were hardly any skilled skiers, and the instructors were of mediocre ability, merely pushing learners down the slope to see who could endure the falls better. Thankfully, there were no elderly folks around, or one might need to prepare for a funeral upon a fall. As Yang Ran popped a cooked fish ball into her mouth, she observed the children who were rolling down rather than skiing. Her emotions tangled. Initially, she had wished to try skiing herself, but the prospect of such rough treatment left her fearful of fractures. Wang Xian, perceptive to her feelings, chuckled. "With a good coach, you needn't worry about that." "Is there an excess of personal coaches here?" Yang Ran mumbled, the fishball burning her mouth, leaving her unsure whether to spit it out to speak. "Of course not, but I can take on that role. I've been here twice before. While I can't guarantee you'll master it, I assure you won't break any bones." "That's not necessary," Yang Ran replied, skeptical of Wang Xian's assurances. The snow-covered slope was packed down, starkly contrasting with winter. A fall on snow would merely sting, but a fall on ice could lead to serious injuries. Then let us play with the snow bumper cars. It's more fun than skiing. I'll teach you in winter. All right. Yang Ran turned her gaze towards the expansive indoor snow area, where the limited activities made the bumper cars particularly enticing. After their meal, Wang Xian casually paid and led Yang Ran to the bumper cars. Like any normal couple, they opted for a two-person car, which was more than double the size of a single one. As they entered the arena, they were greeted by a few youngsters. Crash into him. They seemed to have an organized approach to the collisions, with Yang Ran at the steering wheel, initially unfamiliar with the bumper cars, akin to driving. After a few impacts, she began to retaliate. Bang! A child who intended to ram into the one behind suddenly found himself face-to-face with their large bumper car and swiftly turned away. But his speed was insufficient to evade the collision, sending him flying several meters across the slippery snow. With this experience in mind, Yang Ran started maneuvering the steering wheel to crash into the surrounding children, seemingly relishing this moment of joy. In her mind, an image of bumper cars began to take shape, a preliminary draft of a painting that encapsulated youth. Wang Xian took out his phone to capture her exuberance, documenting the spirited silhouette of the senior. The surrounding children were having a blast, and soon, their parents joined in, opting for their own two-person bumper cars to contend with the duo. Bang! Crack! Amidst the crisp and muffled sounds of collision, everyone bounced around merrily, enjoying herself. Yang Ran inquired, "Could you take more pictures? I think I have new material for my painting. Of course, I can also capture aerial shots. There are drones available here." Wang Xian replied, snapping a picture of her turned face. Yang Ran, glistening with a hint of sweat yet exuding excitement rather than fatigue, was stunning even with only half her face visible. She shook her head. "No need for the drone. Hold on. I'm going to crash again." All right. With the sound of the camera clicking, Wang Xian recorded one youthful moment after another. Time flew by, and soon the sun began to set. In March, daylight was fleeting. By 6 in the evening, it was already dim. After capturing one final panoramic shot, Wang Xian quietly set down his phone. Yang Ran remained exhilarated. But as the operating hours of the ski resort drew to a close, she turned to Wang Xian, feeling a bit shy as she asked, "Will you accompany me for another day tomorrow?" Her tone was a blend of pleading and hope. "Forget tomorrow. I'd accompany you for a lifetime." Wang Xian ruffled her hair and handed her his phone. The lock screen now displayed the photo of Yang Ran turning her head, a reflection of his genuine appreciation for her beauty. Yang Ran, knowing Wang Xian's phone password, opened the album filled with over 300 photos, half of which were of her. Shaking her head, unsure of what to say, Wang Xian remarked, "I believe you are the most worthy of documentation. How irreverent." Yang Ran teased, stepping forward to kiss Wang Xian's cheek, her breath like a fragrant whisper as she invited, "Let us have dinner together tonight. My treat. I want to eat what you cook." All right. Yang Ran was quite capable in the kitchen. Wang Xian had enjoyed her cooking on several occasions. Cooking together was another way to foster their affection. Outside, the spring rain continued to fall as Yang Ran and Wang Xian walked without an umbrella, traversing the rainy night and the marketplace. They simply purchased some vegetables before Yang Ran hopped into Wang Xian's car. Her rental was located just behind the art studio, nearly a few steps away. They routed the studio and entered the small rental unit, which was a one-bedroom with a kitchenette in the corner and a shared bathroom next door. The rental had its downsides. It was poorly lit and lacked ventilation, giving off a stuffy atmosphere upon entry. Fortunately, the rent was reasonable, over $600 a month with no water bill, which was why Yang Ran had lived there for quite some time. Wang Xian entered the room but did not sit idly while waiting for Yang Ran to cook. Instead, he took the initiative to wash the vegetables in the kitchen. The sound of running water filled the air as Wang Xian spoke loudly. "I'm planning to buy a house soon. You should move in with me." "I don't want to move. This place is very close to the studio." Yang Ran intended to voice her thoughts but hesitated, thinking, "You incorrigible flirt. Living together with you would likely lead to incessant distractions. Distance creates beauty." You should know what I'm hinting at." "Ha. Just wash your vegetables," Yang Ran retorted, choosing not to engage further. He was perpetually irreverent, lacking even the slightest hint of gentlemanly decorum. Despite his wealth, one would expect him to have learned some etiquette from life coaches. He surely could not have escaped such teachings. Perhaps this was a common flaw among men, she mused, as she expertly heated the oil in the pan. Chapter 9. The Invitation from Bai Susu, Waterbed Before Long. The small table was adorned with a delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup: spicy stir-fried pork with chili, blanched greens, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a portion of crispy roast duck and pepper salt duck carcass, accompanied by duck blood vermicelli soup. The presentation may have left something to be desired. yet the flavors were quite acceptable. Wang Xian devoured his meal heartily, occasionally offering critiques, which Yang Ran absorbed without much thought, as she knew he would voice his opinions regardless. Perhaps due to their hunger, they left only a small amount of soup behind, languishing in their seats, reluctant to move. After a while, Wang Xian's phone chimed, revealing a message from Bai Susu. The contract is ready. Aren't you coming over? Since the phone was in Yang Ran's hands, she was the first to see it. She had merely glanced at the nightclub photos from the previous night, but upon reading the message, she handed the phone back to Wang Xian. The content of the message was not overtly ambiguous. If Yang Ran had not seen Bai Susu's appearance, she would have assumed it was merely a business communication. However, having witnessed Bai Susu's looks, she felt a twinge of jealousy, albeit she could accept it. Wang Xian glanced at the message and replied, "Name a place." "Office." Bai Susu playfully added a winking emoji. Wang Xian intentionally averted his gaze from Yang Ran, adopting a serious expression, and stated, "I have some matters to attend to. I invested in Bai Susu's company yesterday, so I need to check in." "Oh," Yang Ran responded, understanding, yet a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. They had just returned home, and now he had to go out. It was only natural for anyone to feel a bit upset. Wang Xian leaned over and kissed her cheek, saying, "I'll accompany you tomorrow. This is important." "You're annoying." "Who wants your company anyway?" she retorted, her words somewhat contradictory as her cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned toward the kitchen. Seeing this, Wang Xian knew further coaxing was unnecessary, and he left with a smile. The Audi drove through the rainy night to the ballroom below, where Wang Xian spotted Bai Susu waiting. She sat under the eaves, applying lipstick, dressed in a cool outfit. The temperature was only a few degrees above freezing, making short sleeves unwise. Even with a sheer shawl draped over her, she still appeared cold, though he couldn't see her lower half. Wang Xian could easily imagine her long legs clad in a short skirt and stockings. As expected, upon seeing Wang Xian, Bai Susu took a few steps forward, her attire meeting his expectations. Wang Xian leisurely exited the vehicle, retrieving the coat he had left inside and hurriedly approaching her, expressing concern. "It's quite chilly. You should put this on to avoid catching a cold." "How gentlemanly," Bai Susu replied, obediently wrapping herself in the coat as she gazed at him. "Come upstairs with me. I'm rather looking forward to it." "I am too." The pair ascended the stairs, with Bai Susu not forgetting the most crucial matter at hand. She placed the prepared contract on the table and retrieved the seal and a black ballpoint pen. Her portion had already been signed. All that remained was for Wang Xian to affix his signature and fingerprint. The contract was straightforward, just a few pages, and after a cursory glance, Wang Xian signed and stamped it. Bai Susu nodded in satisfaction, pulling out a small waterbed she had prepared earlier. With a playful flip, she lay down on it, cheerfully exclaiming, "This is comfortable. Come on, I and Appos. Am ready." As the night drizzled quietly outside, the sounds within the room shifted from hurried breaths to a steady rhythm. The following day, as the first light of dawn broke, Wang Xian opened his eyes, slowly rising to freshen up and wash away the fatigue of the previous day. Upon stepping out of the room again, he noticed Bai Susu kicking her feet under the covers, seemingly having had a nightmare, as she gradually opened her eyes. "You certainly rise early," she remarked, fixing her hair, her tone laced with complaints. "It's a bit cold today. I woke up freezing. You should have mentioned it earlier." "Let us choose a different place next time," she murmured. Wang Xian appeared not to hear her quiet response as he took a deep breath, savoring the morning sun. In a few days, Teacher Miao would return, and she would surely be pleased to see the changes in him. Perhaps it was time to discuss a platonic romance with her. That would undoubtedly be wonderful. Wang Xian's gaze drifted toward the horizon, where the bustling metropolis awaited. At the Foreign Language Institute in the metropolis, Miao Xian flipped through her worn-out textbooks, her thoughts already far from the classroom. The self-study content was painfully dull. As a former international student, her English proficiency far surpassed that of many foreign teachers. She glanced at the clock, noting the second hand racing toward 6 o'clock, eagerly anticipating the end of self-study and the prospect of breakfast, which consisted of German sausages paired with bacon and hard bread, along with an array of honey and black pepper sauce, truly a Western meal. These dishes did not suit her palate. She preferred to stroll to the end of the school street, where a breakfast stall awaited, serving bowls of tofu pudding drenched in red oil and crispy fried dough sticks. This was the meal Wang Xian had often brought her, and she had never once paid for it. That little rascal probably hadn't even thought of her, she mused, as she picked up her phone, contemplating whether to call him. Yet, holding the phone in her hand, she hesitated, knowing it was not her style. As a life mentor, She should embody the grace of indifference, much like the extraordinary characters in novels, carefree and unrestrained. But she ultimately found herself unable to do so. She was merely a petty bourgeois, only able to expose Wang Xian, the optimistic little rascal, to the world, helping him shape his worldview and values. After a moment of hesitation, Miao Xian revealed a charming smile, biting her lip decisively, returning her phone to her pocket, and rising to head toward the breakfast stall. Meanwhile, Wang Xian remained lost in thought for some time before glancing back at Bai Susu, who had dressed and suggested, "I recall there is a breakfast shop nearby. Let us grab a bowl of tofu pudding before we leave. I actually prefer Cantonese dim sum, shrimp dumplings, soup dumplings, and fresh fish soup. Then let us go together. There should be something at the nearby mall. If you're not in a hurry, we can browse the mall before heading out." Wang Xian gestured invitingly. "All right, I'm reluctant to decline your generous invitation, but we must leave by 8. I have matters to attend to at 9. Bai Susu said, wrapping her slender fingers around Wang Xian's delicate hand, guiding him downstairs. When it came to the city, Bai Susu was actually more familiar than Wang Xian, leading him effortlessly to a place that advertised Cantonese breakfast. The streets were primarily lined with vendors selling vegetables, fish, and meat, and as Bai Susu sat nearby enjoying her steamed dumplings, she playfully remarked, "I want to be visiting the market. I'm saving you a significant amount of money. Come on, buy a few cucumbers for the road." Ugh, how shameless. Chapter 10. Art. Passion in the studio. After having breakfast and bidding farewell to Bai Susu, Wang Xian drove towards the art studio. He had promised his senior that he would accompany her for the entire day, and there was no reason to break that promise. It was just past 8 in the morning when Wang Xian entered, spotting Yang Ran immersed in her painting. The outlines of bumper cars were beginning to take shape, yet the snowy background remained incomplete. She seemed torn between realism and surrealism. The snowfall yesterday was not particularly beautiful, rather, it was the vitality of youth and the sincerity of human emotions that shone through. The snow served merely as a backdrop. Yet, Yang Ran truly adored the snow and found it challenging to balance both elements. Now that Wang Xian had arrived, she was prepared to seek his opinion. Do you prefer realism, surrealism, or impressionism? Wang Xian did not respond directly, but instead circled around her canvas, measuring with his fingers before replying, "What you are hesitating over is not the style, but rather the balance. Why not create 2 contrasting pieces?" Contrasting pieces? I can barely finish one good painting in a day. If you were to paint, which aspect would you emphasize? Well, Wang Xian said, "I would place you at the center, with the snowy landscape complementing your beauty." He took out his phone and showed her the wallpaper, a photo from yesterday, with 2/3 of the image featuring Yang Ran, and the rest being the snowy scene. Yang Ran shook her head, feeling unsatisfied by the answer. Yet a warmth spread in her heart. After all, no one dislikes compliments, herself included. Wang Xian remained silent, sitting beside her and pulling out a pencil to sketch outlines. His artistic skill was still at a novice level, dabbling in 2-dimensional drawings, while his oil and ink painting abilities were barely passable. Yang Ran paused her brushwork, quietly observing Wang Xian's attempts, and suddenly stifled a laugh. Wang Xian had transformed the bumper cars into charming yellow ducks, with 2 figures riding atop. The female figure was undoubtedly Yang Ran, her long legs clad in tight blue jeans, topped with a light blue jacket that revealed part of a high-necked sweater, her attire from the previous day. The male figure, presumably Wang Xian, was poorly rendered, mistakenly giving himself exaggerated muscles and a curvaceous backside, yet without a face. "Oh, that was embarrassing," he admitted. "Indeed, quite the spectacle," Yang Ran teased. Wang Xian smirked. "I haven't painted in ages. My skills have deteriorated further. With some practice, I might regain my former mediocrity." "You should stick to sketching," Yang Ran suggested, handing him a 2B pencil for him to express himself freely. "Well, I could give it a try," he replied, taking the pencil and replacing the paper on the drawing board. Yang Ran no longer watched him, focusing intently on filling in the colors of the snowy landscape with her palette knife. With Wang Xian by her side, she felt an inexplicable sense of security, free from financial worries. This allowed her to immerse herself fully in her artistic expression. Time passed, and before they knew it, noon had arrived amidst their silence, lasting until the completion of her oil painting in the afternoon. She had never worked this quickly before. Perhaps her joyful mood contributed to her efficiency. After making some simple adjustments, she felt satisfied with her work. "Come, admire the masterpiece of your senior," Yang Ran said, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wang Xian set down his pencil and approached her with utmost seriousness. Leaning slightly, He measured the proportions before giving Yang Ran a thumbs up. You are a master now. Almost on par with Professor Qi. Henceforth, I should no longer call you senior, but rather Master Yang. Though Wang Xian intended his words as a jest, Yang Ran was genuinely pleased, particularly by the comparison to Professor Qi, a highly regarded artist. Yang Ran chuckled, waving her hand. All right. Let us just appreciate the painting without flattery. If you doubt my talent, let Master Qi critique it, and you will see its true caliber. Wang Xian took a photo of the painting to send to Qi Yuan. Yang Ran reached out to stop him, but halfway through, she hesitated, her eyes filled with anticipation. Receiving an esteemed critique from a master was something every aspiring artist yearned for, and Yang Ran wished to understand her true artistic level. Wang Xian chuckled, sending the photo to Qi Yuan with the message, Professor Qi, could you take a moment to assess this? Does it meet the standards for an exhibition? Qi Yuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he examined the painting titled Bumper Cars. The lines flowed smoothly, the warm and cool color tones harmonized beautifully, and the proportions were nearly perfect. However, a master is always discerning and quickly noted its shortcomings. He soon replied with a suggestion, Wang, this level is akin to my younger days. It's suitable for exhibition. If I may point out a flaw, the lower left corner feels a bit empty. I would add a stroke there if it were mine. Thank you for the guidance. No worries, I'll come back to learn from the exhibition. Perhaps my skills will improve. Sure, I'll be there mid-month. After sending his last message, Qi Yuan did not respond further. Yang Ran leaned in, murmuring. The lower left corner, huh? Looking at the painting again, she frowned. Indeed, the lower left corner was rather bare except for the white snow. But what should she add? Yang Ran appeared somewhat troubled, recalling that the snow had to remain smooth for the bumper cars. Meeting Wang Xian's gaze, she asked, can you suggest what I might add? That's easy, just add a shadow, he replied. A shadow? A shadow? Yang Ran exclaimed, her expression brightening. She picked up gray paint and applied a stroke, creating a shadow. Upon reviewing the painting again, it was now flawless. She jumped up, planting a kiss on Wang Xian's cheek. My painting skills may be lacking, but my composition is genius. I'll take that as a compliment, he said, stretching his neck and wrapping his arms around her waist, pulling her close. Their eyes met, filled with tenderness. However, aware of their surroundings, Yang Ran managed to restrain her emotions, stating, let us discuss this after dinner. All right. The moment of intimacy was postponed as Wang Xian gently caressed her paint-streaked cheek, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yet, the next moment, Yang Ran clenched her fist, exclaiming, I feel like I want to make it to dinner. In the dimly lit, cluttered studio, Wang Xian moved his arms, donning his scattered clothes before opening the door. In their shared moment of tranquility, he suggested, shall we have barbecue? At this hour, that's probably all that's left. Sure, Yang Ran replied, instinctively linking her arm with Wang Xian's as they strolled towards the nearest barbecue joint. At that moment, Wang Xian received a message from Bai Susu. You're now a minor shareholder. Would you like to come and see the employees? Seeing the words come and see, Wang Xian shook his head and typed a reply. A brief encounter is enough, perhaps another time. Bai Susu, reading his response, stomped her foot in frustration. What is this? Everything was all set. Looking out at the dark night, she sulked back into her car, trying to suppress thoughts of Wang Xian. Chapter 11, Teacher Miao returns. A platonic love in the fleeting moments of their two-person world. A week passed by. One day, in the art studio, Wang Xian's phone rang. Upon seeing the contact name, he swiftly exited the studio to answer. On the other end, Teacher Miao's voice was sweet and soft. Hello, handsome boy. Have you missed me? Of course. Where are you? I'll come to pick you up. That would be too mundane. How about we play a game? Find me before 8 tonight, and I will grant you one wish. If you fail, you must grant me one. The melodious quality of Miao Shiyuan's voice sent shivers down his spine. Hearing the proposal from his mentor, Wang Xian chuckled. Just don't regret it. Then you better find me first. Miao Shiyuan hung up, lying at the corner of the pool, filled with anticipation. Beside her, a woman surrounded by bodyguards smirked. Miao Miao, nearing 30 and still playing such games? Sister, please don't tease me. Miao Shiyuan's indifferent expression was tinged with a blush as she instinctively turned away. All right, since you wish to play, I shall leave you to it. Do you need the bodyguards to stay? No need. Miao Shiyuan glanced at the towering bodyguards with a sense of aversion. She had previously had female bodyguards, unlike the imposing figure beside her who had no privacy. As a woman, one inevitably harbors little quirks. It was one thing for that little rascal to see them, but quite another for the bodyguards to witness. Such playful games were often enjoyed by Miao Shiyuan and Wang Xian, primarily to maintain their relationship. After all, human emotions can become stale and require little surprises and unique experiences to elevate their essence. Meanwhile, Wang Xian set his phone down and glanced at the clock. It was 2 in the afternoon, leaving him with 6 hours until 8. Typically, Teacher Miao's tasks were not overly complicated, even rather simple. He quickly ruled out gatherings with wealthy heirs or officials. Home and school were also unlikely, making the task more intriguing than it first appeared. Thus, only 2 locations remained, the gym and the swimming pool. Knowing Miao's usual fitness spots made them easy to find. Wang Xian doubted that after a week of training, Miao would possess the energy for a workout, so he drove directly to the swimming pool. Located in the city center, he arrived at the entrance in under 20 minutes. The parking lot was sparsely populated, and after careful scrutiny, he spotted the familiar black Cadillac. That was a victory. The only uncertainty remained whether Miao would recognize him. Wang Xian adeptly approached the front desk to purchase a bouquet of roses and swiped his card to enter. After changing into his swimsuit, he made his way to the pool. From a distance, he spotted the figure he had been yearning for. Teacher Miao, with her golden waves, retained their glorious hue even when drenched. Her ethereal beauty appeared somewhat weary, and her enchanting eyes bore a sense of indifference. In Wang Xian's memory, Miao had never worried about money. This weariness seemed to stem from having played enough. Clad in a pristine white swimsuit, she leaned against the edge of the pool, quietly enveloped by the water. The sight of her in that white swimsuit transported Wang Xian back 2 years. Encouraged by a few reckless friends, he had brought flowers to this very pool. The same weather, the same people, the same swimsuit, he stood at the edge of the pool, offering his bouquet with a stammered confession of affection. Teacher Miao, much like now, appeared weary, grading each of his words. Indeed, Wang Xian had never anticipated such grading. In the end, she awarded him a dismal 37, severely failing, of which 30 points were merely for courage. Having practiced romantic lines for several evenings, he managed a paltry 7 points. Yet, despite this, he received a reward. Like a mermaid, Miao leapt from the water and kissed his cheek, whispering, "Try harder next time." That simple encouragement led Wang Xian to be utterly captivated, and even to this day, he vividly recalls that moment. Ding! The system panel loaded, interrupting his reverie. Name, Miao Shiyuan. Age, 29. Height, 176 cm. Status, single. Attractiveness, 86. Affection level, 43 points. The glaring panel appeared before Wang Xian, breaking his thoughts. He gazed at the stunning figure in the distance and strode purposefully towards her. As the water rippled, Miao naturally lifted her head, surprised to see him, and waved. Wang Xian approached, presenting the roses, and seated himself at the pool's edge. Teacher Miao, you look even more beautiful after these few days. How cheeky, Miao teased, playfully tapping his nose with her finger. This time you've won. Now tell me your request. Then I shall say it. I wish to engage in a platonic love with you. Ambitious, aren't we? What about desire? Miao's words struck at the core of the matter. Platonic love seeks pure communion of souls. Too lofty, too pristine, yet every human harbors desires that cannot be ignored. I plan to offer you myself beyond desire. As for the desires themselves, I intend to seek out a senior. Ah, so you wish to straddle both worlds. Miao's lips curled into a smile, her gaze indifferent yet expectant, awaiting his explanation. Recently, my family has been relocated, and I have become an insufferable wealthy person. So I naturally wish to live a little more flamboyantly. Congratulations, handsome boy. Oh, the wealthy one. Miao's weary demeanor shifted to one of brightness. Her expression was genuine, devoid of any greed. You agree? Wang Xian asked, feeling a hint of anxiety. I will be grading you regularly. Failure will result in dismissal. Miao smiled faintly, inhaling the fragrance of the roses, clearly unfazed by such trivial matters. I consistently score above 80. I doubt I will ever face dismissal again. Wang Xian leapt into the water, filled with joy. After swimming a lap, he returned to Miao's side, his eyes brimming with affection. The surrounding waters danced, and Miao, weary, yawned before beckoning him. Come on, we should head home. All right. Wang Xian sprang from the water, climbing ashore, extending his hand to Miao. She grasped his strong arm and gracefully ascended, striding toward the changing room. Wang Xian followed closely, stopping near the women's changing room, turning toward the men's. With only a few garments, he quickly changed and waited outside the swimming pool. After a brief wait of several minutes, Miao emerged, transformed back into her urban elegance. She wore a white shirt, draped a white wool coat over it, paired with white flared pants, and donned white leather boots. Their eyes met, and Miao extended her delicate hand, smiling. I believe holding hands should not disrupt our spiritual connection. I concur. Wang Xian stepped forward to grasp her slender, fair hand as they exited the swimming pool together. Chapter 12. Bullying Teacher Miao. A minor assessment, the two did not linger near the swimming pool, which was surrounded by a patch of unsightly and foul-smelling flowers. And even the benches appeared old and dirty. Teacher Miao preferred to communicate at home, or rather, to impart her teachings. She was always inclined to guide Wang Xian, especially now that he had come into wealth, which only intensified her desire to instruct him. Habitually, she handed the car keys to Wang Xian, intending for him to drive. This time, however, Wang Xian declined, gesturing towards his own vehicle parked beside the Cadillac. Had the young gentleman changed his car? Teacher Miao's expression remained neutral. Yet her actions betrayed her surprise. After surveying the car for a moment, she remarked with a lightheartedness, "It's quite understated." With that ambiguous comment, she retracted her hand holding the keys and turned to enter the vehicle. Wang Xian drove closely behind her, heading towards the nearby community of Canggyuan Huafu. Teacher Miao had an aversion to villas, disliking the common presence of termites, mice, and large cockroaches, along with the exorbitant property fees amounting to hundreds of thousands annually. Instead, she resided in a spacious flat. After expertly parking the car, Wang Xian accompanied her upstairs. Upon entering, Teacher Miao languidly reclined on the sofa, casually switching on the television. Not bothering to watch, allowing the sound to serve as mere background noise. Wang Xian changed his shoes and sat on the floor beside her. Resting his head on her pristine thigh, Teacher Miao seemed accustomed to this, gently stroking his clean hair, reminiscent of petting a cat. Wang Xian mused that his future receding hairline or potential baldness might be attributed to Teacher Miao's habitual caresses. She would occasionally tug at his hair, then smooth it out again, only to touzle it once more, idly passing the time. The ornate clock on the wall ticked rhythmically, and Teacher Miao stretched comfortably, softly asking, "Do you have any questions?" "I prefer being consulted rather than taking the initiative." Of course, he did. Wang Xian pondered how to engage in a deeper emotional exchange between them. He closed his eyes, awaiting her response. He could see Teacher Miao's attribute panel in his mind, with a favorability score of 43 points, unchanged since their initial meeting. To raise this score with his emotionally stable mentor, he needed to inquire about her. After a moment of hesitation, Teacher Miao replied, "I enjoy things that evoke emotional fluctuations, yet most of what you can think of, I have already experienced. Perhaps this. I shall give you an assessment. Come up with something suitable before my leg goes numb." How about we watch the latest American film Life is a Prison 3D? He suggested. It won't be too terrifying, right? Not at all. How could it be? Wang Xian donned an innocent expression as he retrieved 2 pairs of 3D glasses from a drawer, casually handing one to Teacher Miao. He deftly drew the curtain and began the playback. Knock, knock, knock. As the incessant knocking echoed in their ears, Teacher Miao nestled into Wang Xian's embrace. Casting a playful glance at him, she exclaimed, "This knocking ghost is frightening." "Fine. Knock, knock, knock." Wang Xian remained silent, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, the sound mirroring that of the door knock. Teacher Miao recoiled, not daring to look towards the door. Wang Xian chuckled, scratching his head, sensing that his mentor was not in her usual state today. After all, it was merely a horror film. Wait, hadn't they always been in a cinema? He had never indulged like this before. Suddenly, Wang Xian realized his mentor's vulnerability. She was indeed a timid adult in disguise. Sensing Wang Xian's intention to scare her, Teacher Miao playfully bit his arm, pouting and refusing to let go. "This little rascal didn't dare to frighten me before, but now you've turned naughty." With that thought, she bit down harder. Please, I concede." Wang Xian winced, nearly jumping up. "I'll be more careful next time." Teacher Miao calmly released her grip, wiping her mouth with a tissue, feigning that nothing had occurred. Wang Xian, bewildered, rolled up his sleeve to examine the neat bite marks, shaking his head with a wry smile. After approximately 3 minutes, the first episode concluded. Teacher Miao shifted her position, pouring herself a glass of cold water to calm her nerves. Favorability with Miao Xian increased by 3 points. Simultaneously, a voice notification echoed in Wang Xian's mind. Exchanging a glance with Teacher Miao through the 3D glasses, he smiled and said, "I feel that I have passed the assessment." "Indeed," Teacher Miao replied, swirling the glass of water before her. But the next moment her demeanor shifted back to weariness as she stated, "However, I do not wish to watch the next episode, lest it disrupt my rest tonight." Knock, knock, knock. Wang Xian turned his hand over, tapping the back of it against the sofa's armrest. "Well, now it is affecting me too." Teacher Miao abandoned her futile bravado, reverting to her earlier distressed self. sitting on the sofa in mild disarray. Observing her state, Wang Xian felt a sense of triumph akin to a serf reveling in newfound freedom, yet he refrained from mocking her. Instead, he shifted closer, cheerfully suggesting, "Shall we go shopping to relieve some of this tension? It's not yet 5. We could grab a bite to eat and forget the plot for the evening." "My treat." Even with wealth, one should not squander money, Teacher Miao kindly reminded him. According to her expectations, Wang Xian should have inquired about how to safeguard his relocation funds. In this era, a newly wealthy individual would attract a horde of opportunists. And she had contemplated this throughout their journey. To her surprise, Wang Xian had posed a question about emotions, a topic only now being broached. Wang Xian nodded, insisting, "How could spending money on you be considered extravagant? Besides, I never mentioned a grand shopping spree. Let us just visit the small market downstairs for some fruit and a simple meal." Having said that, Wang Xian noticed Teacher Miao seemed poised to speak. He straightened up, eager to facilitate her thoughts, and earnestly asked, "Teacher, please enlighten me." In an instant, Teacher Miao appeared to have forgotten her earlier discomfort, smiling as she said, "Sit tight. I have a question for you. How do you plan to protect your relocation funds?" Wang Xian, brimming with curiosity, refrained from responding and instead requested, "Teacher, please guide me." "Very well," she affirmed. "First, sever ties with unworthy relatives. They will only prey on the wealthy. Secondly, shun gambling, drugs, and vice, maintaining a low profile as if nothing has happened. As for your money, do not entrust it to small banks. Withdraw a portion to keep at home and distribute the rest among the 4 major banks, investing in fixed-term deposits. Avoid purchasing financial products. Luxury goods, prestigious cars and watches, and villas should not be recklessly acquired. This is the way to safeguard your wealth." Teacher Miao elaborated extensively, while Wang Xian feigned deep attentiveness. In truth, his thoughts had already soared far beyond their current discussion. He had been listening to her insights long before the system's involvement. Now, he merely sought to consolidate her wisdom. Half an hour later, Teacher Miao finally concluded, posing the question, "How long have I spoken in total? Please be precise to the minute." With her inquiries often leading to unexpected avenues, Wang Xian checked the time and responded, "Report. From the first word, 32 minutes. Excellent. Next question. What did I say in the 3rd minute?" "Report. To shun gambling, drugs, and vice." Chapter 13. Fruit Mix and Teacher Miao's Reward. This question and answer session lasted 3 minutes, during which Wang Xian answered flawlessly and was awarded a Smart Baby certificate from kindergarten. Teacher Miao gently pinched his cheek as if he were a small child, smilingly saying, "Little handsome guy, you can go downstairs now." Affinity with Miao Xian 9 points. Affinity with Miao Xian has reached 50 points. Rebate mode activated. Detected that the Miao family's assets far exceed the host's. New mode side mission activated. Purchase something she truly likes. Reward of 1,000,000 in savings. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 3 companions with affinity reaching 50 points. Side missions will randomly appear, allowing the host to better enjoy life. How considerate. I appreciate it. Wang Xian felt a rush of excitement and asked, "Teacher Miao, is there anything special you desire? I can help you buy it. Don't waste money." "Well, how about we play another game? Downstairs, you can DIY fruit mixes. Guess my preferences, and if you score 60 points, there's a reward." "Sure." From Wang Xian's understanding of Teacher Miao, as long as she didn't cheat, 60 points was hardly a challenge. Her favorite fruits were blueberries, strawberries, lychees, and occasionally mangosteen and mangoes. All these fruits were available downstairs, and even if the DIY option was lacking, Wang Xian wouldn't mind buying them all to ensure a perfect score. But why do I care so much about a perfect score? Wang Xian pondered, feeling something was amiss. After all, he was the one with the system, and even if his life mentor was stunning, never mind. Beauty is justice. And this trivial matter does not disturb my peace of mind. Returning to the moment, the elevator doors opened, and Wang Xian took Teacher Miao's hand as they walked out of the community. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a small shopping mall. In front of the mall were vendors selling grilled sausages, cold noodles, and stinky tofu, all small businesses unwilling to pay booth fees, creating a bustling scene. Upon seeing Wang Xian and Teacher Miao, some vendors called out to them. A few middle-aged men, in their 40s or 50s, couldn't take their eyes off Teacher Miao. Teacher Miao enjoyed the lively atmosphere. If not for her reluctance to hire bodyguards, she would likely visit here daily. However, with Wang Xian by her side, she felt safe and casually followed him into the mall. The DIY fruit mix stall was the first one upon entering. Teacher Miao wiped the table at the entrance with a tissue, patiently waiting for Wang Xian to complete his task. The prices at this fruit mix stall were not cheap. Priced at 45 yuan per jin, comparable to boneless chicken feet. However, in terms of freshness and variety, it far surpassed other vendors, making it a popular choice for many office workers after work. Wang Xian quickly spotted the halved strawberries, petite blueberries, and diced mangoes, filling his container with them one by one. Mangosteen and lychee were not local fruits and were priced higher than those used for fruit mixes. So Wang Xian purchased a portion and asked the vendor to cut it into pieces. As for the yogurt, he chose two types. One was mildly sweet mango sago, and the other was half-sweet vanilla. In less than 5 minutes, he brought the 2 servings of fruit mix to the table. The mango sago fruit mix was placed in front of Teacher Miao, and Wang Xian laid the spoon and fork flat on the box, awaiting her evaluation. Teacher Miao picked up the ceramic spoon, inspecting the fruits, all of which were to her liking. After tasting a small spoonful, she beckoned Wang Xian with her finger. Wang Xian's heart leaped with joy as he bent down, ready to receive the gift from Teacher Miao. But as he lowered his head, he found her lips, still adorned with a hint of yogurt, drawing closer. The positioning was slightly off, and the movement was awkward, causing Wang Xian to feel a twinge of discomfort in his neck. It then dawned on him that the reward was a strawberry, and the bite was quite painful. After finishing her bite, Teacher Miao commented, "Not as sweet as the yogurt, but this time, you scored full marks. I and Appos, am glad you like it," Wang Xian replied, half-heartedly, as he awaited the system's reward. Mission completed. Reward has been issued. Ding. The Dragon Country Agricultural Bank reminds you that your account was credited with 1,000,000 yuan on March 12, 2023 at 17:12:21 with a current balance of 2,700,347 yuan. As the system announcement resonated, the information from the Dragon Country Agricultural Bank arrived simultaneously. Wang Xian glanced at his balance, satisfied, deleted the message, and sat down to enjoy his own fruit mix across from Teacher Miao. During the meal, the two remained mostly silent, seemingly adhering to the unspoken rule of not speaking while eating. After disposing of the food container, Teacher Miao gazed thoughtfully into the distance and softly remarked, "Actually, being a teacher is quite nice. That's because you have such an excellent student like me. Hey, I'm not really your teacher. You just love to audit my classes. Who said you were just an English teacher? You are my life mentor." Wang Xian gazed adoringly at Teacher Miao, a smile tugging at his lips. Then let us head home with the life mentor. After watching horror films all afternoon, a princess needs a knight at the door. At your service. Wang Xian knelt and kissed her right hand. As night fell, in the dance hall on the upper floor of the city center, Bai Susu's long fingers danced over the piano keys, perfectly interpreting a girl's prayer. Across from her, an assistant held a camera, diligently filming until the piece concluded before lowering the heavy camera. Bai Susu wearily stretched her pristine white arms and hoarsely asked, "How much more do we need for the web series?" Director Liu mentioned there is still a shortfall of 2 million. One scene violated regulations and needs to be redone. And we also need to compensate the actors for their delays. Another 2 million? The mere thought made Bai Susu want to cry. This wasn't the first time they had asked for funds. Initially, the project budget was set at 12 million, but after several additional costs, it had surged to 20 million. Even if she were adept at sourcing funds, such increases were unbearable. Exchanging glances with her assistant, Bai Susu scoffed. "Tell that Liu fellow this is the last time. If he dares to ask for more money, I'll demand compensation for breach of contract." "Oh. I'll call Director Liu right away. Wait, let's wait until the funds are gathered." Bai Susu felt melancholic. Her circle of acquaintances was limited, and only a few could provide financial help. Her brother? Bai Susu shook her head. She had already taken too much from him over the past 2 years at the restaurant, exceeding his limits. Asking for more would likely get her kicked out. As for friends, just a bunch of broke individuals. Even if they could scrape together a little cash, it would be pitifully insufficient. Many were still asking their families for money and couldn't be of help at all. The only person she could think of was Wang Xian, who had money and was willing to spend it, though she was sure if he would be interested in investing again. Thinking of Wang Xian, she hesitated before pulling out her phone to send a message. "Are you free today? Let us meet. I miss you. I have something on today, can't meet." Wang Xian replied, lounging on the sofa. "What about tomorrow?" "Not free." Bai Susu stared at the heartless message, unwilling to accept defeat. She typed back, "When will you be free? I'll wait for you." "Wait for me? There's nothing good coming." Wang Xian shook his head, wanting to decline the little elder sister's invitation. In Wang Xian's heart, Teacher Miao Senior Yang ran by Susu. She was merely a fleeting encounter outside of his cherished figures, inconsequential. Of course, Wang Xian acknowledged that Bai Susu had an excellent figure, and she could be a source of amusement when he was bored. Ding. The system's voice interrupted his thoughts. Side mission activated. Make a life choice to receive corresponding rewards. Choose A. Refuse the invitation, reward of 100,000 in savings. Choose B. Indulge once, sever ties, reward of 500,000 in savings. Choose C. Accept the invitation, maintain a long-term relationship, reward of a 10-year usage right to a house in Songyuan Huafu. No property fees required. Chapter 14. Vanilla Sister, the million followers female streamer. Well, I choose C. The smallest properties in Songyuan Huafu are at least 270 square meters, with annual property fees nearing 40,000, and the rent exceeds 100,000 each year, totaling approximately 2 million for a decade of usage rights. The key point is that it brings me closer to Teacher Miao. Despite Wang Xian's shamelessness, he feels uncomfortable living long-term at Teacher Miao's home. The school is not particularly close either, often requiring at least half an hour to navigate through traffic. Now, however, residing in the same community offers him a sense of freedom. Even the possibility of bringing senior sister Yang Ran into the neighborhood, which would be truly indulgent. Of course, Wang Xian has contemplated purchasing a home himself, yet a villa would require at least 10 million, which he cannot afford at the moment. After a brief consideration, he replied, "All right, I will reluctantly make some time for you tomorrow at 9 a.m. at the south gate of the Academy of Fine Arts." Great. Love you, moi. The next day, around 8 in the morning, Wang Xian had finished breakfast with Teacher Miao and dropped her off at school. Ideally, he would attend a class himself. But now that he had White Susu's time, he felt it was insufficient. Fortunately, Teacher Miao had a class in the afternoon, allowing Wang Xian to focus on White Susu before noon. Driving from the main entrance to the south gate, Wang Xian spotted White Susu through the gate's railing. Clad in a secretary's uniform, with her hair tied back and wearing non-prescription gold-rimmed glasses, she appeared much more mature than their last encounter. "Teacher Wang, over here." She waved as she saw his car. Once Wang Xian parked, she hopped into the passenger seat with a flattering smile. "Which hotel are we going to?" "We're not going to a hotel. Let's just stroll outside." "Okay." White Susu stuck out her tongue in resignation and said, "Teacher Wang, I'm facing some difficulties again. Could you possibly invest a bit more money?" "I had a feeling," Wang Xian replied nonchalantly, steering the wheel as he asked, "How much this time?" 2 million. "I will offer you 4% of the company's shares," White Susu quickly stated. "Shares can be so casually offered. Aren't you the sole shareholder?" "Not at all. My brother is also a shareholder, making you the third." Wang Xian suddenly felt like a naive fool. "Are you just milking your family?" White Susu flashed a grin. "It's only fair to keep the profits within the family, dear." As she spoke, she subtly shifted her posture, revealing her long legs encased in black stockings, gently reading out a stack of company details to Wang Xian. The first page presented the company's equity structure. White Susu held 73, her brother 25, and Wang Xian a mere 2. Following that were asset listings, including 2 minor celebrities, a dozen aspiring actors and singers, a food blogger with 3 million followers, a magician with 1 million followers, a female streamer boasting 1 million followers, and of course, White Susu as the female CEO with 1 million followers. Then came the investment projects. A small web series was currently trending on platforms, alongside several short dramas, with one upcoming titled After Divorce, Please Love Me a Little. Just hearing the title made Wang Xian feel it would be melodramatic. Having not watched web series in ages, the last one he had seen was Soul Fairy, and he had little interest in cliché dramas. Noticing Wang Xian's disinterest, White Susu flipped to the last page, showcasing a glossy photo of the female streamer. Dressed in leather, with her chin slightly raised and subtle smoky makeup, a small beauty mark at the corner of her right eye stood out. At first glance, she exuded a fierce, queenly aura. This streamer, known as Vanilla Sister, was a talent-based streamer and relatively well-known in her circle, not to mention quite attractive, which explained why White Susu had chosen to print her photo. Wang Xian halted abruptly at the roadside, scrutinizing the artistic photo in White Susu's hand, and inquired, "What does this signify?" "Nothing much, just showcasing the company's strength and prospects. I plan to select artists based on this standard moving forward," White Susu replied earnestly. "What a pity, she's just a streamer. I never watch live broadcasts. If she were acting, I might consider supporting her." Wang Xian shook his head, losing interest in the photo. "You are now a company shareholder, entitled to influence the artist's work. In fact, The director of After Divorce, Please Love Me a Little is quite accommodating. A small gesture would suffice. However, this requires you to increase your shareholdings for me to arrange a position for you. The vice president's seat is still vacant. At this moment, White Susu truly embodied the allure of a CEO, her speech calculated and persuasive. That and Appos, as true, but I don't and Appos. Do you believe the company and Appos? S valuation reaches 50 million. I'll offer you 5%. Let Vanilla Sister join the cast, and you can dictate her role. Deal. It's a pleasure to collaborate. Wang Xian pulled out his phone to check the time, kissed her cheek, and smiled. Next time, I need to attend a class. You take care of yourself and send me the contract later. Afterward, Wang Xian politely opened the car door for her, gesturing for her to exit. Task completed. Rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 10-year usage right for the 15th floor of Building 3 in Songyuan Wafu. As she watched the black Audi drive away, White Susu stamped her foot in frustration, careful not to damage her high heels, gritting her teeth in anger. After being so proactive, why does he need to attend a class? After a brief moment of venting her irritation, White Susu dialed her assistant. In an hour. Summon Vanilla Sister to my office. Understood, President Bai. Inside the company, Vanilla Sister emerged from the live streaming room in a daze. Upon hearing her assistant, she stood in the office, feeling somewhat lost. As a minor artist in the company, being summoned by the boss usually indicated trouble. Is it because my performance this month has fallen short? She pondered, anxious, unable to muster the courage to sit down. If Wang Xian had been there, he might have questioned the authenticity of the photo, as she lacked any semblance of a queenly presence. An hour later, White Susu returned to her office, still seething. She grabbed a disposable cup to fill with water, gulping down a large quantity before tossing the cup aside. The sound, though not loud, startled every nearby employee, who feared incurring the wrath of this formidable lady. Vanilla Sister shivered at the sound, terrified that White Susu might dismiss her for underperformance. In this environment, without the support of the company, even with 1 million followers, she would struggle to advance. The union would offer no support to minor streamers. As White Susu entered her office, Vanilla's sister nervously fidgeted with her hands, hesitating to speak. I just fell short this month. I'll make up for it by the May Gala. What shortfall? White Susu appeared puzzled, but soon realized, waving her hand. Good news. You wanted to star in a web series, right? I'll arrange that for you in the next couple of days. Huh. This time, Vanilla's sister was utterly confused. Was her underperformance being compensated in such a manner? But this was splendid. She had always wanted to act in a web series. Her excitement bubbled up. I will not disappoint your investment. Don't thank me. It's a request from the new shareholders. Check the company documents later. I have other matters to attend to. You may leave now. Understood, boss. Chapter 15, The Invitation from Sister Xiangcao. Sister Xiangcao emerged from the office, feeling not only physically lighter, but also imbued with a sense of anticipation. She expressed her gratitude to the esteemed shareholders, her hands clasped in prayer, eyes closed in sheer delight. Yet, being an adult, she understood that there are no free lunches in this world. She opened her phone to check the shareholder information. She was aware of Bai Susu's brother, a veteran shareholder among the three, with the one possessing a mere 2% stake, Wang Xian, evidently her benefactor. Only 2%? Sister Xiangcao furrowed her brows in confusion, questioning why President Bai would heed the words of a minor shareholder. Could he possess some extraordinary status? Well, she would know when they met. Without hesitation, she copied his phone number, preparing to add him on WeChat for a conversation. Meanwhile, Wang Xian was attentively listening in class, occasionally jotting down key points. His English had never been particularly strong. He barely passed level 4 and lacked confidence for level 6. However, attending the class was not a waste of time, especially since it was taught by Teacher Miao, making the experience quite enjoyable. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Wang Xian waved at Teacher Miao at the podium, suggesting they grab a meal together since it was nearly lunchtime. Teacher Miao, who often maintained a facade of propriety in class, ignored him until she stepped outside, where she beckoned him with a finger. Wang Xian exited through the back door of the classroom, maneuvering past his classmates to follow her. Once they traversed the lengthy corridor, Teacher Miao, shedding her earlier composure, took Wang Xian and Appos' hand. Let us go. Today we shall indulge a bit. I need to lose weight, she said, pointing at her slight belly with a pout, lamenting that today they could only have cold mixed tofu strips. Then let us have cold mixed tofu strips. I'll accompany you, Wang Xian replied, leading her towards the cafeteria. In the Art Academy, The dining areas for faculty and students were separate, with teachers having their own exclusive canteen. According to their agreement, it was Teacher Miao's turn to queue today. Wang Xian, seated at a corner table, instinctively took out his phone to capture a memento of Teacher Miao, clicking the camera to immortalize her elegant silhouette. A notification caught his attention. Is this Sister Xiangcao? Wang Xian pondered by Susu's methods, surmising this was an attempt at seduction. Sister Xiangcao's profile picture was a unique style of her own, and in a moment of idle curiosity, he tapped to add her as a contact. Surprisingly, Sister Xiangcao responded swiftly, typing, President Wang, thank you for arranging my role in the web drama. Do you have time to chat? Wang Xian chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Instead of replying directly, he browsed through her moments. It was evident this was a work-related WeChat account, filled with various photos seeking support, nearly 1,000 posts, all showcasing her modeling work. 3 entries piqued his interest. She had previously worked as a motion capture actress, voice actor, and makeup artist. It was well known that the combination of motion capture, voice acting, and makeup artistry equated to a singular talent. Observing her diverse styles, he replied, I'm available. Let us meet tomorrow at 11 at the Tsangnan restaurant. Great. Do you have any specific requests? She inquired. Requests? Wang Xian scratched his head, instinctively recalling her smoky makeup artistry. However, he quickly shook his head, deciding to maintain decorum as a company shareholder. No specific requests. Let us just consider it a casual meeting. He succinctly replied and set his phone aside. On the other side, Sister Xiangcao breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that President Wang was not attempting to impose any hidden agendas. Anticipating their meeting the following morning, she made her way to the changing room. As a streamer, she had her own dedicated space, neatly organized with a variety of outfits suitable for photo shoots. Considering President Wang's age, she chose a light green halter neck dress and a pair of pale green high heels. With subtle makeup and soft green eyeshadow, she aimed to convey a touch of allure, a style favored by many young individuals. At the dining table, Wang Xian was still waiting for Teacher Miao to serve the food. Suddenly, 2 hands clamped over his eyes, accompanied by a voice as thin and sharp as a eunuch's. Guess who I am? Old Gua. I knew you would guess it, my foster son. While others indulge in wine and tobacco, all I have is a watchbox. Old Gua released his grip and sat beside Wang Xian, his sincerity palpable, evoking the sentiment of being Wang Xian's foster father. Wang Xian had gifted him an Armani watch, one he had long coveted but hesitated to purchase, considering it too extravagant on his modest salary as an intern teacher, which was only a few thousand a month. Wang Xian smirked. Aren't and Oppos. To you pretending to be my father anymore? I should apologize to my grandfather later. Old Gua, unashamed, was willing to go to great lengths for that watch. No need for that. My parents divorced long ago and rarely remember me throughout the year, Wang Xian replied, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Old Gua, ever perceptive. Teased, then I shall act as your father from now on. Act as my father? If you dare call me in the middle of the night again, I will report you. Using a decoder is illegal, Wang Xian retorted with a twitch of his lips. Yes, sir. Old Gua saluted with exaggerated seriousness. But upon noticing Wang Xian's expression shift, he quickly adopted a fawning demeanor. Foster son, where's my watch? Here. Wang Xian removed the watch from his wrist and tossed it to him. Wow, the black and gold version. Brother Xian, you truly understand me. As soon as he received the watch, Old Gua transformed into a jovial brother, demonstrating his adeptness in social dynamics. At that moment, Teacher Miao approached with 2 trays. Glancing at Old Gua sitting beside Wang Xian, teasing, you two are quite the pair. Only those with corrupt vision would see it that way, they both replied in unison. They seemed to match quite well. Teacher Miao smiled softly, taking a seat opposite them without minding the extra company. Old Gua looked at the trays containing tofu strips and side dishes, expressing disappointment. Sister-in-law, you two have attained financial freedom. Why only tofu strips? Weight loss. Teacher Miao casually replied, placing her tray on the table. Wang Xian, are you also on a diet? Old Gua reverted to a more casual address, dropping the brotherly moniker. Well, I've had my fill of delicacies lately, so a little moderation is in order, Wang Xian replied, awkwardly picking up a chopstick of tofu strips. In truth, he desired something heartier, but Teacher Miao often lacked self-control and might sneak meat onto his plate. For the sake of her weight loss goals, Wang Xian resigned himself to the same culinary fate. How enviable, foster father. Please take me along next time for some delicacies. I've always wanted to try lobster, foie gras, and grouper. Go away, don't disturb our little world. When I make it big, I'll treat you. Wang Xian attempted to shoo Old Guo away. When might that be? I'll jot it down. Old Guo produced a notepad and pen, earnestly preparing to note it down. By the end of the month. I'll see when I have time, Wang Xian replied, unable to suppress a smirk at Old Guo's shamelessness. All right, then it's settled for the end of the month. Wishing you two a lifelong bond, Old Guo chuckled, displaying an astute sense of timing as he slipped away. Chapter 16. Senior Sister Returns Home. Affection level increases in the evening. After escorting Teacher Miao home, Wang Xian gently kissed her delicate hand and performed a standard knightly gesture, Your Highness. My knight must take his leave. Until we meet again. He rose, expertly changed his shoes, and closed the door. Today, he had more pressing matters to attend to, inspecting his new apartment, and coincidentally, Senior Sister would be visiting the community. Descending the stairs, Wang Xian used his access card to enter building number 3. On the 15th floor of the third building, each floor in Sunyuan Huafu had only one residence. From his observations, Wang Xian felt that this was not the smallest 270 square meter model. The external layout suggested a minimum of 400 square meters. What does that imply? Yang Ran's rented apartment was merely 25 square meters, making this residence 16 times larger. Even raising a child here would be feasible. He quickly corrected his wandering thoughts and smiled as he stepped into the room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a hall the size of a basketball court, with the afterglow of the sunset visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. On either side, there were 3 bedrooms, with 2 bathrooms nestled between them, and the kitchen positioned near the window. The layout was quite symmetrical. The living area was furnished with a sofa, television, and air conditioning. Pushing open the bedroom door, Wang Xian nearly burst into laughter. The room resembled a luxurious hotel suite, complete with a 3-color, twinkling main light. The ambience was perfect. If only it were paired with a bottle of red wine. He thought to himself that he intended to invite Senior Sister over today. Meanwhile, in the art studio, Yang Ran was immersed in painting a snowy mountain scene. Having never climbed a snow-capped peak, she could only rely on her imagination, resulting in a somewhat comical spatial arrangement. As she filled in the colors of the night sky, she glanced outside the studio. She had grown accustomed to Wang Xian's presence, whether quiet or chattering. Now that Teacher Miao had returned, it felt as if he had set sail from the harbor into the vast sea, never to return. She could only await his next docking, but when would that be? Perhaps it would be a long time. Yang Ran had never considered herself comparable to Teacher Miao. Yet she couldn't help but compare. Suddenly, the door to the studio creaked open, and Wang Xian, panting, looked at her with a teasing glint in his eyes. Were you waiting for me? I was waiting for you. I was just checking for customers, Yang Ran replied, her heart secretly leaping with joy. Although her words were contradictory to her feelings. All right then, if you weren't waiting for me, I'll be on my way. Wang Xian feigned departure. Yang Ran stretched out her hand, quickly recalling something, and awkwardly added, if you have time, you could help me with my painting. I'm not trying to keep you here on purpose. I knew it. Wang Xian chuckled as he walked over, examining the painting from various angles for a long while, ultimately refraining from calling it comical. The snowy scene looks splendid. When winter arrives, I'll take you to see the real snow-capped mountains. That would be unwise. Yang Ran replied, feeling the weight of her role as a painter. She understood that being immersed in her craft might cloud her judgment regarding quality. That's what you said. I never claimed it was good. Wang Xian seized the opportunity, pausing before saying, I've rented an apartment. And as the lady of the house, you should move in. Don't you think a bit of distance is better? Being together every day can become tedious. Just like you and Teacher Miao, who only meet 3 days a week at most. That's what keeps things fresh. Yang Ran shyly articulated, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Yet, it was the truth. Any relationship could become monotonous over time. And she did not want to be deemed uninteresting by Wang Xian in the future. Wang Xian caressed her slightly flushed cheek and hesitated before saying, Here is the key. Come with me to see the apartment. I'll set aside a room for you. Yang Ran was puzzled by the notion of reserving a room. Shouldn't an apartment only have 2 or 3 bedrooms? I've rented a spacious flat with a net area of 400 square meters and 6 bedrooms. You can choose where to stay. Will you even fit in such a large space? Yang Ran suddenly felt her imagination falter. Cleaning a 400 square meter apartment would be quite laborious. As a down-to-earth girl, she immediately thought about the cleaning costs. Even hiring a cleaning service would likely cost around 500 yuan per visit. Yang Ran felt that such an expense was unnecessary, shaking her head. I'll occasionally handle the cleaning myself. Is that a yes? Wang Xian felt a surge of joy and thought he should do something nice. Grasping Yang Ran's hand, he declared, Let us go shopping. What more do you need? You've spent too much lately. Yang Ran reminded him seriously, withdrawing her hand. Nothing extravagant, just some red wine and daily necessities. If we don't want to sit idly in the bedroom, we need to purchase some romantic items. Oh. Yang Ran enthusiastically linked her arm with Wang Xian's and whispered, I'll be your supervisor. We'll only buy quality, not expensive. Understood. They closed the studio early and strolled toward the pedestrian street. Adjacent to the antique street was a marketplace filled with various small products, complete with an affordable food plaza, devoid of luxury brands. As they walked, they arrived at a small liquor store, which, despite its size, was well stocked with various types of red wine. Wang Xian regarded the stout proprietor and inquired, Do you have any decent red wines? There is no such thing as good red wine. It's either not bitter or too sour. Plum wine and apricot blossom wine are acceptable. Would you like a few bottles? They mix well with Sprite. I drink red wine mixed with Sprite. Wang Xian was not particularly discerning. Even the Lafite red wine treasured by teacher Miao lacked complexity to his palate. He usually mixed it with either Sprite or Coke. If neither was available, he would rather pour it away. Then why not just drink Sprite? I'll sell you a case for 35 yuan, and I'll give you a discount of 1 yuan. The proprietor seemed accustomed to dealing with people unfamiliar with red wine, eagerly promoting Sprite. Fine, let us get 2 more cases. Also, I'll take a few bottles of that plum wine and apricot blossom wine you mentioned, and half a case of Wuliangye for mixing with water. Honestly, I can't fathom how you young folks can handle such rough tastes, the owner remarked while fetching boxes. Soon, 7 or 8 boxes were piled high. And Wang Xian was exhausted from merely transporting the alcohol. Ultimately, it was the proprietor who couldn't bear to watch and helped him carry them multiple times. They also picked up some needed daily supplies along the way. Upon returning to Tsangyuan and Huafu, the 2 of them made several trips before finally placing the boxes at the entrance. Wang Xian, fatigued yet slightly exhilarated, opened the door and cheerfully announced, Esteemed lady of the house, come see your new abode. As the door swung open, the hall was illuminated by colorful lights, and Yang Ren found herself momentarily entranced. The colossal floor-to-ceiling windows offered a stunning view of the night sky. The distant mountains loomed before them, and even from several streets away, the city's nightscape was visible. No wonder the affluent preferred spacious flats. Yang Ren couldn't help but make a small remark, feeling somewhat giddy. Every beautiful girl dreams of a prince charming in her childhood. At this moment, Yang Ren may have found hers. Yang Ren's affection level increased by 5 points. Yang Ren's affection level reached 90 points. High return mode activated. Side quest initiated. Spend 500,000 yuan before midnight. Reward, random skill mastery. Deposit of 2,000,000 yuan. Why didn't I come sooner? Wang Xian pondered in astonishment as he embraced Yang Ren, whispering softly, I plan to build you an art studio. Chapter 17. Mixing Sprite with Red Wine. A flirtation. Yang Ren allowed herself to be embraced, softly acquiescing to Wang Xian's suggestion. I remember your favorite painting is Master Qi Yuan's Snowy Night. I plan to purchase it for you. No, please don't go to such expense. That is a renowned masterpiece and quite costly. Yang Ren abruptly turned her head to dissuade him. However, Wang Xian held her tightly, not allowing her to protest, and calmly replied, This can serve as a bond, a connection to Master Qi. With those words, Yang Ren ceased her struggles, her breath seemingly suspended. Becoming a disciple of Master Qi Yuan was her deepest desire. Wang Xian released her, dialing Master Qi's number. Hello, Professor Qi. I'd like to inquire whether Snowy Night has been sold. Ah, Wang, do you have a client? Qi Yuan's voice carried a note of anticipation. The market was currently poor. With those laundering money having fled abroad, even a great artist such as himself could only paint for small business owners to make ends meet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to hosting an exhibition at the convention center, a rather undignified endeavor for someone of his stature. No, I wish to buy it. Please name your price. Wang, have you struck it rich? Such extravagance. Qi Yuan was somewhat taken aback. His acquaintance with Wang Xian was through his cousin, who had enlisted Wang as a free laborer during a previous exhibition due to budget constraints. Wang Xian hardly resembled a wealthy scion seeking life experiences. Had he perhaps won the lottery? My family is undergoing renovations. It's unavoidable. That explains it. I always said you were a fortunate soul. For you. My friend, let us settle on 300,000. How does that sound? Qi Yuan, sensing an opportunity, proactively lowered the price. Snowy Night had previously created a sensation in Europe. An abstract piece that many artists compared to Van Gogh's Starry Night. Yet, in the art world, sales were challenging. Should anything happen to Master Qi, the value would surely skyrocket. That sounds reasonable, Professor Qi. Do you have any other snow-themed paintings? If they are affordable, I would like to purchase a few more. Indeed, I have 2 others. Though they are slightly inferior to Endopos, Snowy Night, and Opos, leaning more towards realism, I can offer them to you at 20,000 each. Qi Yuan remarked as he sent Wang Xian 2 photographs via mobile. Wang Xian glanced at them and promptly replied, "Then I'll take them at 20,000 each. Plus an abstract snow scene to make an even total of 500,000. Does that work for you? Quite generous. When do you require them?" "As soon as possible," Wang Xian stated, glancing at the time. "Given our relationship, I want to ask for a deposit. I'll transfer the funds now." Ding. Accompanied by the notification of the transaction, the system echoed confirmation. Task completed. Random skill extraction in progress. Congratulations on acquiring mastery in painting. Rewards have been issued. Before he could hang up, Wang Xian felt a sudden shift in perception, blinking as if the world had transformed. Contrast of light and shadow danced before him. Curves and the golden ratio effortlessly calculating in his mind. This was the essence of artistic talent. All paintings were but a play of tones and lines. The new panel loaded. Host, Wang Xian, age, 22, height, 176 centimeters, physique, 31, wealth, 4, 703, 403, 1 Audi A6L. A decade-long usage right for the 15th floor of Building 3, Songyuan Huafu. Skill, mastery in painting. Gazing at the newly added skill, Wang Xian felt a surge of elation, an irresistible impulse to create an oil painting. However, he quickly curbed his enthusiasm. Such a sudden leap in skill would surely be noticed by a senior. Difficult to explain, he needed to progress gradually. Noticing that the call had not yet ended, Wang Xian continued, "Professor Qi, the payment has been sent. I have a small favor to ask. Are you accepting disciples?" Qi Yuan, seeing the funds credited to his account, replied without hesitation, "Certainly, I will guide you personally." "Not me, it's my girlfriend. Yang Ran, the one from the bumper car painting last time. Would you be interested?" "Ah, her skills are already quite commendable. She merely lacks in composition. When you come by, I can provide some guidance. If she wishes to become a disciple, she need only speak up." "Great. We'll be over in a couple of days." Yang Ran, listening nearby, gazed at Wang Xian with admiration. Her childhood dreams were being realized by her Prince Charming. With a sigh of relief, Yang Ran rushed to Wang Xian, kissing his cheek, transforming her admiration into love. "I plan to have a drink before we continue," Wang Xian stated. Indeed. Their eyes met, both flushed with excitement. Wang Xian uncorked the finest bottle of red wine, uncertain whether it required decanting, and poured it into 2 elegant goblets. The crimson liquid swirled within the glasses as their wrists intertwined for a toast. The wine was exquisite, yet the moment it touched his throat, Wang Xian nearly gagged. "Struggling to swallow the tart wine," he remarked. "Mix it with Sprite, lots of it. This stuff is hardly palatable." "I agree," Yang Ran coughed, grimacing at the taste. Utterly disillusioned by the reality of the beverage, she couldn't fathom how such a sour concoction could command a price of over 500. It felt like a folly. Wang Xian rinsed his mouth with Sprite, pouring most of the wine into a basin before opening half a case of Sprite to mix in. The essence was not merely the wine, but the ambience. He repeated this mantra in his mind until only the color of the wine remained, nearly devoid of taste. Not caring for sanitation, he filled a goblet halfway and offered it to Yang Ran. After taking another sip, she nodded, "It's just a bit sweet. The flavor is quite pleasant. I suggest we stick to the color of red wine in the future." "Agreed," Wang Xian said, gently clinking glasses with Yang Ran before downing the majority of his drink. Red wine contains little alcohol to begin with, and the dilution meant they felt only a mild warmth on their faces. Ultimately, it was the additional half bottle of 5-grain liquor that imbued them with a touch of intoxication. Wang Xian romantically moved the sofa to the window, inviting Yang Ran to sit and enjoy the night view. Below, the flow of traffic continued, lights twinkling, pedestrians hurrying in antithesis to the tranquility above. In that moment, Yang Ran was inspired to paint. Often, a celebrated artwork is born from a fleeting stroke of genius. She hurriedly rummaged through a box to find a spare canvas and paints, eager to mix colors. Though the city's nightscape paled in comparison to snow, it still provided ample material. Wang Xian embraced her, offering guidance. From this perspective, the composition should flow from top to bottom, to emphasize the traffic. It's best to position it at the 3/5 mark. The building in the diagonal foreground is unimportant. It should be omitted for a less cluttered shadow. I sense you possess great insight. Yang Ran had intended to paint similarly, a silent understanding blossoming between them. When I'm tipsy, my painting skills rival those of Master Qi. With his newfound mastery in painting, Wang Xian contemplated showcasing his talent. Most importantly, he envisioned a future where his artistic prowess would be linked to drinking, ensuring his senior would always accompany him. Internally applauding his brilliant idea, Wang Xian acknowledged that such inspiration could only arise from the indulgence of alcohol. Chapter 18. The affectionate senior sister and the cool vanilla younger sister. Yang Ran gazed deeply at Wang Xian, handing him a palette knife. Come on, Master Wang. Let us have a little competition. Very well, Master Yang, Wang Xian replied, taking the knife as he embraced Yang Ran, filling the upper portion of their shared oil painting with vibrant colors. As they collaborated on the artwork, Wang Xian focused on the composition, quickly defining the key elements and adding intricate details to the towering skyscrapers. In less than 2 minutes, a cool-toned building emerged in the upper region of the canvas. Instead of painting people directly, he depicted their shadows, 2 figures, side by side, holding wine glasses. At that moment, Yang Ran had just completed painting the road. She lifted her gaze, her body trembling slightly. Master Wang, I suspect you've been hiding your talents. Is that so? Perhaps it's the wine or your company that has inspired me, he replied. Shouldn't drinking make one's abilities more apparent? Yang Ran teased, playfully tapping Wang Xian's nose with her brush, leaving a smudge of red from the car tail lights, instantly transforming him into a clown. Be careful, or I might paint a little pig on your face in the middle of the night. Who is afraid? As the night enveloped them in warmth, Wang Xian quietly withdrew his arm from beneath the sleeping beauty early the next morning, making his way to the window. There stood the half-finished cityscape they had painted together the previous night, the lower section still awaiting completion. Wang Xian casually returned the canvas to the easel, picking up his brush to finalize the piece. The soft sound of the palette knife and brush gliding over the canvas stirred Yang Ran from her slumber. Familiar with the gentle sounds of painting, she instantly recognized Wang Xian's focused presence by the window. With one hand holding the brush and the other the palette knife, he worked on the painting effortlessly, as if playing. Hey, are you not even going to pretend? You're putting a lot of pressure on me. Yang Ran playfully jumped out of bed and wrapped her arms around Wang Xian from behind, seemingly reluctant to let him continue. Wang Xian gently set down his brush and added the final touch of luminescence with the palette knife, smiling. Once Master Qi guides you for a few days, you should be able to catch up with me. Don't feel pressured. Right. Yang Ran beamed, embracing him tighter. Today is the 14th. When are you taking me over? Tomorrow. The stage is set for the 15th, and the exhibition begins on the 16th. We can't delay. We need to visit Master Qi beforehand. Then today. Yang Ran leaned on Wang Xian's shoulder, her eyes shimmering with affection. Wang Xian instinctively wanted to agree, but felt a sense of obligation looming over him. After a moment's thought, memories of the Vanilla Sister's photo shoots flashed before him, reminding him of a prior engagement. I have plans today. I need to meet a streamer. A woman? Yes. Is she beautiful? Yes. Am I not as beautiful as her? Yang Ran pouted, her eyes glistening, unsure if her jealousy was genuine or feigned. Wang Xian hurriedly waved his hands. I don't know, but I assure you, nothing will happen today. I'll return early to keep you company. Assure me nothing will happen today? Yang Ran narrowed her eyes, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, emphasizing the word today. Ahem, how about you join me? All right, I'll change right now. Yang Ran was genuinely concerned. Adding a new mentor to her life was manageable. But if several new acquaintances emerged, it would be overwhelming. Especially after witnessing Wang Xian's true artistic prowess, she felt she lacked competitiveness. But if she were to accompany him, would it leave an impression of jealousy? Not yet back at the bed, her mind was racing with thoughts. Glancing back at Wang Xian, who was absorbed in his oil painting, she stomped her foot in resignation. Forget it, you go ahead. Have you come to terms with it? Don't worry, I'm not the type to fall for every woman I meet. Once we get to Han City, you will be the sole focus of my affection. Hee, if you dare to bring back a bunch of unworthy people, I'll no longer want you, Yang Ran threatened, playfully shaking her small fist, pretending to be upset. Deep down, she knew she had no right to be jealous. She was currently being supported by Wang Xian, and enjoying the fruits of his labor required some compromise. Wang Xian slowly rose from the stool in front of the easel, nodding earnestly. This assurance requires time to maintain. I think so too. As noon approached, Wang Xian hurriedly washed up and rushed downstairs. It was already past 10, and had it not been for the reservation at Songnan Restaurant, he would have likely been late. Upon arriving at the hotel, he let out a sigh of relief. It was just 11 o'clock. As he scanned the surroundings, He quickly spotted the Vanilla Sister in a light green ensemble. She stood in the sunlight, her deep black hair shimmering silver in its glow, her head slightly raised, wearing a serene expression, resembling an enchanting sprite from a fairy tale. Ding. Name, Mu Yin. Age, 26. Height, 172 cm. Status, single. Beauty score, 83. Favorability, 30 points. Mu Yin was indeed her real name. And the favorability score of 30 suggested she was someone who understood gratitude. Wang Xian exited the car and waved gently at her. Hello, President Wang. She greeted with a smile as she approached the vehicle. Hello. Wang Xian returned the greeting, quietly noting that her attire seemed to embody the persona of an ice princess. Is that so? Mu Yin slightly lifted her chin, suppressing her smile, adopting a demeanor that suggested she was not to be approached lightly. No wonder she excelled in motion capture and voice acting. Her voice and demeanor transformed seamlessly. Wang Xian mentally applauded her talent. Simultaneously, images of her photo shoots flickered through his mind, reminiscent of an untouched forest. Wang Xian subtly nodded. You have a natural talent for acting. Let us eat first. We can talk afterward. All right. Mu Yin maintained her composed expression, standing still as she awaited Wang Xian's lead. With a smile, he nodded and walked toward Songnan Restaurant. As they neared the lobby, a waiter approached them. Welcome, please come in. Let us have a private room. No need for a table booking. We'll order individually. Wang Xian said, feigning knowledge, recalling how he had arranged things during his previous visit with Teacher Miao. The waiter smiled warmly, guiding them upstairs and handing them two thin menus, standing quietly beside them as they browsed. Mu Yin casually flipped through the menu, her initially indifferent expression shifting. The prices were eye-watering. 1,888 for lobster balls, 1,688 for red wine foie gras, 3,888 for Buddha jumps over the wall, and 488 for emu egg fried rice. Each dish sent a jolt through her nerves. Logically, today should have been her turn to arrange everything. If she ended up overcharging Wang Xian, she would surely have to offer herself as a pillow companion. Mu Yin took a deep breath to steady herself, speaking with a calm demeanor. President Wang, isn't this a bit expensive? Not at all, it's on me. Wang Xian paused before adding, order whatever you like. I'll follow your lead. Mu Yin hesitantly replied. Then let us have 2 servings of Buddha jumps over the wall, 2 servings of black truffle red wine foie gras, and 1 serving of M12 Wagyu fried rice, freshly cooked, with emu egg whites only, no yolks. Wang Xian instructed the waiter succinctly. The waiter swiftly noted down the order and hurried downstairs. Once they were alone, Wang Xian continued, I still prefer your earlier demeanor. Okay. Mu Yin trembled slightly with nervousness, yet felt compelled to maintain her aloofness. Chapter 19. Dining and card services inside the private room. The cold-toned lighting gradually transitioned to a warm hue. The crystal chandelier above refracting orange and pale pink glimmers. Wang Xian sat at the head of the table, keenly observing Vanilla Sister, who appeared even more alluring than before. No, perhaps it was the taste of power and influence that transformed the anxious little sweetie into an enchanting ice queen. At that moment, Wang Xian suddenly understood Teacher Miao. This was the true essence of indulgence afforded by wealth. Yet, would I, too, reach a state of ennui akin to Teacher Miao? Wang Xian dismissed the thought. As wealth accumulates and power expands, the corresponding choices in life grow increasingly abundant. The world offers so much beauty that one could never fully experience it in a lifetime. Gently tapping the table, Wang Xian calmly declared, I have seen enough. You may now reveal your true self. All right, Vanilla Sister replied, her tense demeanor seeming to relax at that moment. The corner of her tightly grasped skirt began to unfurl, and a smile blossomed on her lips. I actually wanted to thank you. I never intended for you to treat me. I should cover this meal. There and Appos. There's no need for that. I insist on treating you. Wang Xian replied. Then, thank you for your generosity. Vanilla Sister expressed her sincere gratitude. No need to thank me, future star, Wang Xian said. Upon hearing the words future star, Vanilla Sister's expression shifted notably. As a member of the entertainment industry, she constantly yearned to be the center of attention. Adored by all. Perhaps Mr. Wang before her would support her aspirations. After a brief hesitation, she gracefully rose and approached Wang Xian. Their private room was not exclusively for 2 but for 4, with sofas accommodating 2 on either side. Vanilla Sister chose to sit beside Wang Xian, closing the distance between them. Wang Xian was taken aback and quickly moved away, saying, There's no need for that. I have no interest in playing by the unspoken rules. Huh. Vanilla Sister looked at him, bewildered, seemingly not expecting Wang Xian to refuse. Such interactions were commonplace in the entertainment circle, and she had already prepared herself for it. Not a bad character, she thought to herself, then leisurely returned to her previous seat. Mu Yan's favorability, 25. Favorability reached 50 points. Rebate mode activated. Congratulations, host. You now possess 4 companions with favorability at 50 points. Side quest activated. Spin 1,000,000 yuan before midnight. Reward. Physical enhancement 20. 5 shares in New Century Media. 1 million. The sudden spike in the side quest left Wang Xian momentarily speechless. However, the reward seemed excessively generous. New Century Media was among the top 10 media companies in the city, dealing in everything from television dramas to films. If he became a shareholder, Wang Xian mused that he might truly propel Vanilla Sister to stardom. Casting a casual glance at the enchanting beauty before him, Wang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Such a visage would be a pity to waste on anything less than superstardom. Feeling his gaze, Vanilla Sister returned it, and they shared a moment of lingering eye contact. Charged with an unspoken tension, Wang Xian quickly averted his gaze, feigning nonchalance as he awaited the dishes. Vanilla's sister stifled a giggle, her red lips parting as if to speak but hesitating to jest, instead observing Wang Xian in silence. She maintained her gaze on him with keen interest until the dishes were served. At this point, Wang Xian was indifferent. Quickly opening the Buddha jumps over the wall dish for tasting. The dish here was primarily made with dried ingredients, and the abalone and fish maw within the stewing pot exhibited a golden hue, their texture bouncy and evidently cooked to perfection. The foie gras had been sculpted into small red cherries, adorned with black truffle, melting instantly upon contact with the palate. Sensing the rich aroma, Vanilla Sister felt her appetite stirred and opened her own stewing pot for a simple taste. As a streamer, she had experienced a variety of culinary delights. Yet it was only after savoring a spoonful of the broth that she realized the limitations of her previous experiences. This flavor was truly worthy of its price. Swallowing the rich soup, Vanilla Sister remarked, "What a pity. The price is simply too steep." Wang Xian glanced at her casually. "If you wish to dine here in the future, I will arrange a card for you." "No need. Even with a discount, I couldn't justify it," she replied. "Then let us set up a prepaid card," Wang Xian stated, pressing the service bell at the table. Soon, a server with a decent appearance, around 70 points on the scale, entered swiftly, apologizing. "May I ask which dish did not meet your expectations?" This was standard protocol. If the food was deemed unsatisfactory, the dish would be half-priced or a fruit platter would be offered, and if something unsavory was found, the meal would be complimentary. "Not at all. The food is delightful. Please arrange a prepaid card and a membership card for me." A prepaid card is typically used for storing money or wine, while a membership card is a discount card that requires purchase. The server, momentarily apologetic, transformed into a warm demeanor and inquired, "How much would you like to prepay? We can offer a suitable membership card based on the amount you deposit. Let us deposit 500,000. That should suffice for a few visits," Wang Xian replied casually. 500,000? Vanilla Sister was nearly taken aback. It would take her 2 years to earn that much. Wang Xian waved her off, continuing, "Also, please prepay for 10 bottles of imported red wine from the Woodridge Winery, 10 years vintage." "Understood. The total will be 850,000. You will receive an 80% discount membership card, allowing you to enjoy an 80% discount on all dishes and random complimentary beverages." The server's face lit up with joy. She would earn a significant commission from this order. Vanilla Sister was left speechless, beginning to understand why Mr. Bai would heed the words of such a minor shareholder. This individual was extravagantly affluent. After a moment's hesitation, she shyly remarked, "You really didn't have to go to such lengths." "Not at all. Enjoyment should commence now. Once you become a major star, you will likely be too busy to indulge," Wang Xian replied. "Then, I'll leave it to your arrangements," Vanilla Sister thought sweetly. Her impression of Wang Xian turning quite favorable. A man who shunned hidden rules, possessed a pleasant demeanor, and was willing to spend money was undoubtedly appealing to women. After a short while, the 2 cards were prepared. This time, the manager personally delivered the cards with a broad smile, presenting them to Wang Xian. Wang Xian received the cards and casually handed one to Vanilla Sister, saying, "Take this. Later, I'll take you shopping to give you a glimpse of your future life. My future star." "Thank you," Vanilla Sister began, but Wang Xian raised a finger to her lips, chuckling, "No need for thanks. It makes us sound distant." "Understood, Mr. Wang," Vanilla Sister replied with a soft smile, her 2 dimples particularly enchanting. Mu Yan and Apos, S favorability 10. The overlooked manager stood nearby, absorbing the affectionate exchanges and maintaining her smile, firmly imprinting Wang Xian's face in her memory. She was also a woman of decent looks, though slightly aged at 39. With the system rating her appearance at 76, evidently, she had once been an 80-point beauty in her youth. With her daughter just entering high school, she mused that perhaps there might have been a chance otherwise. The manager thought to herself, shaking her head. It truly seemed unreasonable for the affluent to wait for her daughter for several years. Chapter 20. The Enchanting Green Tea After Lunch. Sister Vanilla often cast fleeting glances at Wang Xian, only to avert her gaze whenever he turned to look back. Wang Xian cleared his throat. As a superstar, you ought to maintain an air of aloofness befitting your status. Very well. Sister Vanilla transformed her shy demeanor in an instant, her cool composure emerging as she lifted her chin. Mr. Wang, she said, linking her arm with his, her tone now commanding and frosty, as if issuing orders. Wonderful. Wang Xian chuckled, taking her arm. Next time, I wish to see the enchanting green tea. No need for next time, brother. With that, Sister Vanilla's voice shifted, her delicate hand cupping her mouth as she feigned surprise. Brother, is that so? Almost, Wang Xian mused, recalling a particular drama where a petite beauty displayed an exaggerated cough. The very next moment, as if they shared a silent understanding, Sister Vanilla mimicked a cough, her posture swaying, and her expression artfully exaggerated, an impeccable replication. Goodness. I can't hold on much longer, Wang Xian gasped, realizing the allure of what the forums referred to as celestial beauty. The interplay of voice and expression left him utterly captivated. Noticing Wang Xian's reaction, Sister Vanilla stifled a giggle and whispered, Darling brother, how can you be intoxicated without having had a drink? Her demeanor took on a hint of the melancholic charm reminiscent of Daiyu, intensifying her allure. I can't bear it any longer. I must have her within my grasp, Wang Xian thought, his breath hitching. Were it not for the wisdom of restraint, he might have sought a hotel room by now. Brother, if you're tired, shall I give you a shoulder massage? As she spoke, Sister Vanilla gently slipped her arm away and moved behind Wang Xian, tenderly kneading his shoulders. Her fingers applied just the right amount of pressure, leaving him feeling utterly relaxed. This girl was truly a masterpiece among masterpieces. After a prolonged indulgence, Wang Xian reluctantly shook off her touch, maintaining his smile. Let's south head to Cangshin Square. I fear I might lose control. Of course, brother. Perhaps you should return to your usual expression for now. It might affect your driving. Mr. Wang has the final say. At Cangshin Square, this was not Wang Xian's first visit, and he led Sister Vanilla directly to the second floor. Upon seeing the staggering prices, Sister Vanilla tightened her grip on Wang Xian's hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Mr. Wang, is this too expensive? I can't afford it. I'll cover the bill. Consider it a reward for the joy you've brought me today. Isn't a reward supposed to be something else? Sister Vanilla suddenly leaned into Wang Xian's embrace, her breath fragrant as a blooming orchid. There's plenty of time ahead. Wang Xian distanced himself gently, guiding her toward the various counters. Sister Vanilla soon found herself mesmerized by the Dior counter, unable to move. The bags, cosmetics, and even clothing shimmered under the lights, captivating her. The sales associate, Linda, a striking blend of beauty with her golden hair and blue eyes, approached them with a welcoming smile. She was clearly of mixed heritage, her fair skin evoking envy among the locals, yet lacking the heavy body hair often seen in Westerners. Truly a woman who epitomized the finest attributes of both cultures. Wang Xian noted her beauty was rated at 79, just shy of perfection, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. Snapping back to reality, Wang Xian turned to Sister Vanilla and asked, What do you need? I'll buy it for you. Too expensive. Not at all. Once you become a big star, these prices will be trivial. As he spoke, he pulled her towards the counter, with Linda standing beside them, awaiting their decision. Let us look at the bags first. All right. Do you prefer a custom-made piece or a standard model? Custom. Wang Xian began, but Sister Vanilla interrupted. Just a standard one will do. I want to try that one. She pointed eagerly at a medium-sized Dior Amour book tote, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. She had long admired this bag, a creamy white adorned with intricate embroidery, but had never found the courage to purchase it. This style comes in several variations, including a blue embroidered design and a light green spring edition. Which would you like to see first? The spring edition. I love green. Sister Vanilla was determined not to give Wang Xian the chance to make a hasty decision that would have her foregoing other purchases. Wang Xian, understanding her subtlety, remained silent as he observed her selecting luxury items. As time passed, Sister Vanilla, having adorned herself with a gradient silk scarf, looked expectantly at Wang Xian. Very beautiful. It complements your dress perfectly. I'm glad you like it, brother. Wang Xian felt a sudden rush of exhilaration, swiping his card without glancing at the price. Transaction of 180. 200 yuan completed, triggering double rewards. Keep it up. Task completed. Rewards dispensed. Host, Wang Xian, age, 22, height, 176 centimeters, physique, 51, wealth, 4, 703, 403 yuan. Including an Audi A6L and a 10-year usage right for a unit in Songyuan Huafu, along with a 5 stake in New Century Media. Skills, proficient in painting. Seriously, system? Wang Xian felt an immediate change within himself, as if the previous deficit had been replenished. Gazing at Sister Vanilla, he found himself overwhelmed with desire. System. You have led me astray. Wang Xian quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to let the day devolve into an entanglement of emotions. Sister Vanilla approached him. Her brows furrowed in confusion as she peered up at him. What's wrong? Nothing at all. Wang Xian gritted his teeth. I have some matters to attend to. You can return on your own. All right. Brother, aren't we supposed to go to the hotel? Next time. I must leave now. Unable to withstand the temptation, he fled as if escaping. Inside the counter, Sister Vanilla furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend Wang Xian's behavior. Dining, shopping, and lodging, who pays for the first two without seeking the third? As she watched his figure disappear, a sense of intrigue began to blossom within her. This man was kind. Not overly lustful, generous with his money, and possessed a gentlemanly demeanor. Could he be the Prince Charming sent by fate? Reflecting on Wang Xian's restraint, a smile crept onto her lips, tinged with fascination. Meanwhile, Wang Xian dashed to his car, trying to distract himself from thoughts of Sister Vanilla. Having promised his senior, he felt it necessary to uphold his resolve for at least one day. After returning from Dahan City, he could. Well, perhaps then he would allow her to enter his world. He also needed to contact Bai Susu, with Sister Vanilla joining the film crew. He must ensure the director and screenwriter did not get to her first. Murmuring his plans, he dialed Bai Susu's number. Hello, Bai Susu. In a few days, Sister Vanilla will join the set. Keep an eye on her to prevent any unwelcome advances. No way. Do I have to say yes? Yes, fine. I'll keep watch for you. Bai Susu's voice was hoarse as she responded, slightly taken aback. Consider it a favor. And you can look for me when you need investment. Agreed. I'll keep a close watch. Bai Susu's excitement was palpable. Chapter 21. The Little Jealousy King. Bai Susu, after hanging up the phone, Wang Xian stepped on the accelerator, maneuvering his vehicle out of the parking space and heading towards Songyuan Huafu. As he approached building number 3, he dialed Teacher Miao's number. Hello, dear Teacher Miao. I'm heading to Dahan City tomorrow. What gift would you like? Are you leaving? Teacher Miao's voice betrayed a hint of reluctance. They had met 3 times this week, and there was still one day left yet to fulfill. She had already envisioned their date on Saturday. Yes, I'm going to see Professor Chi's art exhibition in Dahan City. I'll bring you a gift when I return. Well, that's fine. She paused, a playful smile appearing on her face. I have an exam. Gifts that score 60 or above come with rewards. That's not easy. I demand 3 chances. All right, but I have a condition. The 3 items must not exceed 1,000 yuan, or else you'll fail. Love you. Ding. Random side quest unlocked. Find the gift needed by Miao Shiyuan within 120 hours. Reward, random skill proficiency. This task I like. Wang Xian hung up the phone, propping his feet up as he began to fantasize about their next meeting. Teacher Miao adored roses of all colors, so during their next encounter, he could kneel on one knee in a lobby adorned with rose petals. Presenting her with a red rose while placing a diamond the size of a pigeon egg on her ring finger, all amidst the blessings of the onlookers. Ugh. Why does one always think inappropriately when they have money? Wang Xian mentally slapped himself, regaining his composure. Plato, this is unacceptable. Meanwhile, at Susu Media Company, Sister Vanilla returned to her workplace, clad in a chic Dior uniform, a gradient silk scarf adorning her fair neck, transforming from the previously frigid beauty into a city goddess. Bai Susu, seated in a prominent position, caught sight of the girl's attire from across the office, nearly grinding her silver teeth in jealousy. Did they both go shopping at Dior? How much did all those bags cost? Jealousy brewed as she sipped water, stealing glances at the live broadcast studio until she could no longer contain herself. She glanced at the secretary standing by the door and commanded, "Call Sister Vanilla over. I need to talk to her." Understood. The secretary, alarmed by her demeanor, hurried off to fetch the girl. Upon arriving at the live studio and seeing Sister Vanilla still organizing equipment, the secretary lowered her voice, casting wary glances around. "Don't move." Baizong is in a hurry and wants to see you now. Ah, she looks like she wants to eat someone. Be careful. The secretary whispered urgently. All right. Sister Vanilla and Apos' cheerful demeanor faded instantly, as if the earlier elation had been dampened. Not daring to linger, she swung open the studio door and hurried to Baisusu and Apos' office. As a junior employee, she didn't even have the right to sit, standing timidly before Baisusu and softly greeting. Baizong, did you call for me? Yes. Baisusu's gaze flickered with jealousy, particularly upon seeing the chic uniform that she herself could hardly justify buying. Now, it was blatantly worn by an employee, a gift from that man, utterly infuriating. Sister Vanilla, sensing the silence, looked puzzled and asked, Is there something you need from me? Cough cough, did you go shopping? Baisusu feigned a cough to mask her jealousy. Yes, Mr. Wang took me. It was just a normal meeting. Nothing happened. He merely paid the bill. Just paid the bill? Baisusu nearly crushed her cup, pondering, what else did you expect to happen? It was indeed just a normal meeting, just meeting. Sister Vanilla and Apos' voice lacked conviction, feeling that this instance might be a rare occurrence. Phew, I must remain calm. Baisusu reassured herself, taking a moment before steering the conversation elsewhere. You're quite fortunate. Wang Xian has instructed me to look after you, personally escorting you to the set. He mentioned he doesn't want anyone to take advantage of you. Upon hearing this, Baisusu silently added, he has never done such for me. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself developing deeper feelings for Wang Xian, feelings that transcended mere infatuation. Perhaps it was all about the sense of security, she mused, nodding slightly. Sister Vanilla, momentarily dazed, realized Wang Xian was indeed a good person but was astonished that he had considered such matters and specifically arranged for Baizong to oversee her. Next time, she vowed not to let him slip away. Lost in her thoughts, Sister Vanilla even envisioned a scenario in bed. Noticing Baisusu's darkened expression as she gazed at her dreamily, Sister Vanilla quickly adopted a more mature demeanor and cheerfully remarked, I'll leave everything to you, Baizong. All right, you may go. Tomorrow, I will take you over. As for your role, I'll increase your lines and let you play the third female lead. After all, that fool doesn't wish to do reshoots. Thank you, Baizong. After dismissing Sister Vanilla, Baisusu propped her chin on her hands, her eyes filled with an unwarranted sadness. After a moment's reflection, she dialed Wang Xian's number. Teacher Wang, how come you didn't take someone as wonderful as me out shopping? Upon hearing the voice, Wang Xian could hardly believe it was Baisusu. What was wrong with this little vixen? Acting like a naive girl, and in such a tasteless manner. Confirming it wasn't Apos, a prank from Laogua, Wang Xian replied coolly, Stop worrying about my wallet. If you were half as interesting as Sister Vanilla, I might take you shopping. What more do you want? I've already given you everything. Go away. I'm not lacking. Your uniqueness is too high. There are many substitutes. I need something that piques my interest. It was the first time Baisusu had been treated as a mere commodity, and the term substitute felt utterly dehumanizing. Hesitating, she feigned a pout. I'm going live tomorrow. Would you like to take a look? It will be a style you've never seen before. Just send some gifts. I don't usually watch live streams, and besides, the gifts are split 50-50. It's not worth it. Wang Xian had always lacked interest in streams. In this materialistic world, beautiful women often find themselves anchored to a haven. Except for the top-tier streamers, quality beauties are scarce. If you spend little, they mock you. If you spend generously, they might share your bed. It was akin to streetwalking, just a modern twist, essentially the same. Wang Xian had no fondness for this. Of course, Sister Vanilla was an exception. She was a treasure. Well, I want gifts. From now on, if you wish to send me a payment link, it will depend on my mood. If it's something like underwear, I wouldn't mind. Do you prefer white, black, or colorful patterns? Cough cough. Let us not delve into such risky topics. Our phones might be monitored, and someone could be listening. If you want, I can choose for you. All right then. We reached an agreement. A mischievous smile crept across Baisusu's lips as she plotted to have Wang Xian cover her desired items. Chapter 22. A stroll in the park. The leaky duck boat. Wang Xian returned his phone to his pocket, feeling quite satisfied as he alighted from the car and made his way to the 15th floor. Upon opening the door, he immediately spotted his senior, Yang Ran, reclining in a chair, diligently reproducing a sketch. Dressed in a simple white silk nightgown and adorned with white socks embroidered with a bear motif. Her short hair fell untidily about her shoulders, adding to her artistic allure. Instead of a paintbrush, she wielded a palette knife, gently enhancing the layers of her artwork. She was so engrossed that she failed to notice Wang Xian's entrance. Choosing not to disturb this serene moment, He quietly closed the door and observed her in silence. It was not until several minutes had passed that Yang Ran sensed someone behind her. Turning around in a daze, she broke into a joyful smile, inviting him to admire her work. Come, take a look at Master Yang's creation. I've been appreciating it for quite a while now. This portrayal of the snow-capped mountains possesses an ethereal beauty. I shall strive to improve further, thanks to Master Wang's guidance. Yang Ran offered a faint smile, gesturing towards the sofa. I've tidied up my things, but I couldn't find your clothes, so you'll have to come on your own. It dawned on Wang Xian that he had yet to move his belongings, with most still in the school dormitory. However, he dismissed the thought, waving his hand. No worries. I'll purchase something on the way. I have a code in the car that will suffice. All right. She nodded obediently, continuing, I've calculated the journey. It's over 300 kilometers. If we take the highway, it'll take us more than 4 hours, but we can also make a detour to the zoo, which is said to house polar bears and penguins. Polar bears and penguins cohabiting? Wang Xian remarked humorously, conjuring a joke in his mind. Why don't polar bears eat penguins? Because they reside in Antarctica. It was a well-worn joke. Yet it sparked a vivid image in his mind, perhaps influenced by his artistic inclinations, envisioning an abstract piece titled Penguins and Polar Bears. In truth, there were penguins in the Arctic once, but they were consumed, and the creatures discovered in Antarctica resembling them were subsequently named penguins anew. The artwork Penguins and Polar Bears was created before the true penguin's extinction, carrying profound significance. Hearing Wang Xian's musings, Yang Ran chuckled. If they lived together, the penguins would have long since vanished. That would lack any interest then, if these two species could perform a show together. Perhaps I would paint a family portrait of them, he jested. Indeed, a family portrait of polar bears feasting on penguins while regurgitating their feathers. Yang Ran added with a shudder, feeling her mindset shift slightly. Once a quiet individual, she had never harbored such morbid thoughts. Perhaps it was the influence of spending time with Wang Xian, she mused, clenching her small fist. So you have a little devil residing in your heart that I never noticed before, she teased. Wang Xian found her remark amusing but remained playful, cherishing these moments of light-hearted banter with his senior. I was wrong. Please don't let that slip, Yang Ran said coyly, stepping closer to Wang Xian, playfully brushing against his firm chest as she sought his favor. That will depend on your performance. I can be quite the blabbermouth, he quipped, pulling her into a playful embrace. I'll feed you dinner, she countered. Ahem, that was your own promise. A night of tenderness. The following day, as dawn broke, the pair set off on their journey. Fortunately, the breakfast stalls opened early, and Wang Xian purchased a few fried dough sticks to enjoy on the road. After driving for over 100 kilometers, he arrived at the zoo they had discussed the previous day. In truth, it should not be labeled merely as a zoo. The sign read New Village Park, which encompassed 4 smaller sections, a zoo, a botanical garden, a general park, and an acrobatic square. With the mindset of making the most of their visit, Wang Xian bought 2 full tickets. Fortunately, they arrived in good time, and the two entered the park. Yang Ran, with a digital camera hanging around her neck, began snapping pictures the moment they stepped inside. The park was far larger than they had anticipated, with a central artificial lake that appeared vast and boundless. In March, the water was partially melted, and along the banks were duck boats and small boats. Upon seeing the duck boats, Yang Ran was reminded of the paintings Wang Xian had created, revealing his fondness for ducks. Let us take a boat to the zoo. You can steer while I take photographs from behind, she suggested, poking him in the side. Then you can capture better shots. I promise I will. I plan to use your picture as my wallpaper, she replied, raising her camera to snap a quick photo of him. Wang Xian chuckled and leaned in, only to see the photo was out of focus. Is this how you take pictures? Yang Ran stuck out her tongue apologetically. Sorry. I'm still learning how to use this new camera. Let me take a picture with my phone instead. Wang Xian immediately straightened his posture, maintaining a smile as if he were a soldier being inspected by royalty. Don't be too serious. Just smile and say cheese. Cheese. Wang Xian relaxed his stance, resembling a carefree visitor to the lake. As Yang Ran reviewed the photo, she made slight adjustments with AI, applying a warm filter and beaming with satisfaction. Let us continue. I want to take more pictures. Then I shall go and get the boat ready. Wang Xian descended the stairs towards the ticket booth to collect the keys. Soon, they queued and boarded a small duck boat, which wobbled gently as they drifted across the lake. The refreshing breeze kissed their faces, sunlight bathed them, and the air was infused with the scent of nature. As they reached the lake's center, Yang Ran captured what she deemed Wang Xian's most handsome photograph. Though Wang Xian was merely moderately attractive, His physique had improved since acquiring his system, making his profile all the more appealing. This is truly marvelous. I must change my wallpaper to this, she said, shaking the picture in delight. However, the sudden motion caused a small crack to appear in the boat. What poor quality is this? It's leaking. A trickle of water spouted from the bottom of the boat, splashing onto Wang Xian's backside, causing him to turn around in alarm. The abrupt movement nearly caused him to lose control of the steering. How can this be? We are already in the center of the lake, Wang Xian exclaimed, unable to restrain his frustration. Yang Ran, concerned, reached out to cover the crack, hesitating as she suggested, if we speed up, we might make it to shore. Did you bring the life jackets? No, she shook her head, feeling her hands grow cold as she shifted her position. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Yang Ran's legs slipped through the boat, plunging into the lake. Wait, the quality is even worse than I expected, she exclaimed as water gushed into the boat, prompting her to quickly retract her leg. Wang Xian tossed her a rope, calling out calmly, hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate. Okay, Yang Ran, feeling a bit safer after grabbing the rope, leaned against the side of the duck boat, afraid to move. With a swift motion, the duck boat picked up speed, comparable to that of an electric vehicle, as Wang Xian propelled them towards the shore. Water splashed everywhere, drenching a few nearby boats. A man with a fierce demeanor shouted, Hey kid, do you think this is your home? Slow down. No, our boat is sinking. The quality is faulty. I suggest you get to shore quickly. Wang Xian shouted back, ignoring whether the man was listening. This quality is supposed to be top-notch. The man retorted, stomping his foot in annoyance. Suddenly, with a crack, he found half his foot slipping into the water. Well, now that's a bit of fun. Chapter 23. Speedboat and flotation among men. Curiosity is a common trait, especially evident in a young couple aboard a boat that bounced with a sudden jolt. Splash. The man, being heavier, nearly toppled into the water, clinging to the edge of the boat to prevent a complete fall. Instead of contemplating his own rescue, he quipped, Indeed, this is quite the wreck. The woman, with one leg submerged, retorted, Curiosity killed the cat. If that person hadn't spoken, we wouldn't even need to wash his pants. It's all right. A little dip is refreshing, consider it winter swimming, she added. Yang Ran, amused by the unfolding scene, momentarily forgot about safety and busily snapped photos to capture this slice of life. Fortunately, the boat was not entirely damaged, and the couple eventually returned to shore. Wang Xian, wringing out his shirt, approached the ticket booth. Tap, tap, tap. He gently knocked on the window, his expression somewhat sullen. Your boat has issues. It leaks whenever it moves. It would be best to send someone to call the people back from the lake. Yang Ran joined him, adding, Not only does the boat have quality problems, but they might also be unable to resist the temptation. The ticket attendant, noticing Wang Xian's soaked shirt and Yang Ran's drenched legs, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. I will communicate with the management immediately. We will cover all expenses for this incident. It's cold outside, so you two should come into the ticket office. No need. Wang Xian waved his hand and extended it toward the attendant. Quickly, give me the speedboat keys. A few brothers don't believe it and have fallen into the water. I'm going to rescue them. I want to go too, Yang Ran chimed in, feeling more intrigued than cold, especially by the brothers who had splashed into the water. We actually have professionals for this, the attendant kindly reminded. Oh, it's just a few people. I can make a round trip in 10 minutes. Let us not delay. One of the brothers is still floating in the water. Then hurry and put on a life jacket. If it doesn't work out, call for help. And I will arrange for someone, the attendant replied with a friendly smile, handing Wang Xian a key and promptly activating the intercom. Attention all lakegoers. Please return to shore immediately. A level 15 hurricane is approaching. Do not linger. Upon hearing the announcement, Wang Xian felt reassured, swinging the key on his finger. He turned to Yang Ran with a grin. Let us go rescue those brothers. Let us, she responded, suddenly finding the situation more enjoyable. She captured a photo of Wang Xian, whose carefree demeanor was even more appealing than his previous silhouette. Tilting her head, she admired the photo and playfully changed her wallpaper. It looks quite nice, she remarked. This one is pretty good. It captures a bit of the charm of Master Wang, he replied with a chuckle. I'd say it's worth 5 points, she teased. You're the judge. With that, Wang Xian pulled her along as they dashed toward the only nearby speedboat. The moment the engine roared to life, it emitted a sound reminiscent of a tiny train, and Wang Xian hopped around to ensure everything was in order before setting off. Whoosh, the speedboat lived up to its name, swiftly reaching speeds of over 30 miles per hour. Wang Xian quickly returned to the earlier spot, splashing several people once more. Hey, Little brother, you are just asking for trouble, one of the same brothers exclaimed, one hand covering a hole in his clothing while the other steered the boat in circles. I'm here to rescue you. Get on board, let us head to shore, Wang Xian called from the helm, waving at the group. The brother who had fallen into the water was the first to respond. Oh, this water is really cold. Hurry, I need to get back to shore. I can't swim any longer. Without hesitation, Wang Xian navigated the boat towards him. Once aboard, the brother bounced with joy, exclaiming, "This quality is all right." Yang Ran laughed, capturing his expression, which bore a delightful simplicity akin to that of an overly eager graduate student. Taking photos? You should have said so earlier. Let me strike a pose, he announced, striking a standard beauty contest pose, flexing his muscular arm. Yang Ran giggled and snapped another picture, leaning in to show him. I still look as handsome as ever. You should take my girlfriend along too. She is sulking, he added. No worries, I'll help you cheer her up. Yang Ran signaled an okay sign. Soon, several willing individuals boarded the speedboat, while others who could still manage began to make their way to shore. Wang Xian closely followed in the speedboat for safety. The announcement continued to echo in the background, but he did not accelerate recklessly. As soon as the brother's female companion boarded, she ignored him, her face displaying irritation. It wasn't merely due to the earlier incident. It was because he insisted on demonstrating winter swimming by attempting to cross the artificial lake. Is this something a person should do? She intended to teach him a lesson. At that moment, Yang Ran approached, capturing a photo of her. Sister, you look stunning right now. You exude such a carefree aura. Ah, really? The woman hesitated, smoothing her disheveled hair, and flashed a peace sign at Yang Ran. Understanding her intent, Yang Ran snapped another photo, turning the screen toward her with a smile. You and the brother make quite the pair. Him? The woman shot a fierce glare at the brother, shaking her head. Come here, let us take a picture together. All right then. The brother hopped over energetically for the snapshot. The boat soon docked, and the park supervisor, relieved, watched from the shore. He hadn't anticipated that trying to avoid a hassle could nearly lead to a major incident. Upon seeing Wang Xian and the others safely ashore, he hurriedly handed them several towels, his expression one of apology. This was entirely our oversight. Please head inside to rest. I'll waive your admission fees. Wang Xian waved his hand dismissively. It's a minor issue. Just be more cautious next time. We're off to the zoo now. We will certainly be more careful. The supervisor promised, visibly anxious and determined not to be careless again. Wang Xian, having said this, did not linger to dwell on the matter, and he took Yang Ran, wrapped in a white towel, toward the penguins. Yang Ran wiped her legs dry and leisurely kept pace beside him, smiling. Today has provided plenty of material. Yes, I'll paint a few pieces to hang at home. It'll be delightful, he agreed. As they conversed, the couple had already arrived at the zoo entrance. And after passing through ticketing, they entered the aviary. Chirping and chattering filled the air, punctuated by the occasional flutter of peacocks. The birds here had been observed since birth and were not afraid of humans. While Yang Ran was taking pictures, two male peacocks proudly displayed their feathers. Shoo! You silly birds, don't you dare eye my girlfriend? Wang Xian playfully admonished. Ugh, how annoying. You're actually jealous of two birds, Yang Ran teased, her cheeks flushing as she realized the inappropriateness of their flirtation in a zoo setting. Cough, cough, what nonsense are you thinking? I was just joking. You, frustrated. Yang Ran could hardly contain herself, raising her tiny fist to strike him, but fearing further teasing, she devised a diversion, feigning to punch her chest. She stepped on Wang Xian's toes with a swift stomp. Ah, you little vixen, he exclaimed. Hiki, that's the price you pay for teasing Master Wang. Chapter 24. Sister Cilantro joins the crew, the principals of the Penguin Pavilion in the Songbei district, within the confines of the Su Photography Studio. By Su led Sister Cilantro into the heart of the shooting center. The production of After Divorce, Please Love Me Just a Little was nearing completion. And director Liu found himself rather unoccupied, quickly spotting Bai Su and jogging over to greet her. Ms. Bai, have you come to provide guidance personally? He inquired. Bai Su, as the producer of this production, was a figure of authority. Her presence commanded respect, compelling the director to adopt a more deferential demeanor. Yes, I am bringing in a new face. You've heard of Sister Cilantro, haven't you? The third female lead is causing quite a stir. We need to replace her. Bai Su stated flatly, devoid of any emotional inflection. Oh, that might not be appropriate, Director Liu stammered, caught in a dilemma. The third female lead had scheduling conflicts, but had completed a significant portion of her scenes, and a last-minute replacement would incur additional costs. There is nothing inappropriate about it. She breached her contract first, We cannot keep accommodating her. Let us have Sister Cilantro take her place, Bai Su asserted with unwavering conviction. Director Liu hesitated until he truly examined Sister Cilantro's appearance, then chuckled. In principle, that is acceptable. Bai Su stepped protectively in front of Sister Cilantro, cautioning. She is a stakeholder. Do not harbor any thoughts about her. I will be overseeing things closely over the next few days, so keep your intentions to yourself. Understood. Director Liu replied, quickly averting his gaze from Bai Su. Sensing the awkward tension, Sister Cilantro took the initiative, extending her hand and softly saying, I look forward to your guidance, Director Liu. Of course, he responded, unable to voice any objection. Recognizing that this was a significant figure joining the crew, someone he could not afford to offend, he resolved to reshoot any unimportant scenes if necessary. Bai Su nodded in satisfaction and signaled to her assistant to bring over a chair for her to supervise. Naturally, she did not forget to report her success to Wang Xian, sending him a voice message. Sister Cilantro has joined the crew. I'll keep an eye on things. Check your WeChat. There are clothes you would like. Buy them for me, buy them for me, buy them for me. Important matters must be emphasized thrice. After sending the message, she settled comfortably into her chair, lazily observing the proceedings. Meanwhile, upon receiving the message, Wang Xian seized the opportunity to open the voice note while pretending to use the restroom. The three emphatic buy them for me exclamations made him grimace. However, recalling that she had been diligent, he clicked on the WeChat link. The items Bai Su desired were few, seemingly intended to please Wang Xian. With many being masculine in style, Wang Xian selectively chose several items to pay for and replied, Your taste is questionable. Many of these do not appeal to me. If you wish to purchase, it depends on your performance. Bai Su, unperturbed by his message, grimaced at the items he had chosen to pay for, thinking him rather frivolous. Beside her, the secretary observed Bai Su with a mixture of confusion and concern, unsure of how to cater to her. Since getting acquainted with Wang Xian, Bai Su had seemingly transformed, her emotions fluctuating wildly, at times becoming excessively sentimental, an unusual behavior for her. Could it be that she had fallen in love? The secretary pondered, increasingly convinced of the likelihood. It seemed that Sister Cilantro had also been involved with Wang Xian. The implications sent her mind racing, unable to fathom the potential ramifications of such entanglements. Bai Su, having partially emerged from her earlier emotional state, glanced at her secretary and coldly remarked, What are you staring at? Haven't you seen anything like this before? I'll go park your car, the secretary stammered, startled, and hurriedly exited the studio. The Penguin Pavilion, a habitat for penguins at the zoo, became the next destination for Wang Xian and Yang Ran. Through the glass, they captured images of the adorable creatures as they approached, the sound of their cameras clicking resonating in the air. Yang Ran enthusiastically greeted the penguins, occasionally enticing them with small fish. Oh, they and Oppos, coming over. I and Oppos am about to take their pictures, without clothes, Yang Ran exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she laid eyes on the charming creatures for the first time, unable to tear her gaze away. Wang Xian, standing beside her, found himself momentarily lost in thought, observing her delight as she reached out, only to be met with the glass barrier. He approached the nearby ticket booth, tapping on the glass and inquiring, Is there a chance we could go inside? Typically, with a fee. One could be escorted by a zookeeper into the enclosure of docile animals. Penguins, especially the emperor variety, were generally quite gentle. I apologize, but the zookeeper is on break, and I cannot let you in at the moment, the ticket attendant replied with a smile. Wang Xian retrieved his wallet, casually producing several hundred-yuan notes, and knocked on the glass again, asking, Would this qualify as a principal? Clearing her throat, the attendant exclaimed, Oh dear, I almost forgot I have my work permit. Allow me to escort you in. She swiftly snatched the bills and stepped out from behind the counter. Wang Xian shook his head, hastening back to Yang Ran, who was still mesmerized by the penguins, and tapped her shoulder, saying, Come with me. But I haven't had enough time to play with them. Can we stay a little longer? Yang Ran pouted, her face pleading. Actually, I meant to take you inside so you can pet them. If you don't want to, I'll go in alone, he replied. What? We can go inside. I am going in right now, Yang Ran exclaimed, her excitement uncontainable, her face lighting up like a flower in bloom, too beautiful to be desecrated. Click. Wang Xian swiftly grabbed her digital camera to capture the moment, grinning. You are my little darling. More beautiful than they are. Absolutely, he declared with unwavering conviction. Yang Ran's affection 2 points. Name, Yang Ran. Age, 23. Height, 172 centimeters. Status, single. Appearance, 81. Affection, 93 points. Reaching 95 points will unlock Perfect Filter. Perfect Filter. The host appears more attractive in the eyes of the other, enhancing their beauty. Reaching 100 points will unlock Enduring Love. Enduring Love. The host carries a glow in the heart of the other, transforming all memories into beautiful ones. Sustaining Love. Please continue your efforts, host. Now that's a cheat, Wang Xian chuckled, his gaze softening as he looked at Yang Ran. She was the woman he cherished most, and he would not relinquish the chance to deepen their bond. Yang Ran, noticing Wang Xian's momentary distraction, playfully tousled his soft hair and teased, "What are you daydreaming about? Aren't we going in? You are simply too beautiful. I couldn't help but admire you a moment longer. Now, let us go see those adorable little creatures." "Okay," Yang Ran replied, picking up the small bucket of fish she had purchased and following closely behind Wang Xian. The ticket attendant awaited them nearby and cautioned, "You can only pet the one named Tutu. He is quite gentle. The others can be a bit feisty. Also, if they go into the water, please do not stand at the edge. They may bump into you. When feeding them, be careful not to get pecked. They may look cute, but their bites can be quite painful." "Understood. We will be cautious," Yang Ren assured. "And no flash photography, just regular pictures," the attendant reminded. "Of course." Chapter 25. Chi Cici, spreading love. The ticket inspector, after providing a few instructions, noticed that the two were listening intently and discreetly opened the large door behind the ticket booth. The Penguin Pavilion, also known as Little Antarctica, was separated from the snowy expanse by a snowmaking machine and a vast area of snow, accessible only through a small door. As the inspector stepped into the snow, his footsteps became noticeably lighter, and he whispered, "Do not draw too much attention. Enter through the small door. The one I'm pointing to is Tutu." Yang Ran followed the direction of his finger and saw the most oblivious penguin, squatting in the snow as if in slumber. Yet, it was the most adorable. Adult emperor penguins can reach nearly a meter in height, which can be quite intimidating, but Tutu is only about 60 centimeters tall, akin to a medium-sized dog, perfect for petting. Mimicking the inspector's stealth, Yang Ran approached Tutu like a little thief, inching closer. With a quick motion, her soft, snow-white hand brushed the top of Tutu's head before retracting swiftly, anxiously watching for a response. Tutu remained motionless, as if in deep meditation, continuing to stare blankly ahead. Encouraged by this, Yang Ran grew bolder, resting her hand atop the penguin's head to stroke it. Tutu's feathers were slightly coarse, yet remarkably smooth. Yang Ran caressed it for a long time, utterly enchanted. How she wished to have one of these delightful creatures. Murmuring to herself, she retrieved a small fish from a nearby bucket and tossed it to the other lively penguins. The inspector smirked and remarked, "These are protected animals. Keeping one as a pet is illegal." "I know, I was just joking," Yang Ran replied, aware of such common knowledge, and also recognizing the exorbitant costs associated with penguin care. African penguins, however, are an option, though they are not as visually appealing. Wang Xian chimed in. "Once I have some wealth, I shall take you to Antarctica. We can cuddle with the penguins." Yang Ran chuckled. "It's a deal." The two exchanged smiles, seemingly emboldened by the prospect of their shared goal. The inspector, scratching his head, gave a thumbs up, secretly admiring the young man's charming approach to wooing. After some playful moments, having tossed all the fish to the penguins, Yang Ran reluctantly departed, eager to see the polar bears next. However, this time, Wang Xian decided against seeking out the zookeeper. Standing over 2 meters tall, the polar bears were a thrilling sight. Yet both Wang Xian and Yang Ran valued their lives too dearly to approach them closely. As the day passed in merriment, Wang Xian finally drove towards Dahan City. He had previously informed Master Qi Yuan of his intention to visit and did not wish to arrive too late. After a brief stop to purchase some gifts, he arrived at the exhibition center with Yang Ran. The art exhibition had commenced on the 16th, and Qi Yuan had been overseeing the event these past few days. Now, it was nearing its conclusion, and he was finally free. Upon receiving Wang Xian's call, Qi Yuan cast a sidelong glance at his daughter, Chi Cici, and instructed, "Wang is here, go greet him. The interesting little attendant has come. Is he here to lend a hand?" Chi Cici asked, her face lighting up with anticipation, as she genuinely needed the assistance of that little companion. "Not at all. He is already a wealthy figure. Be courteous," Qi Yuan advised. "I knew that little attendant was not ordinary. I shall go meet him now." With a flutter of excitement, Chi Cici jogged towards the entrance of the exhibition center. From a distance, she spotted a young man and woman, waving her hand at them. "Wang Xian, over here. You can enter from the side." "Cici? Back to work again?" Wang Xian teased as he stepped past the gate. Yang Ren followed suit, unsure of herself and feeling a bit pressured in the presence of Chi Cece, who appeared youthful and doll-like in her beauty, compounded by her impressive lineage. It seemed likely that she would grow up to be a remarkable figure. The trio quickly reunited, and Wang Xian, mimicking Qi Yuan, playfully patted Chi Cece on the head. "Cece, you should be in university by now. Why are you still working?" "Huh. It's not my fault. My father always chooses weekends for these tasks, and since I study nearby, I have no choice but to come," she replied, noticing Yang Ran and playfully inquiring, "Who is this?" "Allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Yang Ran. She is also an artist. Very beautiful, albeit slightly inferior to me," Chi Cece said confidently, lifting her chin and extending her hand forward. Ding. A tribute panel loaded. Name, Chi Cece. Age, 18. Height, 170 cm. Status, single. Appearance, 89. Favorability, 23 points. Wang Xian was taken aback by the high appearance score of this girl. Her oval face and exquisitely carved features exuded an elegant beauty. Moreover, her youth gave her flawless skin that was impeccable, even without makeup, adorned only with a delicate hairpin. How did I not notice this before? Wang Xian pondered, shaking his head. Perhaps it was because she was underage and not within his sphere of consideration. Or perhaps it was the disparity in their statuses. The daughter of Professor Qi, a renowned professor and painter, was not someone he could aspire to reach. Noticing Wang Xian's scrutiny, Chi Cece remained unfazed, playfully tousling a few loose strands of hair and grinning. "You think so too, don't you?" "Ahem. My girlfriend is the most beautiful in the world," he declared, uttering words of flattery and quickly steering the conversation. "Shall we move along? Let us meet your father first. Then we can dine together." "Sure, it's just ahead in Hall 3. This is a national exhibition, and there are many artists present. My father is in Hall 3. While the two before him are big names, Chi Cece explained, eager for Wang Xian to understand. "Who are the first two halls? If time permits, I might pay them a visit," Wang Xian inquired with interest, curious about comparing his own artistic prowess with the two masters. Hall 2 features the foremost artist from the island nation, Miyazaki Katsuhiro, while Hall 1 showcases Zhou Ong, Chi Cece mentioned, aware that Wang Xian would already know of them. He might not be familiar with the island artist, but he had undoubtedly heard of Zhou Ang, who ranked among the top 10 artists in the Dragon Kingdom and was the undisputed king of contemporary surrealism. "Master Zhou?" Before Wang Xian could express his astonishment, Yang Ran gasped, utterly awestruck. If Master Zhou were present, she might just bow down in reverence. His name was as striking as the world's tallest peak. Any artist would yearn for the chance to meet him. Wang Xian nudged his unworldly girlfriend, scoffing, "Ah, you're here to seek mentorship. Don't be so naive. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet him." "Really?" Yang Ran seemed more captivated by the latter part of his statement. "Indeed," Wang Xian sighed, thinking that if Chi Cece weren't present, he might have remarked that it was quite laughable for someone of Master Zhou's stature to be reduced to an exhibition center. Was he not accessible to anyone? "You're truly wonderful," Yang Ran beamed. "As a despicable wealthy person, you might just make Snow White's wishes come true." "Indeed," Chi Cece remarked as she observed the two, feeling a pang of envy, urging them, "Come along. You two should stop chatting. It's rather nauseating." Chapter 26. Seeking a mentor and finding support. After wandering around the exhibition center for a few minutes, the trio arrived at the exhibition hall. Chi Cece kindly placed white safety helmets on the heads of her companions and led them into a small transparent booth nearby. At that moment, Master Qi was not painting. Instead, he was smoking a cigarette. Upon noticing Chi Cece's entrance, he hastily extinguished his cigarette, feigning nonchalance as he greeted her. "Dad, you're sneaking another smoke," Chi Cece remarked, detecting the faint scent of tobacco, her expression a mixture of exasperation and concern. "Just one. Quitting takes time. Don't mention it to your mother," he replied. "All right, but there won't be in next time. I'll keep an eye on you," Chi Cece warned, her small canine teeth peeking out like a beautiful little lioness. "Understood," Master Qi replied with an indifferent expression, turning his gaze toward the door. "Wang Xian, you say you just dropped by, yet you've brought something along. Isn't that a bit formal?" "It's nothing. Consider it a token of appreciation for mentorship." "This is my girlfriend, Yang Ran," Wang Xian said, pulling Yang Ran closer and smiling as he introduced her. "Quite the impressive young lady indeed." Master Qi praised casually, "I have many students. There is no need for formalities and mentorship. You may simply call me Teacher Qi or Professor Qi. Feel free to ask any questions you may have." "Thank you, Teacher Qi," Yang Ran said, somewhat excited, extending her hand respectfully. In modern society, a handshake is the most commonly practiced greeting, even in traditional fields. Many have abandoned the outdated customs of kneeling in reverence. A handshake was equivalent to an acknowledgement of respect. After releasing her hand, Yang Ran respectfully retrieved an oil painting from the box she had brought, preparing to seek guidance. Qi Sisi stood by her side, eager to listen. Wang Xian, however, felt disinterested. At his current level, he had enough knowledge to offer Qi Yuan guidance, so he leaned against the door, watching the scene outside. Outside, workers were busy wrapping up tasks, and the design of Hall Number 3 was becoming apparent. It was a fan-shaped exhibition hall, with each painting consistently spaced and framed under a unified theme, showcasing the meticulous effort put into this event. However, given the current economic climate, very few people were likely to make purchases. Hosting an exhibition primarily served to maintain one's reputation, with the hope of serendipitous sales. As Qi Sisi listened, she began to feel drowsy and turned to Wang Xian, saying, "Once my dad starts talking about art, he can go on for hours. It might take him 2 hours to finish. Would you like to explore with me?" "Good idea, but I need to ask first," Wang Xian replied. Taking a few steps toward Yang Ran and whispering, "I'm taking Sisi out for a bit. You focus on learning." Yang Ran replied, engrossed in her task, paying no attention to Wang Xian. Seeing this, Wang Xian shook his head and took Qi Sisi by the hand, leading her outside the exhibition hall. The event had yet to commence, but the surrounding vendors were already set up, selling everything from replica paintings to art supplies and even chairs. Instinctively, Qi Sisi overlooked these stalls, guiding Wang Xian toward a shop selling dolls. As they approached, Qi Sisi beseeched, "I heard you've come into some money. Can you buy me one?" Wang Xian glanced at the prices and casually asked, "Is your allowance insufficient?" "My dad is stingy. He only gives me a little over 2,000 a month. Here, that wouldn't even cover one doll, especially since they're limited editions. I can't even gather a complete set," Qi Sisi pouted, expressing her frustration. "I'll have a word with your father, if he gives you less." It's easy for those little yellow-haired tricksters to take advantage. A girl as lovely as you shouldn't be shortchanged. Wang Xian comforted her with a pat on the shoulder. Qi Sisi's affection 20 points. Is it really that simple to gain affection with a single remark? Wang Xian pondered as he stepped into the small shop, gazing at the wall full of dolls. "Which one do you fancy? I'll get it for you. We can choose?" Qi Sisi's mood brightened instantly, her eyes sparkling like stars. Qi Sisi's affection 11 points. Qi Sisi's affection reaches 50 points, rebate mode activated. Side quest activated. Spend 100,000 yuan within 1 hour for a reward of 1,000,000 yuan. Alas, Master Qi is quite ineffective in guiding his daughter. It's so easy to win her affection. Perhaps a little yellow-haired trickster could easily charm her away? No, I feel it's my duty to broaden her horizons. Wang Xian mused, waving his hand grandly. No need to select. Package up everything on the wall. That is far too much. Qi Sisi was about to point out the most beautiful doll in the corner, but felt awkward upon hearing Wang Xian's command. "There is plenty of room in your villa." "It'll fit just fine," Wang Xian said, giving the shop owner a knowing glance. Initially thinking it was a joke, the shop owner, seeing Wang Xian's serious demeanor, chuckled. "Indeed, these are all different styles. If you don't buy now, you might miss out." "Oh, all right then." Qi Sisi's affection 12 points. Before long, the shop owner had packed up over 10 boxes of dolls and looked at Wang Xian, asking, "Credit card or cash?" "Credit card." Ding. Spent 140,200 yuan. Triggering double rebate. "Keep it up." Quest completed. Rewards issued. "Not bad," Wang Xian remarked casually, snapping his fingers as he looked at the shop owner. "Ask her for the address. It won't be a problem to deliver it within the next few days. Rest assured, I will personally deliver it if necessary." The shop owner beamed, pleased to encounter such a generous customer. Wang Xian glanced at Qi Sisi, who was clinging to her dolls, then pulled the shop owner aside, quietly inquiring, "Do you know many people around here? Is there something you need?" The shop owner asked eagerly. "I have a task. There's a painting called Building a Snowman in Hall Number 3. If you know anyone, arrange for a few to come by and take a look. Perhaps even compliment it. I can offer 2,000 a day. If you know foreigners, have them pretend to be buyers. The price will be set between 3 to 5,000, and I'll reimburse you." "Absolutely. That's a simple task. I know everyone in the area. Just bring the POS machine over." "Great. If you need anything, just let me know." Meanwhile, Yang Ran was under Master Qi's guidance, creating a small painting. While her skills had not improved drastically, her composition clearly reflected a sense of proportion. Master Qi, holding a palette knife, sketched an outline of a snow-capped mountain on her painting, advising, in realistic painting, it is crucial to highlight the theme. For instance, is the peak of this mountain an improvement over your previous snow mountain? What if it were surrealism? She asked. For that, you'll need to consult Zhou Ong. He'll be coming tomorrow. I'll give him a heads up tonight to guide you. Thank you, teacher. Just then, Wang Xian and Qi Sisi returned. Observing the painting on the easel, Wang Xian lazily remarked, it's about time for dinner. Let us eat and chat. Sounds good. Let us go to Pinhai. And I'll play the gracious host, Master Qi invited with a smile. Then I shall indulge in a hearty meal at your expense. Ah. But this is no free meal. If you find yourself with free time over the next few days, help Sisi out a bit. Let this old man rest for a while, Master Qi chuckled, assigning Wang Xian a task. No need to mention it. I was already planning to help. Chapter 27. Wang Xian. Is this how you play the role of a stooge? The following day, at 9:15, the art exhibition commenced. Yang Ran stood before her painting, eagerly awaiting critiques from discerning connoisseurs. Wang Xian and Master Qi were absent, having indulged in considerable libations the previous evening. They had bonded over drinks and were unlikely to appear in the morning. The exhibition hall was primarily occupied by a few of Master Qi's students, with Qi Sisi attentively overseeing the proceedings. The young lady appeared quite at home in this setting, orchestrating everything with meticulous precision. When guests arrived, she engaged them with her insights on the creative philosophies behind the artworks, showcasing her father's pieces with a wealth of knowledge and a sense of humor that often elicited laughter from the patrons. From a distance, Yang Ren observed, contemplating her own artistic principles. Previously, she had been oblivious to the nuances of an art exhibition, merely associating it with transactions and wrapping paintings for sale. However, it now unfolded before her as something more refined and sophisticated than she had imagined. As time passed, more and more visitors flocked to the exhibition. Notably, a number of wealthy individuals seeking to launder money were also present. They exchanged casual remarks but departed in disappointment upon noticing Qi Sisi's feigned ignorance of their intentions. By 11 o'clock, Yang Ran found herself disheartened, seated and sipping water as no one had paused to admire her work. At that moment, a couple in their 30s, conversing in a regional dialect, remarked, "We visited several exhibitions, and this painting stands out." Hearing their words, Yang Ran sprang to her feet, her heart swelling with pride as she realized they were referring to her artwork. Approaching them with a smile, she asked, "Would you like to hear about the creative philosophy behind this piece?" The couple exchanged bewildered glances, chuckling, "Such an impressive painting, surely it can't be your work?" "Indeed, it is," Yang Ran replied, her posture straightening and her smile brightening. The couple regarded her with astonished admiration, exclaiming, "A master." "Not quite a master. But I'd love to share my journey with you." "Absolutely, we are all ears." Yang Ran engaged them in conversation for a full quarter of an hour before they took their leave, her spirits soaring. Indeed, there were still discerning individuals in the world. With this thought, she scrutinized her painting once more, appreciating the elegant lines that conveyed a clear theme, where the rising sun and snowman harmoniously coexisted, a rare gem. As the first half of the exhibition concluded at 11:30, Yang Ran remained until the afternoon. Without Wang Xian by her side, she settled for a simple boxed meal before returning to her post before the painting. As the afternoon sun warmed the atmosphere, the crowd swelled, and several new visitors arrived to admire the artworks. This time, a group lingered behind her, discussing, "If I could create a painting like this, my life would be complete." It doesn't seem like Master Yang is merely riding on Master Qi's coattails. Her skill is evidently superior. Yang Ran turned sharply at their words. "Do you truly believe so? Could you be the renowned Master Yang?" one inquired. Yang Ran subtly nodded, quickly regaining her composure as she smiled. "I wouldn't call myself a master, but I'd be delighted to share my creative journey." "Then we shall listen intently." The group exchanged glances, eagerly awaiting her narrative. Wang Xian arrived at the exhibition by 3 in the afternoon. Upon entering, he noticed a few individuals surrounding Yang Ran, captivated by her storytelling, and he felt a wave of relief. Rather than approaching directly, he pulled out his phone to capture the moment. Fully aware of Yang Ran's aspirations and determined to document every opportunity. Click, click, click. He snapped several photographs, each radiating confidence, while crouching nearby, waiting for the group to disperse. As time wore on, Yang Ran concluded her discussion, and the lead stooge expressed a hint of regret. "What a pity. If I weren't heading abroad soon, I would have loved to purchase it. Not to worry, my contact information is available at the exhibition. Should you wish to acquire it later, Feel free to reach out, Yang Ran replied with a gentle smile, exuding natural charm and confidence. Absolutely. The stooges left, each wearing similar expressions of reluctance. At that moment, Wang Xian approached, presenting his phone to Yang Ran. Take a look, my captivating lecturer. Yang Ran accepted the phone, opening the gallery to find a series of impeccably captured photographs of herself, each image meticulously framed with flawless proportions. Well done. Keep up the excellent work, she remarked, saving the photos to her cloud storage before planting a kiss on Wang Xian's cheek, filled with warmth. After the kiss, Yang Ran leaned close to Wang Xian's ear and whispered, "Thank you," but they were a bit overzealous in their praise. Wang Xian paused, pretending to be unaware. What do you mean by overzealous? Once or twice is acceptable, but coming here specifically to laud you, it feels rather peculiar, don't you think? Yang Ran maintained her smile, her demeanor lighthearted and joyous rather than reproachful. All right, I was merely concerned about your feelings. Wang Xian scratched his head, his emotions a mix of complexity. At that moment, a blond man approached, speaking in accented English. How much is this painting? Wang Xian furrowed his brow, turning his head to whistle, attempting to mask his inner embarrassment. The blond man blinked in surprise. Can he really tell? This man was the owner of a doll shop, now dressed in a flamboyant manner, reeking of curry-scented perfume and sporting dyed blonde hair to pass as a foreigner. Yang Ran stifled a laugh. Oh, you do realize there are no blondes in curry country, right? Isn't it's supposed to be. He began but quickly covered his mouth, glancing at Wang Xian, revealing his discomfort. Wang Xian waved his hand dismissively. Go on, go on. You can't even act properly, pretending to be foreign just exposes you further. Refund me for the past 2 days. Fine. The doll shop owner scratched his head in reluctance but ultimately acquiesced, transferring the money back. Yang Ran's favorability increased by 2 points. Yang Ran and Oppo's favorability reached 95 points, and Oppo's perfect filter and Oppo's unlocked. Upon hearing the announcement, Wang Xian glanced at Yang Ran, contemplating validating his thoughts. Master Yang, my apologies. Yang Ran began to speak, but Wang Xian and Oppo's expression left her momentarily speechless. Is this what they call beauty in the eyes of the beholder? He appeared taller and more handsome than ever. With her eyes wide open, Yang Ran found herself captivated. Were it not for the exhibition, she might have rushed into his embrace. Instead, she forced herself to look away, murmuring, You should step back for a moment. I need to gather my thoughts." With that, she dashed toward the restroom, unable to steal another glance at Wang Xian. System, is the after effect this intense? Wang Xian paused, mentally communicating with the system. If this creates inconvenience for the host, the perfect filter can be temporarily removed. No need, I'll adapt to it. Understood. Wang Xian nodded, his thoughts drifting. Perhaps in the evening, he could ask Yang Ran to paint his portrait, imagining how beautiful he would appear in her artistic rendition. Chapter 28. Master Zhou's praise and agreement to teach. It took Yang Ran a full half-hour to emerge from the restroom, only to find that Wang Xian had lost the excitement she had earlier displayed. After calming herself, she returned to her painting with measured steps, softly declaring, "This cannot continue. I find myself easily infatuated." "Oh, I assure you," Wang Xian replied earnestly, before adding, "Yesterday, Master Qi mentioned he had greeted Master Zhou. Should we go over and take a look?" "Yes, let us go," Yang Ran said, linking arms with Wang Xian as they headed towards Hall 1. Inside Hall 1, there were few people, and even fewer paintings on display. Only 18 exquisite watercolors brimming with magic and surrealism. Master Zhou sat in a small room, occasionally conversing with several acquaintances. Wang Xian and Yang Ran quietly observed the artwork, not wishing to intrude. Among the pieces, only one titled White Grass was a renowned masterpiece. The others were primarily works by Master Zhou's students. While commendable, they lacked a certain aesthetic depth. Given her current level, Wang Xian could instantly discern the quality of the paintings, shaking her head at one after another, until she finally found some satisfaction in White Grass. She believed this piece reflected her own capabilities, capturing the essence of winter's chill with clarity. Master Zhou noticed Wang Xian's subtle reactions and approached with interest, asking, "What is it? Are you dissatisfied with the previous works, yet pleased with this one?" Wang Xian chuckled lightly and explained, "We were introduced by Master Qi yesterday and came to have a look. My skills are modest, so please don't take offense. I just feel this piece is more simplistic than the others." "Simplistic? Indeed, you strike at the heart of it. You possess a certain skill." Master Zhou replied with a smile. "If you wish for guidance, Feel free to discuss. Wang Xian fell silent, glancing at Yang Ran, who appeared particularly anxious and stammered, I actually wanted to ask how to enhance the essence of surrealism. That depends on your skill level. My level is average. Upon seeing Master Zhou's paintings, she seemed somewhat disheartened, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Wang Xian hastily interjected, actually, it's not bad, like a fine art teacher standard. As for being an art teacher, I recommend simplifying your approach. Start with smaller paintings, eliminating the unnecessary, then enhance the lines appropriately. Come, follow me. Let me assess your talent. Thank you. Yang Ran stuttered, still tense. Wang Xian gently touched her flushed cheek, whispering, do not be intimidated. Master Wang is here. You? Yang Ran chuckled softly, realizing her earlier awkwardness, and hurried to follow Master Zhou. The exhibition typically featured a small room at the back for meetings, and Master Zhou, valuing their presence, led them inside. Before a canvas titled Spring Awakening, which was still incomplete, he invited them to sit. What can you discern from this painting? He inquired. It is beautiful, imbued with meaning. Springtime in full bloom, Yang Ran pondered aloud. Did you not notice that this small painting is unfinished? Master Zhou pressed. Yang Ran shook her head. Well, if it were mine, I would perhaps add a small flower in the corner. But it wouldn't make much of a difference. Master Zhou sighed. Painting requires talent. Essence and talent are intricately linked, and you both are lacking in that regard. He seemed to lose his teaching enthusiasm, rising to leave. Wait, Wang Xian interjected, if I were to complete this painting, would you genuinely teach her for a while? This piece won't suffice, but the next one could, Master Zhou replied with a faint smile, recognizing the opportunity to find a successor. Then let us move on to the next piece. Wang Xian, this time, did not even use a brush, casually dabbing some gray onto a wall, then stepping back. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Master Zhou exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Forget about that one, this is now complete. Wang Xian had swiftly finished the third painting, beckoning to Master Zhou. So soon? He marveled, stepping closer to the canvas and giving a thumbs up. Are you interested in joining my company? You could succeed me in the future. I've achieved financial independence. I'm not keen on a job. Let us discuss teaching instead, as you just promised to instruct her thoroughly. What a pity. Master Zhou mused, gazing at the crystal chandelier above with a hint of melancholy before asking, your skills are commendable. You should be able to teach as well. As the saying goes, those who learn from me thrive. Those who emulate me perish. Each person and Oppo's technique differs, and one must learn from many to carve a unique path. Interesting. Leave your contact information. I will be in the city for an extended period and can teach her everything beyond innate talent, Master Zhou assured them. Thank you. Master Zhou. Thank you. Teacher Zhou, Yang Ran exclaimed, excitedly shaking his hand. Initially feeling disheartened by her lack of innate talent, Yang Ran found solace in Wang Xian's repeated consideration for her, dispelling any jealousy. As a boyfriend, aside from his slight flirtatiousness, Wang Xian was nearly perfect, which brought her immense joy. As night fell, at the Su Su photography studio, Xiang Cao, having concluded a day's work, reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, yawning. Her first role was as the third female lead, and it was evident that future projects would be significantly smoother. Most importantly, with Wang Xian involved. The notoriously temperamental director of the drama group dared not unleash his wrath nor resort to underhanded tactics. Everything felt harmonious. The only downside was the constant watchfulness of Bai Su Su. Taking out her phone, Xiang Cao deliberately evaded Bai Su Su's gaze, messaging Wang Xian. Thank you for the arrangements. President Wang, when you have time, I would like to treat you to a meal. I'm not in Dadsong City at the moment. Wait until I return. By the way, do you have a gift in mind? I can bring you something. A gift? Xiang Cao perked up instantly, hastily typing, any clothes that President Wang likes. I would love. Wang Xian replied with playful enthusiasm. What? Is this the culture of Su Su Media? Chapter 29, De Tua Zhouang. The senior sister is staying after exchanging a few words with Sister Xiang Cao about the film crew. Wang Xian eagerly put his phone away. He glanced back at Yang Ran, who lay on the bed, appearing like a slumbering beauty. Her sleeping posture was exquisite. One leg was bent, revealing her delicate little foot, while the other extended, accentuating her long and slender line. Her face, adorned with long, fluttering eyelashes, was more enchanting than a princess from a fairy tale, and her skin was as fair as that of an elf. However, the unfortunate bangs obscured the clarity of her facial proportions. Wang Xian had always believed she should adopt a more sophisticated short hairstyle, styled with a side part, which would present her with an air of elegance. rather than the current demure appearance. Of course, he respected her choice and had no intention of imposing his will. Wang Xian plopped down on the bed, gently caressing the little sleeping beauty, his mood quite pleasant. Yang Ran was not in a deep slumber. The moment her hair was tousled, she woke up, gazing at Wang Xian with drowsy eyes. I fell asleep again. She seemed exhausted and decided to rest a little longer, assuring him, I won't disturb you. However, he recalled his promise to draw her portrait during their journey and insisted, no, I must get up now. Yawning, Yang Ran sprang up and rushed towards the drawing board. Wang Xian nodded, positioning himself at the edge of the bed, waiting patiently. The sound of the pencil dancing across the paper filled the air, and soon, a sketch was complete. Yang Ran beckoned Wang Xian over. All done. Take a look. Wang Xian stepped lightly towards the drawing board. There, he beheld a portrait that seemed to outshine Tony Leung and far surpassed Louis Koo. It bore a resemblance to Wang Xian, but more so in the essence of the character portrayed. A sense of joy surged within him. Is this what my senior sister will see in the future? He felt a surge of relief, as if his image had finally shed its previous awkwardness, appearing a tad more dignified. Cough, since your drawing today is quite remarkable, I'm inclined to offer you a reward. What gift would you like? You've already given enough. All right then, let us soak in the hot springs to unwind. I didn't bring a swimsuit. They have swimsuits at the hot spring hotel. Not buying one actually works too. How annoying. For 3 consecutive days, Wang Xian led a life devoid of extravagance. Until the art exhibition concluded on a Monday afternoon, he refrained from seeking other interests, choosing instead to devote his time solely to Yang Ran. As for Qi Cici, she was not yet on Wang Xian's radar. He preferred to wait until she matured, provided he didn't offend Master Qi Yuan in the process. As the exhibition center began dismantling the galleries, Wang Xian assisted in packing up the frames, with Yang Ran lending a hand, though she appeared slightly disheartened. Her painting of the snowman had ultimately attracted no attention, and after Wang Xian requested the boss to refund the painting, it had been neglected entirely, carefully removing her artwork. Yang Ran sighed as she placed it into the packing box, unwilling to look at it any longer. At that moment, the esteemed Datua Zhou, whom Wang Xian had invited, feigned a casual visit to Master Qi Yuan and coincidentally wandered near the packing boxes. He casually remarked, Qi Yuan's recent works have shown some promise. After saying this, he pretended to stroll towards a smaller hall to engage in conversation with Qi Yuan. Everything unfolded so naturally that Wang Xian felt at ease. Yang Ran was momentarily stunned, quickly turning her gaze to Zhou, and after a while, she regained her composure. Glancing around, she noticed that aside from her painting atop the packing box, there were no other artworks present. Is Master Zhou not being polite? Yang Ran timidly inquired of Wang Xian. Wang Xian wiped his brow and replied, It's just the two of us here. Who else could he be polite to? That's true. A wave of satisfaction surged within Yang Ran, nearly overwhelming her reason. The praise from the foremost surrealist exceeded the flattery of hundreds of sycophants. No, this was not mere flattery, it was genuine recognition. Observing Yang Ran and Apos' expression, Wang Xian captured the moment with a snap of his phone. People are indeed more beautiful than their paintings. Absolutely. Yang Ran basked in a moment of pride before recalling something and dashed towards the smaller hall. Inside, Qi Yuan and Zhou were engaged in a lively discussion. Upon seeing Yang Ran approach, Zhou smiled and said, Yang Ran, I have seen several of your paintings. You are a passionate artist, reminiscent of my younger self. You flatter me. I dare not compare myself to you, Yang Ran replied, suppressing her excitement with a smile. Well, I am here to inform you that during these days, if you have time, feel free to come to my studio. I can teach you about composition and adding details. Zhou stated earnestly. Really? Thank you, Master, thank you, Teacher Zhou. Upon hearing this, no amount of restraint could contain Yang Ran's exhilaration, and she expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Leaning against the doorway, Wang Xian exhaled in relief. Exchanging a knowing glance with Zhou waved him off, and Wang Xian acquiesced to his small request to refer to himself as Zhou's student, a minor concession that allowed Zhou to play act, given his stature. As long as he did not overact, no one would suspect him. At that moment, Yang Ran seemed to be floating in the air. Wang Xian smiled with contentment, his mind wandering to other matters. It appeared his senior sister would likely be staying in Dahan City for a while. Once she returned, and the house was empty. Whom should he invite over? Teacher Miao was out of the question, as a platonic relationship was not suitable for cohabitation. Bai Susu, as the company's president, could not afford to commute over an hour daily. That would be too much of a time drain, likely only making occasional visits. That left only Sister Xiangcao. But he had yet to reel her in, and he hadn't even presented her with a gift. Thinking of the gift, Wang Xian paused, recalling that his previous system task was to select a present for Teacher Miao. But in this vast Dahan city, what did she truly need? Dahan City, a modernized urban center in the central part of Longhua, was rated as a quasi-first-tier city. However, due to the southward migration of heavy industries, it was not as prosperous as Dadsong City, with its primary industries revolving around the virtual economy. Surely, he could not purchase AI usage rights, could he? Spending 1,000 yuan on 3 items was quite a challenge. Wang Xian pondered, feeling a headache coming on. Closing his eyes, he began to mentally sketch out the layout of Teacher Miao's home, seeking any potential deficiencies. After some reflection, he realized there was indeed one. A photo frame was missing from her desk. With this thought, a smile crept onto Wang Xian's lips as he headed towards the small market outside the exhibition center. Song Yuan Huafu. Miao Shi Yuan spent her weekend in a state of boredom, and Monday continued in the same vein, with only 2 classes scheduled for the morning after lunch. She returned to her community to engage in mindless daydreaming. The television played advertisements in the background as usual, while her eyes remained weary. Devoid of the lively chatter that Wang Xian typically provided, she had become a lone elderly person once more. He should be calling me today. Otherwise, I'll deduct 20 points. Her phone lay on the table. She preferred to wait passively for a call rather than initiate one. Ringing at that moment, her phone chimed. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she answered without checking the caller ID, placing the phone to her ear. Is this Ms. Miao? We are the property management. Your property fee for this year has yet to be paid, and we are here to remind you. Please do not disturb me. I will pay tomorrow. With that, Miao Shi Yuan hung up, returning to her previous state of ennui. Ringing, her phone rang again. Chapter 30. Selecting a gift, consulting advisor Teacher Miao, feeling a surge of anger, abruptly hung up the phone. Yet, in the next moment, regret washed over her. She feared that it might have been that insipid little fellow calling. Hastily, she scoured her contact list. Upon confirming that the contact was indeed Mr. Wang, she instinctively reached for her phone to dial, but hesitated as her finger hovered over the screen. She often found herself in such indecisiveness, lacking any sense of determination. Meanwhile, Wang Xian was taken aback, contemplating Teacher Miao's class schedule, his brow furrowing. Surely, she does not have a class this afternoon? He was uncertain, for the schedule was not set in stone and frequently underwent changes. Glancing at the time, Wang Xian calculated the duration of a lesson and decided to wait another 13 minutes. The small commodities street basked in an uncharacteristically warm afternoon glow. Wang Xian remained still, soaking in the sunlight. The vendors selling assorted trinkets did not rush him. He had recently heard of an intriguing event where a wealthy individual had purchased an entire wall of dolls to elicit a smile from a lady. He too yearned to try his luck. Thus, for the past few days, he had welcomed every customer with extra enthusiasm, knowing that whether they made a purchase or merely browsed, he would not press them. As time trickled by, Wang Xian checked the clock and dialed Teacher Miao's number once more. The phone rang. Her heart, initially dulled by indecision, seemed to bloom again. Seeing the name of that little fellow flash on her screen, she cleared her throat with effort before answering. Hello? Did you miss me? Yes, I certainly did. Very much so, he replied. Have you selected a gift for me? Teacher Miao's voice was soft. Rather than a question, it felt more like playful banter. Not yet. A gift must be chosen with care. I wanted to ask about your preferred colors and styles. Surely it isn't lingerie? You wouldn't know my size. Who says I don't know? As a designer and artist, I can discern such things at a glance, he teased, not holding back. You're still as cheeky as ever. She chuckled. You should know my color preferences. As for style, I tend to favor simplicity and elegance, so do consider that. Understood. I shall prepare a delightful surprise for you, he promised. I look forward to it. We shall talk later. Though Teacher Miao yearned to continue the conversation, she knew it would spoil the ambience for their future meeting, so she stifled her curiosity. Goodbye. Wang Xian hung up, gazing at the myriad of picture frames lining the wall, instructing, please bring me all the 10-inch frames measuring 25 centimeters by 23 centimeters. The vendor hesitated for a moment before responding with a smile. Do you want them all? No, I only want those that embody simplicity and elegance. Please assist me in selecting. Oh, I see. I shall fetch them for you. The vendor felt somewhat let down. This customer was clearly not the extravagant individual he had heard about. Perhaps it was due to the absence of a woman by his side, he mused, as he began to search for the frames within the shop. Soon, over 20 frames were presented before Wang Xian, and he recognized that the shopkeeper was indeed an expert. Each frame met his criteria. Wrap them up, please. How much do I owe you? 400 would be fair. It's quite reasonable. The vendor offered a discount. Very well. Wang Xian nodded and proceeded with the payment. After settling the bill, Wang Xian surveyed the small shop once more and beckoned to the vendor. Do you have any other items suitable for gifts? They must be simple. Plenty to choose from, but if you ask me, cash or clothing would be better gifts. What if the recipient is financially independent? Wang Xian inquired. The vendor, appearing to be in his 30s with a probable family, scratched his head. I've never encountered such a person, let alone think about gifting them something. Forget I said anything. Wang Xian shook his head, carrying the boxes of frames as he turned to leave, leaving the vendor in a state of confusion. Surely, individuals with financial freedom would not patronize my humble shop. The vendor thought, taking a moment to regain his composure with a sip of tea. Just then, the back door of the shop swung open, and a scruffy-haired man strode in without regard for the vendor's permission. The vendor, feeling a twinge of jealousy, asked, Old Wang, are you free today? No. I came with the big spender. What does he wish to purchase? Old Wang, having overheard the conversation, leaned in, eager for details. Is he truly that wealthy? The vendor lamented missing out on a fortune, casting a glance at Old Wang. Want to know? $500 will get you the info. Deal. Old Wang quickly transferred the money, urging, hurry up, we may miss our chance. He intends to gift someone financially independent, asking for suggestions. What else? He also mentioned a preference for simplicity and elegance. That's about it. The vendor was candid, knowing he wouldn't benefit from the transaction and was willing to help Old Wang. I must be destined for wealth, Old Wang exclaimed, his spirits soaring as he dashed out of the shop. Meanwhile, Wang Xian continued his quest for the perfect gift. He scrutinized various stalls, but nothing satisfied him. While he had found gifts that were merely acceptable, he sought perfection. Anything less would not suffice. Ignoring several vendors selling succulents, he arrived at the door of a doll shop, only to find it closed. Just then, he felt a tap on his shoulder. A scruffy-haired man appeared. Brother, looking for a gift? Recognizing the accent, Wang Xian nodded. Yes. You can ask me. In my youth, I mingled with both wealthy heiresses and fresh graduates. I can assist you in selecting the perfect gift. Financial independence? Wang Xian raised an eyebrow, deducing the man's background from his words, but remained unperturbed. Provide me with a proposal within $1,000, and I will pay you a consulting fee. Ah, you're still so generous. Old Wang chuckled. For someone like that, you should consider gifts based on the relationship. If feelings are strong, lingerie or stockings would suffice. If not, something expensive but impractical, like a $1,000 phone case or a pricey bottle opener. That's off topic. 1,000. No. Let us say now it's 600 for 2 items. Our relationship is neither too close nor too distant. Somewhere between friends and lovers. Wang Xian, feeling bold, decided to lay everything bare. Ah, you should have said earlier. Such a connection warrants matching couple S attire or jewelry to show her she matters to you. A revelation struck Wang Xian. He realized he had yet to gift Teacher Miao anything that symbolized their relationship. This was far superior to mere picture frames. That's an excellent suggestion. Lead me to places where I can find such items. As for the consulting fee, Wang Xian pulled out his wallet, tossing a stack of bills toward him. Will this suffice? You're quite generous. Let us go find the best options. Chapter 31, New Century Media, Meeting with Mr. Liu. After spending 2 to 3 hours selecting items, Wang Xian had long exceeded his budget, yet he remained unconcerned. After all, who could discern the brand once the label is torn off? Old Wang followed diligently behind, placing the clothes and accessories into the trunk before wiping his brow and smiling. Boss, let's keep in touch from now on. All right, let's add each other on WeChat. Good. Back at the hotel, Wang Xian lazily took a shower and observed Yang Ran, who was engrossed in her drawings. You should study hard during this period. With 2 masters teaching you, who knows? You might surpass me one day. Though it's difficult to match your talent, I will certainly strive to improve. Yang Ran replied playfully. Yet a hint of sadness flickered across her face. Are you leaving tomorrow? Yes. Wang Xian chose not to elaborate. After all, Yang Ran was already aware of his connections outside. Sometimes, silence was more prudent. Well, tonight will be our last time in Dahan City. Yang Ran then deftly shifted the topic, leaping forward playfully. The following day, early in the morning, Wang Xian escorted Yang Ran to Master Zhouang's studio before departing Dahan City. Once off the highway, he dialed Teacher Miao's number. Hello, I'm on my way home now. Are you at home or at school? Just teasing. I have a class this afternoon. Wait for me to get home. Then I'll find something to do and contact you in the afternoon. Wang Xian kissed the screen reluctantly before finally hanging up. Time was of the essence. He had no intention of seeking out Bai Susu and her friends, but instead drove toward New Century Media in Songbei District, with a 5% stake in the company. It was high time to inquire about his shareholder rights. It was said that the media company had evolved from a television station, but with dwindling viewership. It had shifted its focus to media production. Although the company might not be large, it had numerous acquaintances, which would be beneficial for helping his sister Xiaoxiao realize her dream of stardom. As he pulled into the parking lot beneath the media building, Wang Xian adjusted his attire and polished his shoes before heading toward the entrance. The dilapidated revolving door appeared to have seen better days. With only a side entrance available for access, an elderly security guard, seemingly on the verge of retirement, languidly sipped tea while engrossed in a drama. Entirely oblivious to Wang Xian's arrival, it was only after Wang Xian rapped on the glass that he gained the guard's attention. "Excuse me. Which floor is the general manager's office on?" "What did you say?" The elderly gentleman, stylishly equipped with a Bluetooth headset, removed it to inquire. "I asked which floor the general manager's office is on." "The 9th floor. And who might you be?" "Outsiders must register to go up." The guard finally recalled his professional duties and produced a registration form and a pen. "I'm a company shareholder." "Oh, a shareholder. No need to register then. Use the elevator inside. The one outside is for employees, and the cleaning staff hasn't tea finished yet," the guard kindly warned, putting his headset back on. Seemingly uninterested in missing the plot, Wang Xian chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he proceeded to the elevator. The lax atmosphere of the media company, a remnant of its television station origins, left him feeling uneasy. Perhaps the guard had a penchant to rely on, he mused as he stepped inside the elevator. The elevator had only 3 buttons, with the rest sealed off, suggesting it was primarily for management use. There was no need for a keycard, indicating that those 3 floors were likely reserved for executives. A company filled with leaders, it's hardly a surprise that its prospects seemed bleak. Wang Xian grumbled internally as he pressed the button for the 9th floor. The old elevator creaked ominously, seeming to rattle as it ascended, making the ride unnerving. Upon reaching the 9th floor, he was greeted by a few offices labeled as the General Manager's Office, Finance Department, Human Resources, and various smaller departments. Wang Xian approached the General Manager's door and knocked. "Come in." Receiving permission, he pushed the door open and met the General Manager. Having previously researched, he knew the manager's name was Lu Hao. Foregoing formalities, he greeted, "Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you." "And you are?" "My name is Wang Xian, a new shareholder in the company." "Oh, I remember now. Your name is on the shareholder change document. What can I do for you?" "I'd like to review the shareholder rights and request a paper contract, as I find the electronic version insufficiently secure." Wang Xian replied with a smile. "Certainly. Let me get that for you." Mr. Lu beamed, not immediately retrieving the documents but instead pouring Wang Xian a glass of water and sliding a chair over. "Thank you." Wang Xian accepted the water and sat down, awaiting the documents. With 5 equity, it was neither a substantial nor negligible stake, and since Mr. Lu held a similar share, Wang Xian graciously accepted his hospitality. Before long, Mr. Lu returned with a contract and a document outlining shareholder rights. It seemed he had no secretary. As he found a chair for himself and patiently awaited Wang Xian's inquiries, Wang Xian signed the contract and began reviewing the rights document. Although it was brief, spanning only 2 pages, it contained essential information, notably the right to be informed about all company affairs. The remaining clauses were minor stipulations regarding production progress and investment proposals that could be raised at shareholder meetings, with restrictions against withdrawing investments during significant company undertakings. After a cursory glance, he paused at the last few points and inquired, "It seems I can recommend individuals for the production team." "In theory, yes," Mr. Lu responded ambiguously, leaving the specifics open to interpretation, confident that Wang Xian understood the nuances. "It appears that may not be straightforward." Wang Xian chuckled lightly, not hesitating to ask further. "Is it regarding actors, directors, or investors?" "All of the above. In a production, our company merely invests. We require collaboration from multiple parties. While minor roles are manageable, lead roles are typically predetermined and cannot be altered." "That sounds reasonable. If I were to invest, what is the highest role I could secure?" Wang Xian inquired jovially, mentally calculating his assets. After allocating 2 million for Bai Susu, he estimated he had 5 to 6 million left. As long as it wasn't a money laundering venture, he could consider investing in 1 or 2 productions. With sufficient investment, supporting roles are feasible, lead roles depend on fan reception. Mr. Liu smiled. So, Mr. Wang, are you contemplating an investment? Perhaps in due time. I am still deliberating. Wang Xian replied noncommittally. Then please give me a call when you're ready to invest. I can arrange it at any time. As for roles, I will discuss it with the director as long as it isn't something ludicrous like Aunt Shiman. Very well, Mr. Liu. Shall we dine and discuss this further? Absolutely, let's head down for a meal. During their meal, the two engaged in lively conversation. Mr. Liu was an open and affable individual, aware that Wang Xian was driving and refraining from urging him to drink. Instead, he enjoyed a few drinks while sharing various insider stories and unspoken rules of the industry. Wang Xian listened intently, occasionally asking questions and playfully teasing about some celebrities. Their lunch extended until 2 in the afternoon, after which Wang Xian escorted Mr. Liu back before departing. Chapter 32. Perfect Gifts and Beautiful Rewards. Upon returning to the Tsang Yuan mansion, Wang Xian ascended the stairs and refreshed himself before setting off to visit Teacher Miao, bearing gifts. The doorbell chimed melodiously. Teacher Miao was eager to leap off the sofa to greet him, yet she hesitated, concerned about her image, which rendered her actions somewhat comical. Ultimately, she arrived at the door, albeit wearing mismatched shoes. Wang Xian, however, paid it no mind and immediately enveloped her in a hearty embrace. Ah, such warmth. But first, I must assess the gifts, she declared playfully, allowing him to hold her as she smiled in return. Rest assured, the gifts will certainly please you, Wang Xian replied, releasing her to meet the gaze of the languid little princess. Teacher Miao felt her cheeks flush under his scrutiny and stepped back, turning towards the sofa. Wang Xian, adeptly changing his shoes, approached with 3 large bags of presents, reclining against her lap. Teacher Miao tenderly stroked his hair while unwrapping one of the packages. Inside lay a collection of identical picture frames, elegantly styled, with a few photos of Teacher Miao herself nestled within. These were hastily added by Wang Xian that very evening to enhance their appeal. Quite satisfactory, though I would begrudgingly assign it a mere 60 points, she remarked. A hint of disappointment evident in her tone, as the gift lacked the element of surprise. Had it been wrapped in roses, I would have awarded it an immediate 60 points. What if I do this? Wang Xian suggested, tugging at the wrapping of the gift box, causing rose petals to cascade from within, filling the room with a delicate fragrance. It was not the scent of roses, but rather that of perfume, as each paper petal had been infused, exuding elegance without the risk of decay. Now, it has passed the mark. Would you prefer your reward now? Or shall we await the unveiling of the other 2 gifts? Teacher Miao's caresses grew gentler, her excitement igniting a spark of anticipation in her eyes. Why not receive the reward now and then enjoy more after the other 2 gifts are revealed? She suggested playfully, pinching Wang Xian's cheek with a faint smile. Let us wait until after the unwrappings then. I look forward to a perfect score, he replied, his confidence evident. Teacher Miao's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light as she released her hold on his cheek and opened the remaining gifts. The second box contained 4 garments, 2 couples' outfits, styled in her favored minimalist white, yet adorned with elegant buttons that aligned perfectly with her aesthetic. The third box held 2 silver bangles, each with subtle differences. The male version bore the inscription, Miao Xiwen, I love you, slightly askew yet unmistakably heartfelt. The female version had a blank space, devoid of any engraving. This gift. Perfect score. Teacher Miao exclaimed nonchalantly, picking up the female bracelet. What would you like me to engrave? Does this not count as a reward? Wang Xian inquired nonchalantly. Not at all. This is indeed the reward, Teacher Miao replied, lowering her head to plant a kiss on Wang Xian's lips. The kiss was charged with emotion, devoid of any platonic purity. After a moment, she wiped her lips and smiled. Is this reward acceptable? Oh, what does and appos, acceptable and appos, even mean? It's a perfect score. Wang Xian chuckled, turning to massage her thigh. Ding. Miao Shi Yuan's affection level 7. Task completed. Congratulations. Host has attained mastery in parenting. Mastery in parenting? Wang Xian mused, bemused by the system's increasingly frivolous nature. He had yet to consider intimacy, and here it was parenting. He shrugged it off, acknowledging it would be useful sooner or later. Teacher Miao relished Wang Xian's massage technique, her smile softening as she contemplated what to engrave. Leaning forward, she retrieved a pair of needle-nose pliers from the cabinet and began etching the words, Mr. Wang, make persistent efforts. This served as both encouragement and a reflection of Teacher Miao's hopes. She flipped the bracelet to reveal the inscription to Wang Xian. Wow, the lettering is quite nice, he remarked. He sighed inwardly, wishing he had suggested the engraving sooner, continuing to knead her legs. Teacher Meow flashed a teasing grin. You've brought couples outfits. Why not change into them? No? Wang Xian asked, a flicker of excitement coursing through him. Observing Teacher Meow's earnest demeanor, he took his garments and turned towards his own bedroom. Teacher Meow's apartment featured 4 rooms and 2 living areas, slightly smaller than Wang Xian's rental. Yet she had always reserved one for him. As he exited the main area, she adjusted her golden hair and headed to the bedroom to change into the couple's outfit. Moments later, the two emerged from the bedroom. Wang Xian performed a gentlemanly gesture, bowing to kiss the back of her hand. You look exquisite. Shall the princess grace her subjects with a display of beauty? Let us go, Teacher Meow replied with a light laugh as she made her way to the shoe cabinet. The casual couple's attire clashed with her high heels, prompting her to switch to a pair of white canvas shoes. The high-top sneakers complemented her ensemble, imparting a youthful and vibrant aura. Wang Xian was momentarily captivated, believing Teacher Meow always appeared through a flattering lens, her laziness somehow beautiful. Yet her current vitality electrified his senses. He quickly donned his shoes, linking arms with Teacher Meow as they descended the stairs. A gentle breeze brushed past them, the coolness of the lower level refreshing as they jogged into the sunlight. Few pedestrians roamed the vicinity. The residents of the upscale community were either affluent or elite, and their presence went unnoticed. The only onlookers were a few elderly scavengers from the property management, who would glance up before returning to their quest amidst the refuse. Yet, regardless of the absence of an audience, the pair exuded liveliness, dancing through the quiet afternoon. After meandering through the neighborhood for the entire afternoon, Teacher Meow seemed to exhaust her limited energy. Wang Xian, still holding her hand, inquired, Would you prefer to watch the sunset or join me for dinner? I'm on a diet, but I can watch you eat, Teacher Meow acquiesced, linking her arm with his as they strolled toward the exit of the community. Heading into the sunset, the dining options outside the community were few. Wang Xian, considering Teacher Meow's preferences, opted for hot pot. Even with her reduced appetite, she occasionally picked up her chopsticks, as stir-fried dishes were not suitable. Hot pot was the perfect choice, and a single plate of cucumbers would suffice. Hand in hand, they entered the hot pot restaurant, choosing a private room on the 3rd floor, where they could enjoy a view of the cityscape below. They observed the bustling delivery workers and off-duty laborers navigating the streets, contributing to the city's vibrancy. After a while, Teacher Meow stretched and inquired, Do you have time this week? Another charity event? Wang Xian guessed. As a member of a large family, Teacher Meow had annual obligations to fulfill, with this rescue initiative being a part of it, primarily aimed at bolstering the family's image. Wang Xian had accompanied Teacher Meow to elderly care centers and rehabilitation facilities before, yet he was unaware of the specifics for this occasion. Yes, twice this week. Tomorrow we visit a children's welfare institute, and on Saturday, we'll head to a rescue center for troubled youths. Teacher Meow seemed momentarily dazed, already envisioning the challenges ahead. She had visited once the previous week. It was a dilapidated welfare center filled with troubled youth and children, where communication proved challenging. Teacher Meow had never excelled at communication, which would require Wang Xian's assistance. Wang Xian was the type of person who could engage anyone in conversation, despite his limited social experience. He was adept at charming and pleasing others, even possessing a knack for interacting with children. I take it upon myself to rescue this society. Worry not, Teacher Meow. I shall ensure your image shines brilliantly, illuminating their paths. Chapter 33, The Children's Welfare Institution, a performance with a hint of melancholy on her face. Teacher Meow managed to smile as she handed over her phone. Please take a look at the information first. This time it's rather challenging. Challenging? Wang Xian chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the weight of the word, casually scrolling through the files. The materials were provided by the rescue center and featured various adolescents. Although Wang Xian initially wore a smile, it faded upon seeing the first name, Wu Yifan, aged 12, diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, a leader among children. Noticing Wang Xian's stunned expression, Teacher Meow sighed. Many of these are victims of the Black Sheep Project. The Black Sheep Project was a scheme devised by a once-captured corrupt official, a vendetta against society stemming from his childhood ridicule over his name. After achieving success, he randomly transferred his pain onto others. Each year, he assigned fixed quotas to local officials, instructing them to feign ignorance while recording names, leading to the renaming of newborns. The new names often either mirrored those of celebrities or were mere homophones, like Ji Boozhong or Yang Wei. Wang Xian nodded, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart as he continued to peruse the other profiles, Ma Hua and Wang Xing, each name accompanied by a peculiar family background. After a long pause, he exhaled as the dishes were served. This Saturday, I plan to donate some money. As for the names, I'll inquire at the household registration office next week. If it's possible to change them, I'll consider helping. Indeed, Teacher Miao agreed, sharing his sentiment. Although this was a family-arranged performance, she always earnestly sought to assist these individuals. Even if her methods were occasionally clumsy, she was determined to take action. Wang Xian shook his head vigorously, slapping his pale cheeks to force a smile. Let us not dwell on these somber matters. Let us enjoy our meal. Yes, Teacher Miao echoed, her smile mirroring his as she turned to gaze out the window. Their dinner was marked by silence, with neither uttering a word until they left the gloomy hot pot restaurant, where a flicker of vitality returned to them. Teacher Miao grasped Wang Xian's hand, softly stating, "All right, we are set to rescue them this week. Let us not linger on this. Yes, let us visit the Children's Welfare Institution tomorrow. I want to bring some gifts for the little ones." Wang Xian replied, a faint daze in his eyes, yet a smile gracing his lips. "We can purchase the gifts last minute. They cherish stories more, tales from childhood. I plan to brush up on some tonight. Would you like to join?" Teacher Miao extended an invitation. "Let us go. We'll do it together tonight." Wang Xian firmly held on to Teacher Miao's delicate hand, leading her upstairs. The following day, both lay languidly on the sofa, having indulged in fairy tales until the early hours of the morning, leaving them utterly fatigued by dawn. However, their scheduled time was set for the morning, compelling them to hastily freshen up before descending. Awaiting them at the entrance were the family-appointed driver, photographer, and bodyguards, all standing by. Technically, it was Teacher Miao they were here for. Wang Xian was merely accompanying her. The Children's Welfare Institution was located in the suburbs. Timely arrival was essential. As the driver sped towards the outskirts, anticipation filled the air. The director of the welfare institution had received notice early that morning and awaited their arrival at the dilapidated entrance with eager anticipation. The current climate had worsened. With funding significantly reduced, they barely managed to pay the caretakers. As for other necessities, they relied on contributions from society, prompting the director to scurry about seeking donations. In previous years, things were manageable, but by March of this year, no willing sponsors had come forth. Even this visit was rumored to be merely for show, with the donation amounting to only a few thousand. A few thousand will suffice. Perhaps it could buy some clothing, she mused. Her thoughts centered not on herself, but on the neglected children, who rarely received new garments. Just then, a luxury van smoothly pulled up to the welfare institution's entrance. The director rushed forward, opening the door with enthusiasm. "Please, come in. Welcome to observe our work." The group, flanked by bodyguards, entered, and Teacher Miao exchanged polite handshakes. A photographer captured the moment, while Wang Xian stepped out, surveying the institution. This was a modest facility reminiscent of a defunct kindergarten, with remnants of its former signage still visible. The playground equipment was worn and dilapidated. The sandbox appeared abandoned, and only a seesaw remained seemingly usable. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, indicating a lack of maintenance for quite some time. A two-story building stood on the property. Several small heads peeked through the windows. Wang Xian waved at them, raising a handful of candies from his pocket. The children eagerly waved back, though it was unclear if they were greeting him or the sweets. After a brief introduction, the director politely presented the welfare institution. This facility has been operational for about 3 or 4 years, with only 2 caretakers and a dozen children, all unadopted and struggling. She refrained from elaborating further, but upon mentioning the lack of adoptions, Wang Xian and the others understood the gravity of the situation. Many were the offspring of corrupt officials or criminals, while others were children with congenital disabilities. Teacher Miao looked towards the camera, her expression heavy with concern. "We will do our utmost to assist them. Director Chen, please, lead us upstairs." "Certainly, please follow me," she replied, her movements practiced, exuding an elegance that starkly contrasted with the institution's surroundings. As they ascended to the second floor, Wang Xian was abruptly hit by a musty odor, indicative of prolonged neglect. Venturing further in, the scent of disinfectant wafted through the air, suggesting that the establishment had been hastily cleaned for the occasion, though the overpowering aroma was almost unbearable. Wang Xian coughed, rushing to open a window to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. Teacher Miao's brow furrowed, especially upon witnessing the children forced to adapt to such conditions. Turning to the director, she stated, "Let us discuss this downstairs. The children should come down. This air is not suitable for them." "I'll arrange it," the director replied, signaling to the 2 caretakers waiting at the door to gather the children and bring them downstairs, ensuring a gentle approach. The caretakers, A middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor and a young woman who resembled a Navi college graduate happily summoned the children. Let us go. We're heading downstairs. I want to play on the seesaw. Me too. The children erupted with joy, rushing towards the stairs. Chapter 34, Donations and Storytelling. Descending the stairs, the performance continued, capturing the joyful expressions of children through photography and videography. Naturally, the focus was primarily on those with pleasing appearances, destined for future highlights on social media. Teacher Miao sought to engage with a few children, while Wang Xian discreetly pulled the director aside. Director Chen, may I have your contact information? Are you considering providing financial support? Director Chen, not unattractive and rated a respectable 70 by the system, was still single, making her inquiry subtly loaded. Naturally, I am inclined towards material assistance. Alternatively, I prefer to give funds in exchange for a detailed account. Wang Xian spoke earnestly, exuding an air of authority. Very well. You are welcome to visit at any time. Should I mismanage the funds, you may hold me accountable, Director Chen replied with a smile. Excellent. Allow me to send you a token of goodwill. I will later arrange for repairs to the slide and procure additional equipment. As Wang Xian spoke, he added her on WeChat and transferred 100,000. 100,000? Director Chen appeared momentarily stunned, but her demeanor shifted instantly upon looking at Wang Xian, becoming exceedingly warm. I will certainly provide you with a detailed account, and if you have any concerns regarding kickbacks, you may directly contact the suppliers. That sounds agreeable. Wang Xian nodded, diverting his gaze towards several small boys, their faces marked with colorful bruises. They seemed not to have been beaten but rather to have stumbled. Hiding timidly behind older children, Wang Xian beckoned them. Come here, children, I have candies for you. Each may have a few, but be careful not to indulge too much, as it may lead to cavities. The children's eyes lit up at the sight of sweets, and they eagerly approached. Wang Xian settled beside them, ready to share a story. These children were not photogenic, which would not detract from the shooting. He wished to nurture their self-esteem. I want to hear the story of the little duck. One child piped up. No, I've heard that one. I want to hear the tale of Snow White, another interjected. Cinderella's story, chimed in yet another. Wang Xian chuckled. Let us not rush, one at a time. I shall begin with the story of Snow White. Okay. A little girl, no more than 7 or 8, gazed at him with wide, expectant eyes. Her limited vocabulary made it difficult to comprehend even the storybooks available at the orphanage. She had only heard fragments of this tale. Wang Xian cleared his throat and dramatically tapped the table. Once upon a time, in a village in Europe, the village chief's wife asked the magic mirror. No, it was the queen, the little girl corrected him. Ahem, in our context, the king is akin to the village chief, and the queen is like the village chief's wife. I am merely localizing the story. Sit tight and listen. All right. Wang Xian aimed to infuse some amusement into the narrative. Wishing to avoid monotony, the village chief's wife inquired of the magic mirror, who is the most beautiful woman in the world. I am. The children exclaimed in unison, transforming the story into an interactive performance that delighted Wang Xian. Meanwhile, Teacher Miao appeared slightly less engaged, observing as all the children flocked to Wang Xian. The cameraman paused, awaiting her direction. Come on, let us all take a photo together. Let us not focus solely on appearances. Together, we depict reality. Teacher Miao, intrigued, approached. Instead of sitting down immediately, she listened to Wang Xian's storytelling. The village chief's daughter took a bite of the poisoned apple and fell into a deep sleep. Can you guess what happened next? The prince came. No, it was the son of another village chief. Quickly, a clever child provided the correct answer. Yes, with a kiss. He awakened the chief's daughter from her slumber, and they lived a life without shame. Teacher Miao rubbed her temples, slowly realizing this was a rendition of Snow White's tale. However, this version is rather amusing, she thought, and took a seat beside Wang Xian, mirroring his style as she asked, what other stories would you like to hear? Shall I tell you? Hey, they call me uncle, Wang Xian interjected, poking Teacher Miao's arm in discontent. The oldest of the children was merely in their early teens and should appropriately address her as auntie. But they can't call me Andy, Teacher Miao retorted through clenched teeth. Very well. I shall defer to your preference. Wang Xian typically did not argue, turning his attention back to the children. I want to hear Cinderella. I want the story of the 3 little pigs. The ugly duckling. The children erupted into a cacophony of requests, unable to reach a consensus. Teacher Miao clapped her hands and laughed. All right, let us take turns. Each child shall have their story. Good. Then we shall begin with Cinderella's tale. Once there was a wealthy man's wife who passed away. Before her death, She summoned her only daughter and said, Teacher Meow's storytelling was rather conventional. In fact, one might say it lacked emotion. Fortunately, the children were cooperative, allowing the filming to progress smoothly. The primary goal of this event was indeed the donations. Once Teacher Meow concluded her story, she approached Director Chen with the cash she had brought as a contribution to the orphanage, totaling 80,000. Director Chen was cooperative, posing for a photograph together, signaling the conclusion of this filming session. At that moment, a baby in the nursery on the first floor seemed to awaken, crying and interrupting the final shots. Teacher Meow paused, inquiring, Are there infants here? A couple of days ago, someone found this baby on the street. The police have not yet located the parents, and it was brought in this morning. We are not well versed in caring for infants. We mainly feed them and change their diapers before they are sent off, Director Chen explained earnestly. Teacher Meow nodded slightly and made her way to the nursery. Recognizing the potential for quality footage, she intended to capture a photograph holding the baby for use as a video cover. However, upon entering, she was taken aback. The child emitted a faint odor, not from hunger but from a soiled diaper. She winced, instinctively wanting to abandon the idea of the cover photo. Wang Xian, following closely behind, observed the scene and remarked, It's quite normal. Babies are like that. Yes, Teacher Meow responded, turning to the female caregiver and Director Chen. Let us change the diaper first. I want to take a picture. The caregiver's lips twitched as she had donned her best outfit for the shoot, and getting it soiled would be quite unpleasant. Director Chen, dressed in luxurious attire, also found the prospect daunting, as changing a diaper in a puff-sleeve blouse seemed nearly impossible without getting dirty. Wang Xian sighed, If no one else wants to, I will. With that, he approached the dilapidated baby carriage, unfastened the diaper, and discarded the soiled one into the trash, diligently cleaning the infant. He swiftly replaced it with a fresh diaper within a minute, the entire process fluid and efficient. The baby blinked with wide eyes and soon ceased crying, extending its arms as if seeking to be held. You can do this too? Teacher Meow was astonished. She had known Wang Xian could soothe and feed infants, but was unaware he could change diapers, a rather intimate task, as few would allow just anyone to do so. Wang Xian offered a calm smile. As a man, one must always be prepared. Ugh, you really have no shame. Teacher Meow both scolded and admired him, reaching out to hold the baby. However, just as her hand grazed the baby's head, Wang Xian playfully slapped it away. Chapter 35, The Children and Oppos. Esprit the fontanelle of the infant was likely yet to close, rendering it untouchable. Wang Xian spoke with utmost seriousness. In truth, this knowledge emerged instinctively. Since mastering parenting skills, Wang Xian had accumulated a wealth of common sense. Oh, Teacher Meow rubbed her wrist, feeling a touch aggrieved as she shifted her position. No. Supporting her rear and lower back would provide more comfort. After Wang Xian demonstrated the correct posture, he gently patted the baby's bottom, eliciting a hearty laugh from the little one. You understand this too? Teacher Meow appeared flustered. Meow Xian and Oppos, S affection 5 points. Wang Xian smiled faintly. I possess a vast array of knowledge. I simply lack proficiency in demonstrations. Haha. Teacher Meow cast him a sidelong glance and mimicked his actions, cradling the infant with care. The photographer captured this moment, taking dozens of shots suitable for a cover. The baby, seemingly unbothered by strangers, grabbed Teacher Meow's hair, tugging it with delightful force. Oh, please don't do that. He doesn't understand. It should be like this. Wang Xian approached the infant, spreading his fingers to capture the child's attention. Sure enough, the baby's grip loosened as he imitated Wang Xian, giggling to reveal his toothless gums. Teacher Meow pouted, feeling her role as a mentor undermined. It had always been she teaching Wang Xian, and now the tables had turned. Hey, don't make me look silly. Teacher Meow warned with a hint of vigilance. All right, I shall feign ignorance, Wang Xian replied, making an effort not to glance at the baby as he stepped aside. Upon seeing Wang Xian depart, the infant's clear eyes glazed over with tears, and he began to wail. You come back. Teacher Meow trembled, urgently calling Wang Xian to return. Overwhelmed by the situation, Wang Xian, initially tempted to tease her with a request for help, refrained upon noting the presence of others, and obediently took the baby back to comfort him. The infant seemed to favor Wang Xian, ceasing his cries and merrily waving his small hands. Let us take a few photos of him too. They'll serve as material. Teacher Meow directed. She recognized that Wang Xian excelled in these performative tasks. He was patient and knowledgeable about a myriad of things, skills she felt she could not match. All right. The photographer promptly captured images of Wang Xian. Each photograph was genuine, more vivid than those taken when Teacher Meow held the child. Teacher Meow leaned in to look, instructing, Let us use this one for the cover. As for the identity, he'll be my boyfriend. You can decide the title. Understood. Dinshin, who had been observing the scene, suggested, could you stay a bit longer, perhaps until evening? The responsible officer will come to pick you up then. Wang Xian contemplated declining, but was interrupted by a chorus of cheerful voices. Uncle, we want to hear more stories. Please stay a little longer. Faced with the children's earnest request, Wang Xian could say nothing but chuckled. Very well, I shall accompany you until evening. Teacher Miao glanced at him, her lips curving into a smile. I also plan to stay until evening. Let us have Uncle prepare lunch. His fried sauce noodles are delectable. Yes, we want to eat. Fried sauce noodles? We want fried sauce noodles. The children looked at the dean, their eyes filled with anticipation. Their usual meals were quite simple, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and rice, with meat reserved for festive occasions, which felt rather meager. All right, since we have some funds, let us indulge today. I shall go buy groceries. The dean responded with a smile. We're having meat. I want 2 bowls. Several children were already plotting how they would eat, their spirits high. Wang Xian, holding the infant, refrained from any abrupt movements, merely teasing him before placing him on the bed to crawl. At this age, crawling was essential. Only by mastering it could the infant develop intelligence and coordination. The baby lay on the bed, slowly crawling, saliva trickling from his mouth as he giggled, engaging with Wang Xian. Teacher Miao stood beside him, admiring the man before her. Soon, the sun was high, and noon approached. Dinshin returned with a half-filled cart of fruits, vegetables, noodles, and a large piece of pork. After soothing the infant to sleep, Wang Xian made his way to the kitchen. Chef Wang's class is now in session. Who wants to learn? I want to learn. I want to be Chef Li. I too want to learn. Then I shall be Chef Bai. You all are chefs. I am the culinary deity. There is no deity. We're all chefs. The older children began to squabble over positions, prompting Teacher Miao to intervene. Ultimately, a piece of candy was offered to each child to resolve the dispute. Wang Xian chuckled, igniting the gas stove to bring water to a boil. The noodles required boiling water to prevent sticking. This was also the time for the sauce. He opted for ground meat rather than large chunks. Sought ing it before adding 2 large jars of yellow soybean paste and simmering it with lard. Making the sauce was a laborious task. Wang Xian glanced at Teacher Miao. Would you like to give it a try? Not a problem. Leave it to me. Teacher Miao eagerly joined him in the kitchen. The photographer stood behind, documenting the scene. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the oil danced within the soybean paste, releasing a rich aroma. Wang Xian ignited another burner, starting to scramble eggs. After adding a spoonful to the sauce, he continued to prepare scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Soon, the kitchen was filled with delightful scents, and the children, akin to cats catching a whiff of fish, nearly drooled. At that moment, the large pot of water boiled, and Wang Xian added the noodles, calling outside, Chef Li. Chef Bai, culinary deity, have you learned yet? Yes, I understand now. I can do it too. The older children resumed their playful banter, even squabbling again for reasons unknown. Wang Xian felt a sense of nostalgia. Their antics mirrored his own childhood, where actions lacked rationale. Perhaps this simplicity was the essence of pure heartedness. Wang Xian waved at them. If you continue to fight, I shall cease teaching. Oh. The children halted instantly, akin to chastised students who dared not meet each other's gaze. Wang Xian shook his head at them, adding a spoonful of cold water to the pot, clapping his hands. Call everyone. It's time for dinner. Let us set the table. You all can make amends by arranging it nicely. We're on it. I'll be faster. I can go even quicker. As they nearly clashed again, the children paused, noticing Wang Xian and Appo's watchful gaze, and hurriedly began to set the table and gather chopsticks. Teacher Miao, stirring the sauce, glanced at Wang Xian. You seem to enjoy this place? Yes, it reminds me of my childhood. When my parents first divorced, I visited such places, around your student's age. Were you not raised by your grandfather? Indeed, but after frequent fights, I was advised to return home. They couldn't refuse me. Fortunately, I was adept at winning their affection, and they eventually came to like me. Wang Xian grinned, pulling a comical face, which made Teacher Miao laugh. Though her emotions were complex, the Wang Xian before her resembled YZ from No Longer Human, yet he had forged his own path. Even in times of hardship, he lived with tenacity, bravely confronting the world, striving for self-improvement. Perhaps this was the very trait that captivated Teacher Miao. Chapter 36, Master of Time Management. Wang Xian's day at the welfare home was filled with warmth. Wang Xian narrated stories for an entire afternoon. Feeling a tad weary, he gazed at the vibrant faces before him and helplessly remarked, "Let us save the rest for next time. I'll bring some new tales for you." We want to hear Journey to the West. No, I want to hear Dream of the Red Chamber, the story of Bao Yu. The voice belonged to a little girl who always clutched a worn-out doll, her eyes sparkling with dreams of princesses. Wang Xian contemplated mentioning his disinterest in female-centric narratives, but refrained, smiling instead. But you know, Dream of the Red Chamber will make you cry. Cry? I would never. The girl displayed remarkable fortitude. Very well, I shall narrate it to you next time. Wang Xian affectionately tousled her messy hair, feeling quite content. Teacher Miao turned her wrist to show Wang Xian the time. He glanced at the darkening night sky and nodded, stretching lazily. Dear little princesses and princes, it's time for us to part. Goodbye. The children chorused, waving their hands. Wang Xian skipped over to Teacher Miao, hands clasped behind his back, and said with a grin, "Let us go, my beloved little princess." Thank you. Without you, I wouldn't know how to manage. It's quite challenging. Teacher Miao feigned a delicate demeanor, resembling a fragile little bird. No need for thanks. Just don't deduct my points. Wang Xian linked his arm with hers as they entered the car. Inside, the editor had already begun cutting the video and adding voiceovers. Upon their return, he handed the first version of the video to Teacher Miao. Most of the materials were intended for their social media platform, with some covers destined for headlines to elevate the family's image. Thus, Teacher Miao served as a half-hearted reviewer. After a cursory glance, she shook her head. My on-screen presence is too ostentatious. Not many people will buy that nowadays. Let us cut more of his footage. Understood. The editor promptly began re-editing. Wang Xian, feeling somewhat fatigued, leaned against the car window and drifted into a deep slumber, oblivious to the proceedings. Teacher Miao rested her head on his shoulder, her drowsy eyes losing their luster as her heavy eyelids soon succumbed to sleep. Upon returning to Tsang Yuan Mansion, Wang Xian chose not to visit Teacher Miao's home, knowing they would see each other only thrice a week. Their next meeting was set for Saturday, and he could no longer stay at her place. Once home, he picked up his phone to check messages. To avoid distractions, he had set his phone to silent mode. Now finally having the time to read, there were numerous messages from Bai Susu, mostly regarding payments she had made on his behalf. At the bottom, she wrote, "The drama is wrapping up. Would you like to come see?" Unsure how to respond, he continued scrolling. Next, there was a message from old Guo, adoptive father. "You didn't even say a word upon your return. When will you take me out for abalone, lobster, and hairy crab?" Wang Xian grinned and sent him a red envelope of 5 200 yuan notes. "Keep an eye on it. That should suffice." "Great. Wishing you prosperity and good fortune." Old Guo replied almost instantly, accompanied by a playful emoji. Lastly, there was a message from Sister Xiang Cao, "General Wang, waiting for your return." Wang Xian chuckled softly and replied simply, "Tomorrow, I'll visit the set in the morning." After responding to Sister Xiang Cao, Wang Xian dialed Bai Susu's number. "Hello. I'm back. I'll be going to the set tomorrow. What gift would you like?" "Ah?" Bai Susu exclaimed with delight. "I want you. Go away. I'm not for sale." "Then fine. You've paid for so many pieces of lingerie. I can barely wear them all. I'm just waiting for you to come and admire them." Bai Susu said playfully. "All right. I'll find time to admire them tomorrow. Wear something spirited. MHM. Bai Susu hung up the phone, brimming with anticipation. What she looked forward to most was shopping with Wang Xian. There were many luxury items she had yet to purchase, and she needed this diamond bachelor to foot the bill. At the film set, Sister Xiao Cao read Wang Xian's reply, typed several messages that failed to satisfy her, and eventually settled on a somewhat distant response. "All right, General Wang." Knowing Bai Susu would likely be there tomorrow, she hesitated to ask Wang Xian what she should wear, instead relying on his demeanor for guidance. If he remembered her after spending time with Bai Susu, it would be a rare occurrence. Wang Xian viewed the messages with indifference, lying on his large bed in anticipation of the next day. Of course, he wouldn't forget about Senior Yang Ran either. Watching the clock in his bedroom tick away, he waited until 8 o'clock to dial her number. "Master Yang, how is your study coming along?" "Well, it's okay, but I feel my talent is lacking. Everyone around me is so gifted. It's a little daunting." Yang Ran's voice hinted at her disappointment, clearly feeling disheartened. "Do I possess any talent?" Wang Xian inquired. "Not particularly. If you don't feel inferior beside me, why fear them? You're different. We're a couple, and they're just my seniors." As she spoke, Yang Ran realized something felt off. Indeed, being closer to Wang Xian didn't bring her as much frustration. Why should she feel inferior to her seniors? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Ran smiled. "Thank you for your encouragement. I feel much better. In fact, I've made considerable progress today. I'll surely impress you when we meet again." "Is that so? I look forward to seeing you again, Master Yang." Of course, Master Wang. As they returned to their familiar titles, their conversation took a light-hearted turn and continued for a good half-hour before they finally set their phones down. In a hotel in Dahin City, Yang Ren picked up her paintbrush and began sketching her imagined version of Wang Xian. With each stroke, a figure of a man lying on the bed, phone in hand, began to take shape. The proportions were clear, yet the face did not belong to Wang Xian. It was an idealized version of him. Gazing at her creation, Yang Ren became entranced, feeling inexplicably that Wang Xian appeared more handsome and taller. He truly is handsome. Even more so than this master. With a playful smile, she added a stroke to the face in the painting, the red paint dotting the nose, transforming Wang Xian into a clown. Yes, this feels right. Yang Ran's spirits soared as she began to humorously embellish Wang Xian's face with elements from another realm. Before long, a piece of artwork that blurred the lines of humanity was complete. Yang Ran snapped a photo of her creation and sent it to Wang Xian. Come and appreciate the master's work. Still reclining on his bed, Wang Xian heard his phone ping and quickly opened the message. Gazing at the fantastical painting, he found himself at a loss for words. Should he praise or encourage? The artwork belonged to the realm of magical realism, devoid of a title. Wang Xian guessed it represented Satan, a clownish rendition of the dark figure. As for the object that resembled both a bed and a throne, he couldn't discern its meaning. It seemed to be a product of Gothic hellish artistry. After some deliberation, Wang Xian decided encouragement was in order. The depiction of Satan is quite impressive. Keep up the good work. Haha, I painted you. Wang Xian. In that moment, Wang Xian felt a whirlwind of emotions. The more he looked at the face, the more it resembled him. What more could he say? He could only cherish the woman he had chosen. I find it somewhat dissonant. If you could replace the Gothic bed with a plain card bed, letting scattered cards fill the corners, this painting would be even better. All right, Master Wang, I will strive for that. MHM. Chapter 37. The Pinnacle of Green Tea. Shopping with Bai Susu the following day, the sun had already risen high in the sky by the time Wang Xian finally awoke. After a brief morning routine, he made his way to the studio. On the way, he had contacted Bai Susu in advance, and the young lady was already waiting for him in the parking lot. Dressed conservatively in a simple urban ensemble, she opted for ordinary white sneakers instead of high heels. With one hand clutching a handbag and the other holding a thick stack of white paper, she spotted Wang Xian and Apos' car and jogged over, directing him to a parking spot. As Wang Xian expertly maneuvered the steering wheel and parked the car, he leisurely opened the door. Bai Susu immediately linked her arm with his and handed over the stack of white paper. The content was the script for After Divorce, Please Love Me a Little, of which Wang Xian, as a shareholder, had the right to be informed. He casually glanced at it, but didn't delve into it until they were seated in the studio. Upon reading, he couldn't help but feel the melodrama was a bit excessive. The plot revolved around the female lead and the male protagonist divorcing over trivial matters, only for her to realize his worth amidst various mundane events, leading to a desperate attempt to win him back. The second female lead, the current girlfriend of the male lead, was portrayed as an ethereal figure, exuding a sense of tolerance. Meanwhile, the third female lead, played by Vanilla Sister, embodied the role of a malicious antagonist, scheming to disrupt the love triangle. As Wang Xian absorbed the frustrating narrative, he found himself exasperated. Who is the target audience for this drama? He wondered aloud. Bai Susu, drawing closer, leaned her head on his shoulder with an expression of adoration. Wang Xian scoffed, shaking his head. What about Vanilla Sister? Isn't she here today? Her? There's a reshoot later. And you have no idea how shameless she is in her role as the little green tea, Bai Susu replied, her tone ambiguous, tinged with either admiration or jealousy. Wang Xian was well aware of Vanilla Sister and Apos' ability to embody the character with remarkable finesse. At that moment, Vanilla Sister entered from behind the green curtain. Perhaps in an effort to appear modest, she was dressed rather plainly, yet her green tea essence was unmistakable. In a scene with the female lead, she approached her at a CAF where the latter was sipping a cappuccino. Hey, you must be Hao Chen's shameless ex-wife, she quipped, her words dripping with condescension. The female lead nearly spat her coffee in shock, stuttering, why you're the shameless one. Me? I have my dignity. You two are divorced, so I'm just pursuing him openly. By the way, your nasolabial folds are quite pronounced. Would you like me to recommend some cosmetics? Get lost, or I'll call the police. Even if he doesn't agree to remarry, I will absolutely break you two apart. Wow, you're so fierce. I'm scared. Wang Xian sat on the sofa, utterly astonished by the absurdity of the scene, feeling that this drama was bound to fail spectacularly. Bai Susu nudged his arm, Isn't it fantastic? The pinnacle of green tea. Wang Xian's expression soured, his lips twitching as he struggled to muster a compliment. As the director called for a break, Vanilla's sister returned to her usual demeanor. Glancing down at Bai Susu's seat and spotting Wang Xian. "Mr. Wang, you're here," she exclaimed, hopping off the small stage to approach him. As she drew near, she instinctively moved to sit, only to be halted by Bai Susu's warning glare, so she stood awkwardly instead. Wang Xian waved his hand dismissively, inquiring, "How much longer do we need to shoot today? There are 2 reshoots and 1 behind-the-scenes segment, so we'll likely be here until 3 or 4 in the afternoon." Bai Susu explained without waiting for Vanilla's sister to respond. "All right, Vanilla's sister, I'll pick you up at 4 this afternoon," Wang Xian stated casually. "Okay, Mr. Wang," she replied. Wang Xian then turned to Bai Susu. "Let us go for a stroll and do some shopping." "Shopping?" Upon hearing this, Bai Susu's demeanor brightened, and she eagerly linked her arm with Wang Xian, urging him to stand. As they left, Bai Susu waved at Vanilla's sister. "Goodbye, little green tea." "Goodbye, Bai Zong." Vanilla's sister replied, her expression slightly awkward as she watched them depart. Back at the parking lot, Bai Susu didn't drive herself. Instead, she settled into the passenger seat of Wang Xian's Audi. "Mr. Wang, I also want Dior and luxury items," she said, gazing at him with longing. Wang Xian scrutinized her, opening the panel. Name, Bai Susu. Age, 23. Height, 174 cm. Status, single. Appearance, 87. Favorability, 71 points, with 80 points required to unlock the next task. It seemed today would suffice. Wang Xian thought to himself, leaning in to plant a kiss on her cheek. "All right, what do you wish to buy? I'll cover the bill." "Mr. Wang, you're so generous. Let us go to Zhongxin Plaza," she exclaimed. "Let us go." Half an hour later, they arrived at the second floor of Zhongxin Plaza. The first floor was filled with luxury jewelry, and Bai Susu, wanting to avoid putting Wang Xian in a difficult position, led them directly to the second floor, clearly familiar with the layout. Perhaps in an effort to charm him, she took the initiative to enter a European hosiery store. "Let us start here. I brought a little dress," she said in a teasing tone, her breath adding to her allure. "All right," Wang Xian replied as he accompanied her into the store. This time, the salesperson was Liang Xiaolu. Name, Liang Xiaolu. Age, 26. Height, 173 cm. Status, single. Appearance, 82. Favorability, 11 points. Liang Xiaolu appeared somewhat haggard, as though drained of vitality, but upon seeing Wang Xian, she regained some professionalism and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, please come in." Wang Xian nodded with a smile, this time devoid of eagerness or ignorance, sitting calmly as he observed Bai Susu. "Choose what you like." "Then I want tea, hold back," she said, skipping over to the thin stockings section. Glancing back at Wang Xian with a playful smile, Wang Xian maintained a neutral expression, even bordering on disinterest. Bai Susu shook her head and moved a few steps to the white stockings section, gently caressing the fabric. Wang Xian chuckled softly, unable to hide his fondness. "I'll take these, wrap them all up. I want to try one to check the material," she instructed Liang Xiaolu, who swiftly complied, leading her toward the fitting room. As Bai Susu changed, Liang Xiaolu occasionally stole glances at Wang Xian, reflecting on her own situation with a hint of bitterness. It hadn't even been 3 weeks since she had changed partners. No man was worth trusting. Wang Xian noticed the salesperson's demeanor and let out a scoff. "Your service attitude leaves much to be desired." Liang Xiaolu forced a smile. "I apologize. I've had some personal issues at home, which inevitably seep into my work. I hope you can understand." "Very well, just be mindful next time," Wang Xian replied, reclining lazily on the sofa as he waited. Chapter 38. White Stockings. Shopping with the little lady soon. Bai Susu emerged from the changing room, having chosen a white mini-skirt that accentuated her figure, allowing her long legs, elegantly wrapped in white stockings, to be fully visible to Wang Xian. Wang Xian waved at her, and Bai Susu pretended to be shy as she trotted over, permitting him to appreciate the texture of her stockings. "Not bad. Perhaps we should purchase a few more pairs," he suggested. "I concur," Bai Susu replied, glancing at the sales assistant. "Let us see more styles, the same kind." "Certainly," Liang Xiaolu said with a smile, obediently retrieving the stockings. At that moment, Bai Susu leaned closer to Wang Xian, whispering with a playful laugh. "This sales assistant is quite astute. She just warned me that you are a notorious flirt. Should I take her advice?" "Huh, she means well." "And you repay her kindness with sarcasm. That's rather unethical," Wang Xian teased casually. "How is that sarcasm? You're not a bad person, merely a flirt." Bai Susu responded, planting a quick kiss on his cheek. Affection level of Bai Susu 7 points. Wang Xian found this sudden increase in affection somewhat perplexing, pondering it for a while before yawning in boredom and reclining on the sofa as he admired Bai Susu. She was a little lady who relished being watched. Noticing Wang Xian's gaze, she playfully swayed her hips and spun around, showcasing her beauty. Quite splendid. Even better, madam. Your stockings are ready. Would you prefer cash or card? Before Bai Susu could finish her thought, Liang Xiaolu interrupted. She shot Liang Xiaolu an annoyed glance and replied, "Ask him." "Let us use the card," Wang Xian said casually, swiping it through the POS machine. "My dear lady, don't squander your youth, after all. We do have each other's contact information." "Thank you. Please take care," the sales assistant said as they departed. Having just divorced, it was evident that Liang Xiaolu had not yet moved on. At present, the likelihood of her accepting an invitation from a man seemed minimal. Of course, Wang Xian was merely jesting. Even if she had agreed, he would have regarded her as just another beautiful distraction. As they stepped out of the boutique, Wang Xian awkwardly smiled and pulled Bai Susu along. Watching them leave, Liang Xiaolu scoffed. Men are also insufferable, however. It's never wrong to cherish one's youth. At 26, she was at the pinnacle of her beauty. If she didn't plan for the future now, it would only become more challenging later. "Oh, perhaps I'll think about it in a few days," she mused, her eyes reflecting the beauty of youth and the pain of marriage as she watched the couple fade from view. Meanwhile, the duo made their way to the Dior counter, whereby Susu eagerly entered, disregarding the sales assistant's polite greetings. "Bring me the latest bags and lip gloss." "Of course, please hold on." The sales assistant turned to fetch the items. Wang Xian braced himself for the impending financial drain, observing Bai Susu's shopping finesse, while simultaneously absorbing the nuances of a more affluent shopping experience. Bai Susu clearly knew what she was doing. As the sales assistant donned white gloves to present the bags, she instructed, "Put on a white gown and model it for me. I want to see how it looks." "Certainly," the assistant replied with a smile. Stepping into the changing room, Bai Susu then turned her attention to the new lip gloss, grinning as she said, "Bring me the color swatches. I need to compare them first." Recognizing her expertise, the sales assistant quickly placed the corresponding swatches on the table for Bai Susu to examine. There were also sample shades available for her to try. Bai Susu wiped off her existing lip color with a tissue, touched up her makeup in front of the mirror, and then turned to Wang Xian, asking, "Do I look pretty?" It seems just like before," Wang Xian replied honestly, noting that the color appeared identical to the previous shade. His proficiency in painting allowed him to discern even the slightest variations in color. "Exactly, this is my favorite color. It possesses an elegant beauty," Bai Susu said with a smile. "Wrap these up." Of course. At that moment, the sales assistant emerged from the changing room, nodding at Bai Susu. "Would you like to see how it looks now?" "Yes." "All right." The boutique was spacious, with no obstructions nearby, allowing her to stroll around the counters as if on a fashion runway. The lighting adjusted to enhance the ambience, transforming the scene into a mini catwalk. "Very nice." "Wrap it up," Bai Susu commanded, then turned her gaze to the clothing. Seeing Wang Xian's unchanged expression gave her confidence. She swiftly navigated through various outfits, embarking on an extravagant shopping spree. Wang Xian quietly watched as the little lady changed outfits, realizing that she could have easily enlisted a model. Yet she chose to don the clothes herself to please him. Before him was a quintessential collegiate outfit, exuding youthful exuberance, complemented by Bai Susu's twin ponytails, which lent her a charmingly naive high school aesthetic. Wang Xian adored her ever-changing appearance. It was just a pity that Bai Susu was neither a motion capture artist nor a voice actor. Otherwise, she would have been even more delightful. Suddenly, he thought of Vanilla and decided to buy her a full ensemble. Bai Susu, feeling a twinge of jealousy, playfully shook her fist. "You're all hers for the night. Yet you're still thinking about her? Stop that. Don't talk nonsense." Wang Xian chuckled inwardly, thoroughly pleased with Bai Susu's demeanor. With an exasperated sigh, Bai Susu promptly purchased another outfit, pointing towards the register. "Let us check out." "Sure." Transaction, 460, 320 yuan, double rewards activated, keep going. Bai Susu's affection level 4 points. Yang Ran's affection level reached 80 points. High rewards mode activated. Side quest initiated, spend 500,000 yuan within 1 hour to earn a Maybach S680. A Maybach S680? No, that would be too ostentatious in Donsong City. I'll convert it to cash. Wang Xian was not a brash individual and communicated directly with the system in his mind. Understood, equivalent to 500 yuan in cash. Wang Xian glanced at the smug by Susu, then took out his phone to transfer 200,000 yuan to Director Chen. I'll allow you to spend another 300,000 yuan within the hour, but only for 1 hour. Bai Susu was taken aback, followed by a wave of excitement as she hurriedly exited Dior to shop at Chanel. This time, Bai Susu appeared somewhat frantic, even purchasing a trash can. Her bags piling up around her. Task completed. Rewards dispatched. Congratulations, your savings have reached 10,000 yuan. Host, Wang Xian, age, 22, height, 176 centimeters, physique, 51, wealth, 10,003, for 101 yuan, 1 Audi A6L, 10-year usage rights for Songyuan Huafu Building No. 3, 15th floor. 5 shares in New Century Media. Skills, proficient in painting, adept at childcare. Not bad. Once my assets surpass 100 million, I will ascend to the upper echelons of society. Wang Xian thought joyfully, his gaze towards Bai Susu now tinged with admiration. He beckoned her with a finger, saying, "This noon, make sure to impress me." "Guarantee you," saying Bai Susu began, but then laughed playfully. "All right, I'll show you something fun this afternoon." "Then shall we not, Tari? Let us go," she exclaimed, a gleeful smile lighting her face. Chapter 39, Bringing Vanilla Sister Home One Afternoon. Wang Xian lay on the grand bed, feeling a sense of moral decline wash over him. Bai Susu was simply too adept, a being even more mischievous than a little devil. As he reminisced about the recent pleasures, Wang Xian rose with a sigh to wash up and dress. Bathed in the afternoon sunlight, he glanced at the time and waved at Bai Susu, saying, "Goodbye for now. The evening belongs to Vanilla Sister." That little green tea. Bai Susu bit her lip, contemplating. She could embody many personas, a charming older sister, an aloof goddess, a Yandere, or a little queen, not just a mere green tea. She resolved to savor this forest of possibilities. Wang Xian, with a playful smirk, left the hotel, his words laced with innuendo. Ugh, how annoying. Bai Susu spat in his direction and languidly settled down on the bed for a nap. Most of her energy had been spent on shopping, and fatigue soon enveloped her, lulling her into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Wang Xian was already in the car, en route to the studio. Though their appointment was at 4, he realized he was running late and had to accelerate. Fortunately, the crew was still busy with night scenes, and when he arrived, Vanilla's sister was assisting with makeup. It was her forte, and the leading actress, whom he had just exchanged barbs with, was relishing this moment. Actors, after all, are rivals on stage but often friends off it. They occasionally shared a few words, naturally discussing the script and rehearsing lines. Wang Xian hurried to the side, observing without urging them on. Upon seeing Wang Xian, Vanilla's sister made a shushing gesture and, after finishing the last touches on the leading actress's eye makeup, pulled her out of the makeup room. The so-called makeup room was merely a transparent tent, and their comings and goings were nearly simultaneous. Perhaps it was a rule of the crew that chatting was prohibited in the makeup area. Even outside, Vanilla's sister kept her voice low, cautioning, "Don't speak carelessly. They need to rehearse for the night scenes without distraction." "Understood," Wang Xian replied, leading her outside. It was only after they exited the studio that he raised his voice. "Is it all right now?" Vanilla's sister nodded obediently. Wang Xian then approached the car, retrieving a stylish school uniform. "Do you like this gift?" "I like it as long as you do," Vanilla's sister replied sweetly, her demeanor charming. "Excellent. Come home with me tonight. I want the little devil." Wang Xian grinned, making his request. "Is it like this? Or like that?" Vanilla's sister instantly shifted between two expressions, one alluring and enchanting, captivating all who gazed upon her, and the other mischievous, suggesting a playful disregard for propriety. "Both are fine. We'll explore them tonight. I plan to grab some food on the way. What do you fancy?" "Something to pair with drinks. A bit of wine adds to the ambience," Vanilla's sister replied, maintaining her playful attitude and playfully poking Wang Xian, reminiscent of a little devil teasing her prey. "Perfect. I feel like enjoying a good drink today." Wang Xian opened the passenger door for her. He quickly hopped in, pressing the accelerator towards home, eager to avoid the impending rush hour traffic that would ruin the mood. On the way, Wang Xian picked up some duck delicacies, grilled fish, and peanuts as appetizers, along with a bottle of expensive Mount to take home. Upon arriving upstairs, Vanilla's sister paused in astonishment as she opened the door. The grand hall dwarfed her streaming studio by countless times. If one included the surrounding bedrooms, it was easily around 400 square meters. Suppressing her awe, she smiled broadly. "Brother, Which room do you plan to reserve for me? The first room on the left is for my senior. The second is to be transformed into an art studio. And the rest are yours to choose from. Senior? Vanilla's sister covered her mouth, suppressing a laugh, before finally declaring, then I want the first room on the right. Facing hers. Is this the choice of the little devil or yours? Wang Xian felt a tinge of mischief in her words. Seeing a rival every time he opened the door was rather unkind. However, if it was indeed the little devil's choice, it was inconsequential. They could switch rooms after tomorrow. Vanilla's sister instantly understood, mischievously responding, little devil. That and Appos. Settled then. Let and Appos eat before the food gets cold. Wang Xian placed the bags on the table, smiling. Vanilla's sister reached out to help, popping open the bottle of Maotai and pouring a glass for herself and Wang Xian. The house was filled with small cups, and having a few drinks was manageable for Wang Xian. After taking a sip of the white liquor, Wang Xian grimaced slightly before taking a bite of food to quell the burning sensation. Vanilla's sister giggled and handed him her glass. Brother, let's toast. You know me well. Wang Xian intertwined his wrist with hers, drinking down the offered liquor. The flavor underwent a subtle transformation. No, perhaps it was not the taste that had changed, but rather the state of mind. White liquor is typically fiery, but it embodies an intangible value that transcends the mere act of drinking. Decades of tradition. The branding efforts of influential figures, the collective acclaim from the masses, and the essence of power all coalesce within that bottle. Valued at over 3,000. The price was not merely for the contents, but for the extensive legacy it represented, compelling one to willingly part with their money. Wang Xian savored the liquor, contemplating its worth, his eyes shimmering with newfound insight. Vanilla's sister choked a bit but refused to spit out the liquor, forcing herself to swallow. Tears welling in her eyes as she laughed. Brother, it's quite spicy. Wang Xian retrieved a six-pack of Sprite from under the table, offering it to her. Rinse your mouth. Let and Appos continue. Vanilla's sister accepted the Sprite, initially attempting to mimic a green tea girl struggling to open the cap, but the discomfort in her mouth compelled her to twist it open with effort. After a sip, her breath eased, and she unconsciously leaned closer to Wang Xian, gradually moving into his embrace to serve him food. Wang Xian savored the grilled fish she presented, allowing himself to be enveloped by her warmth. Time drifted away at the dining table, and after consuming most of the bottle, Wang Xian felt a bit dazed. He lay back on the sofa, gazing at Vanilla's sister with a dreamy expression. Little devil. Vanilla's sister, too, had indulged and felt a bit hazy, resting her head in Wang Xian's lap. Her eyes vacant yet sporting a playful expression. Her every smile and frown mirrored those of characters from dramas or films. Her professional demeanor transcended the effects of alcohol. Wang Xian shook his head to clear his mind, finally focusing on the enchanting figure before him, smiling as he said, I find this mischievous side quite appealing. You take the lead. All right. The following day, Wang Xian didn't awaken until noon, still feeling somewhat groggy, though clarity gradually returned. As he donned the scattered garments, he glanced at the unclothed Vanilla's sister, choosing not to disturb her slumber and instead proceeded to the bathroom to wash up. A gentle breeze brushed past, causing Vanilla's sister to stir awake, and in her dazed state, she caught sight of Wang Xian's physique. His abdominal muscles were distinctly defined, his chest robust and powerful, and even the lines of his arms possessed an artistic grace. Why do I feel like I'm the one taking advantage here? Vanilla's sister pouted, pulling the summer blanket closer as she admired Wang Xian washing up. Favorability with Mu Yin 1 point. Favorability with Mu Yin 1 point. Chapter 40. Switching to the cool senior sister, marvelous. Ding. Mu Yan's favorability has reached 80 points. High reward mode activated. Side quest initiated. Spend 2,000,000 yuan before midnight. Reward, 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom. Cash out 9,000,000 upon completion of the task. Uffed. Wang Xian spat out mouthwash. Glancing sideways at the sofa as he listened to the task, he noticed Vanilla's sister staring at him like a lovesick fool. And he froze for a moment before hurriedly closing the bathroom door. However, reconsidering, he reopened it, pretending nothing was amiss as he continued brushing his teeth. The duration of the task was ample, and spending 2 million was merely a trivial matter for Wang Xian at this point. Seeing that Wang Xian was unfazed, Vanilla's sister rushed into the bathroom, ready to wash up alongside him. Before a relationship, most normal couples would feel shy. However, post-relationship, they would act with confidence. She even used Wang Xian's toothbrush. After washing up, Vanilla's sister leaned in close to Wang Xian's ear and whispered, Today, I am entirely yours. What kind of me do you desire? A cool older sister? A Yandere? A queen? Or a pure and innocent junior sister? Perhaps a pure and innocent senior sister. Wearing the gift I gave you. The senior sister was indeed very aloof, so you must pursue her. Vanilla's sister switched to a mature tone. Her mature voice was unlike the seductive charm of Bai Susu. It resembled a melting iceberg teasing her beloved. Hiss. Wang Xian felt a tingling sensation in his lower back. She was truly enchanting, utterly irresistible. Hurry, I can hardly wait. All right. Vanilla's sister smiled and playfully pushed Wang Xian out. Wang Xian was not annoyed. He casually sat on the sofa, awaiting a miracle. After a brief moment, the college-style beauty emerged from the bedroom. To achieve the cool demeanor, Vanilla's sister had tied her hair into a high ponytail and applied a light, cool-toned makeup. With her hands behind her back and chin slightly raised, she resembled a character straight out of a manga. Noticing Wang Xian's gaze, she maintained a detached expression, exuding an air of superiority. Humph, man, with your demeanor, you could likely attract a horde of sycophants, or rather, quality men vying for your attention. Wang Xian was no sycophant. He simply lifted his cup, admiring Vanilla's sister as she played the cool persona within the room. Seeing that Wang Xian remained unmoved, she hesitated to switch styles, casually picking up a book from the shelf to read. To maintain an air of sophistication, the books on the bedroom shelf were classics such as No Longer Human, Snow Country, and 100 Years of Solitude. Vanilla's sister held 100 Years of Solitude, but her interest waned as she struggled to comprehend the multitude of names within its pages. Noticing her disinterest, Wang Xian approached her side, picking up No Longer Human and leaning against her. Vanilla's sister seemed to get into character, huffing, "Do not attempt to approach me. Your breath reeks of alcohol and disgusts me." Wang Xian abruptly turned, propping himself against the wall, executing a professional wall slam. With one hand, he gently lifted her chin, declaring, "Woman, your scent, however, captivates me." He spoke with an artistic flair, lacking any teasing intent, more akin to a poetic actor. Alas, still not elegant enough. Oh, I shall accept your worship next time. Vanilla's sister gracefully stepped away from Wang Xian's embrace and proceeded forward elegantly. Cut. Wang Xian imitated a director's command. Vanilla's sister instantly reverted to her original self, all elegance and intellect evaporating as she cheerfully inquired, "How was that?" "Very good. Therefore, I plan to offer you an even greater opportunity. This afternoon, we shall visit New Century Media. I do not mind investing if there is a suitable role." "Really?" Vanilla's sister's eyes lit up, but in the next moment, she appeared conflicted. "However, President Bai does not allow me to accept roles privately. Just let her know. After all, the company currently has no new dramas, and you need to maintain your exposure." "Thank you. No, thank you, dear husband." Vanilla's sister hesitantly closed the distance with her words. Pondering, should I change my clothes? Yes, change back to the previous outfit. This one is for my appreciation. Wang Xian asserted possessively. Vanilla's sister nodded and turned to change. Wang Xian also donned a more formal outfit, briefly informing Bai Susu of the situation before dialing the phone of General Manager Liu from New Century Media. "Hello, Manager Liu. I am considering investing in your projects. Whether it be web series or short dramas, are there any significant female roles available?" "Ah, I haven't had a chance to check in these past couple of days. Please hold on a moment." The call did not disconnect, and the sound of footsteps and rummaging echoed in the background. After a while, Manager Liu seemed to have found something, clearing his throat. "Well, I looked it over. There are a few vicious female supporting roles. Would that work for you?" Vicious supporting roles. Nowadays, protagonists are largely stereotyped. It's difficult to portray good characters, while villains can shine, such as Minister Qi and Gao Xiaoqin from In the Name of the People, or Gao Qiqiang from Crazy. These are all supporting roles. Do you have such standout characters? Wang Xian was familiar with these roles, but doubted New Century Media's ability to produce them. Nevertheless, if they could create a character arc, even if it lacked brilliance, gaining some popularity would still be feasible. Manager Liu, being quite pragmatic, hesitated to make promises, merely stating the reality. What price range would such roles be available for? If I do not invest, how much would it simply cost to purchase? Wang Xian had a task at hand and could not invest. Purchase? If you don't require payment for the role, it would be fine. So long as the actress is decent looking, the director would definitely not refuse. What if I wanted to increase my role? Reasonable additions could range from tens to hundreds of thousands. If you chat with the director, he would likely agree. How about this? Come over, and I will negotiate for you. Manager Liu remained as generous as ever. All right, if this deal goes through, I will send you 2 boxes of Wuliangye for you to enjoy. That sounds wonderful. Vanilla Sister listened nearby, regarding Wang Xian with newfound admiration. She was merely a small broadcaster at the company, yet unexpectedly, after just a few days with Wang Xian, he was achieving such significant progress. This was New Century Media. And the web series they invested in might even air on television, a scale incomparable to Susu Media. As Wang Xian ended the call, she embraced him from behind, whispering, "You are truly remarkable. The future star, your potential is undeniable. The most crucial aspect now is exposure, and I am merely providing a platform for you. Providing a platform incurs expenses as well, you know. Wait until I truly become a star, and I will repay you." Vanilla Sister intended to express a deeper commitment but felt unworthy, ultimately settling on the idea of repayment. "I await your recompense." Wang Xian chuckled as he freed himself from her embrace, gesturing for her to proceed. "Let us go. They are waiting for us." And the esteemed director is in need of a beautiful, vicious supporting role. Sigh, I genuinely wish to portray a good person, yet alas, I possess the visage of a wicked supporting character. Woe is me. Vanilla Sister dramatically feigned despair, tiptoeing toward the door. Chapter 41. The female lead auditions and signs the contract at the New Century Media building. Two individuals were personally welcomed by General Manager Liu, accompanied by two directors with a somewhat artistic flair. They appeared to be rather enthusiastic upon encountering Wang Xian. General Manager Liu introduced them. This is Director Zhang Xiaojiang. Known for his youth romance films, with many notable works, including Farewell to Winter, Wang Xian stepped forward, warmly shaking hands and exclaiming, "Hello, Director Zhang. I look forward to your guidance." And this is Director Wang Hao, who oversees our company's short dramas. Recent hits such as Love Ends and A Tragic Song 2 and The Ordinary Song, I Am Not an Ordinary Person were directed by him. Hello, Director Wang. I look forward to your guidance as well. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they were ushered by General Manager Liu to a banquet table within the company. Following a few drinks, they transitioned from strangers to acquaintances. Director Zhang raised his glass, suggesting, "Wang, rest assured, when it comes to talent, feel free to choose at your leisure." Excited, the young actress, Xiang Cao, inquired, "Don't we need to assess acting skills?" "Acting skills? Among friends, that hardly matters." Director Zhang chuckled, taking a sip of his drink. Director Wang, undeterred, chimed in, "With your looks, you would undoubtedly be the lead in any short drama. In fact, I have a project that requires a female lead." "Female lead?" Xiang Cao was momentarily flustered, eagerly pressing, "What is it? I can handle anything. Have you seen My Uncle Yulu? It's an adaptation with a twist, featuring a gold digger as the protagonist, but she truly shines." "Really? Can I audition shortly?" Xiang Cao asked, her excitement palpable. "Sure, after dinner. I'll take you to the studio so you can witness professionalism firsthand," Director Wang replied with a smile, raising his glass. Xiang Cao, filled with trepidation, also raised her glass and downed her drink in one go. After a meal, everyone was inebriated. Wang Xian, having consumed little, was merely tipsy and regained his composure after downing half a bottle of yogurt, following the two directors to the studio. Xiang Cao's cheeks were flushed, and she was quite inebriated, with Wang Xian supporting her to prevent her from falling. However, upon reaching the studio, she seemed to have an epiphany, as if her consciousness had triumphed over the alcohol, and began to peruse the script, occasionally reciting the challenging lines, embodying an admirable dedication to her craft. Director Wang appeared equally professional, settling onto a sofa with a clapboard in hand as soon as they arrived at the studio. "Goodness, are you all actors?" Wang Xian glanced at General Manager Liu, who, after consuming more than a bottle, seemed utterly lost. Wang Xian guided him to the crew's sofa, ensuring he was covered with a blanket. As a sincere person deserved such care. Director Wang observed the slumbering Liu with an unchanging smile and instructed, "Xiang Cao, prepare yourself. Let us try a scene." "All right." Though slightly swaying, Xiang Cao expertly flipped through the script. Many short dramas comprised of empty shots, with minimal dialogue, primarily focused on conveying emotions. Soon enough, she was ready emotionally. The first scene depicted her receiving a letter from the male lead, boasting about his fortune at sea, basking in glory before her family. This required a portrayal of a small-minded woman, setting the stage for the ensuing contrast. Without any co-actors, she positioned herself at the large table and commenced her performance. "Mother, stop making excuses for your selfishness. I will not marry. Little Jean has struck gold at sea, and I shall go to London to become a wealthy lady." In her expression, Xiang Cao revealed a sense of a small person rising, casually seated while holding an unwritten letter. Director Wang watched intently, and Wang Xian leaned closer, puzzled. How can one perform alone? One person can play multiple roles. Just observe. If the looks are there, someone will pay for it. Few care about acting skills. Director Wang casually replied, signaling to Xiang Cao, indicating the next scene. Xiang Cao understood immediately, switching to the Mother S role, her voice transforming. That little rascal, Jean, is nothing but a fraud. Then she transitioned back to herself. No, he has always been sincere. If you don't believe me, let us go find him on the ship. He will surely be waiting for me in a crisp suit. You foolish girl, always rambling. She mimicked the mother, touching her forehead, then resumed examining the letter. Good, Director Wang sincerely exclaimed. Her ability to switch emotions and expressions far exceeded his expectations. Glancing at Wang Xian, he remarked. With such acting and looks, if you invest, it's sure to yield great returns. Invest? How much does Director Wang require? 100 to 80,000 for the set will suffice. You need not worry about labor costs. The company will handle that, and we'll split the profits 50-50. That sounds reasonable. I'll transfer the funds to the company shortly, and we'll sign the contract. Wang Xian responded casually, as that amount was trivial to him. Director Wang was momentarily taken aback but quickly laughed. Mr. Wang, you are indeed generous. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Observing this exchange, Director Zhang added, I am preparing to film a romance themed around tomb raiding. I, too, am in need of funds. I am not looking to invest in that. I plan to allocate some money to secure a second female lead for Xiang Cao, Wang Xian replied nonchalantly. The conviviality at the table was merely a facade. Without General Manager Liu as the mediator, it was time for the true intentions to surface. Even Liu's drunkenness could have been a ploy for Wang Xian to handle the negotiations himself. Understanding the adult world, Wang Xian shed the pretense of pleasantries and unnecessary sentiment. Let us be frank. I'll provide 400,000 to enhance her role, making it comparable to the lead. What do you think? 200,000. Director Zhang, I am not oblivious to the workings of this industry. I have other media companies under my name. A little leniency would be appreciated. Wang Xian maintained a smile but had begun to distance himself slightly. Then it settled at 200,000, a friend's price. I'll arrange it. Director Zhang showed no intention of negotiating further, wearing a forced smile filled with insincerity. Wake Liu up. Let us go to his office to sign the contract. Wang Xian glanced at Liu, his expression devoid of emotion. Seemingly roused by the commotion, Liu murmured, Who called me? I apologize for the drunkenness. Wang Xian shook his head and assisted the apparently inebriated man. During the contract signing process, Liu dropped the facade, quickly producing the prepared documents for the others to sign. After Wang Xian affixed his signature, he turned to leave with Xiang Cao. I had initially planned to take you shopping, but I'll save that for the two directors. Wang Xian yawned, lifting Xiang Cao onto his back. Honey, you are the best. Xiang Cao, still in a daze, gazed adoringly at Wang Xian, nuzzling against his ear. Chapter 42. Bedtime Stories and Breakfast. Upon returning home, Wang Xian still bore the marks of teeth on his ear. After carelessly depositing the inebriated sister Xiang Cao onto the sofa, he took a seat at the edge of the bed, gazing at the night sky. As the workday concluded, the street below was alive with the incessant flow of vehicles, and pedestrians scurried about like ants weaving through the traffic. With keen interest, Wang Xian observed the scene, retrieving his brush to sketch the nocturnal landscape that resided in his mind. Approximately 2 hours later, Xiao Cao woke, parched, her head throbbing. Instinctively, she sought water. Hearing the commotion, Wang Xian glanced back at her and fetched a cup, handing it to her. With a satisfying gulp, she drank deeply, subsequently slumping back onto the sofa, gradually regaining her senses, akin to an old computer rebooting. After a considerable pause, she remarked, It seems I am destined to become the leading lady. Yes, my future star. He replied, Thank you. Xiang Cao gazed at Wang Xian with an almost dreamy expression, shyly adding, Could you remove your shirt? I wish to see. Go on, go on. After drinking so much, you still wish to tease? Hurry and rest. I, too, need to retire early. Tomorrow holds significant affairs. Are you off to Africa to rescue penguins? Or perhaps to Antarctica to save polar bears? She teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Neither. I am headed to the shelter to make a donation. Upon hearing this, Xiang Cao's demeanor shifted to one of solemn respect, and her playful banter ceased. Hesitating, she inquired, May I join you? Unfortunately not. Bai Susu mentioned that your scenes will be res hot tomorrow, and there can be no delays. Xiang Cao pouted, her expression one of helplessness. Bai's authority loomed over her like a great mountain, necessitating approval for every endeavor. She sincerely wished to be Wang Xian's employee. When will you acquire our Susu Media, Mr. Wang? The children are suffering, she lamented, feigning innocence. Ahem, I am not in the mood for innocent little green teas today. I prefer the charming neighborly sister. I wish to hear a bedtime story. Noting that Xiang Cao was in good spirits, Wang Xian issued a task. What would you like to hear? Xiang Cao rose unsteadily and wandered toward the bookshelf in the hall, seemingly in search of an appropriate bedtime tale. However, in an effort to maintain an air of sophistication, Wang Xian had not placed any such books there. The only suitable option for a nighttime story was Journey to the West. Mr. Wang, I believe before she could finish, Wang Xian handed her his phone, deftly opening the Tomato novel app. Let us go with this one. Godly rich, after gaining wealth, that Sundra's senior sister embraces me. Read it slowly. I wish to learn from you. Certainly, little brother. Xiang Cao transformed into a gentle and nurturing neighborly sister, smiling as she accepted the phone and began reading with heartfelt emotion. Wang Xian reclined on the sofa, using her lap as a pillow, and soon drifted into slumber. The following day, Wang Xian awoke, only to find that the leg he had been resting on had been replaced by a pillow. Xiang Cao lay nestled in his arms, sleeping peacefully like a well-behaved kitten. The sky was still dim, and Wang Xian chose not to disturb this tranquility, rising quietly without waking her. Glancing at the European-style wall clock in the living room, he tiptoed to the bathroom and dialed Teacher Miao's number. Hello, what time shall we meet? Let us have breakfast first. Do you want to join? I'm craving the tofu pudding and fried dough sticks from downstairs, Miao replied, her voice laced with yawns, revealing an underlying fatigue. Sure, I do like that. See you downstairs, Wang Xian said before hanging up. He swiftly wrote a note on the table and changed his clothes before departing. Downstairs. Teacher Miao stood waiting in front of building number 3. Having casually conversed with Wang Xian before, she naturally awaited his arrival. Spotting her, Wang Xian waved. Let us go. It's my treat. All right. With a smile, Miao took Wang Xian's hand, guiding him outside the community. 2 tall and sturdy bodyguards trailed closely behind, a precaution due to the potential dangers of their destination. As they chatted amiably, they arrived at the breakfast stall, just as the owner was beginning to fry dough sticks. Casting a casual glance at the two, he inquired, Well, what would you like? Eat here or take away? Here, please. 10 dough sticks for bowls of tofu pudding. With extra chili and cilantro. All right, wait a moment. The owner, with a neutral expression, instructed his simple-minded son to assist with the tofu pudding while he handled the fried dough sticks. Wang Xian expertly selected a cozy spot, ensuring some space for the bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards took their seats across from them, silently awaiting their order. Soon, the food was ready. Wang Xian placed the first bowl in front of Teacher Miao, casually retrieving disposable spoons and chopsticks to place beside her bowl. How considerate as always, Miao remarked, stretching before stirring her tofu pudding and devouring it heartily. Wang Xian also ate with enthusiasm. They needed to finish quickly as they had a long day ahead. Midway through their meal, Miao's expression turned serious. Today might present some challenges. I heard there was a suicide incident yesterday. We need to provide psychological counseling. Sighing, Wang Xian reflected. That place is bound to have such issues. The oppressive environment is enough to drive anyone to despair. He had reviewed the materials and was aware of the children's backgrounds. The staff at the shelter were few, often older children supervising the younger ones. And those in charge were merely adolescents themselves. Granting them authority often rendered the other children's lives unbearable. Yet, hiring professional caregivers was costly, and few were willing to fund such seemingly futile endeavors amid the current economic crisis. Miao fixed her gaze on Wang Xian. I recall you worked as a part-time psychological counselor while handling logistics at the school. Ahem, that was merely to satisfy inspections. The school was reluctant to hire additional counselors and insisted I take on the role. Wang Xian recalled many unpleasant memories. Previously, he had served as the vice captain of the Paw Patrol, but ended up managing logistics, which led to him juggling repairs along with his studies during his 3rd year. Fortunately, the Art Academy had few cases of mental illness, sparing him from the burden of dealing with trivial complaints. Miao took a bite of her tofu pudding, chuckling. I remember you have certification. Surely, you possess genuine skills, right, handsome? Primarily, it's about listening and offering suggestions. There is not much to learn. As for the certification, it was issued by the school. Wang Xian chuckled awkwardly, gulping down the tofu pudding without even chewing. Chapter 43, The Evil of the Rescue Center. After a modest breakfast, the photography team, apart from the bodyguards, arrived. It was the same group as before. Observing Teacher Miao as she awaited instructions. I will send you the materials first. Be mindful of what to capture and what to avoid, I advised. No problem. The photographer nodded, glancing at the additional documents in WeChat. The materials distinguish the children of corrupt officials from those of traffickers, primarily highlighting a few children of notable beauty. The age-old tactic of selecting subjects based on their appearance proved to be alluring. The bodyguards perused the information with expressions of indifference, as if they had grown accustomed to such individuals and incidents. Wang Xian, having seen the materials in advance, quietly awaited nearby. Soon, the group conducted a brief analysis of the shooting requirements and consulted Teacher Miao. We are ready. We can let Supervisor Xin coordinate when the time comes. Supervisor Xin was the head of the rescue center and their point of contact for this occasion, evidently reluctant to exert themselves. All right, let us depart now. It's a bit far, and we might even capture their breakfast, Teacher Miao remarked, linking her arm with Wang Xian as they boarded the vehicle. The photography team opted for a different car, trailing behind. Nearly 2 hours later, they arrived at a remote corner near the mountains. Upon disembarking, Wang Xian was immediately struck by an appalling stench, reminiscent of burning rubber mixed with rancid food. Unable to contain himself, he bent over and vomited his breakfast. Teacher Miao was similarly affected, and even the driver donned a mask in disgust. Fortunately, there were enough masks for Wang Xian and Teacher Miao to wear, allowing them to regain some composure. The two supported each other as they descended the mountain path toward the secluded rescue center. This location was technically outside of Datsang City, likely chosen for its dramatic effect. As they walked along the mountain path, they were met with the sounds of a scuffle before even entering. A group of older girls was coercing a younger girl into kneeling, occasionally striking her. The girl's face was already bruised and marked with blood, her clothing torn with multiple gaping holes, revealing glimpses of her undergarments. What is happening here? Wang Xian's eyes reddened with fury, and without considering Teacher Miao, he rushed forward to intervene, pushing the older girls aside. Get up. Turning to the kneeling girl, his tone softened considerably as he draped his coat over her frail form. The older girls, upon seeing Wang Xian, recoiled like mice before a cat, awkwardly smiling as they retreated toward the rescue center. Are you really going to let them go? Wang Xian demanded, his teeth clenched. They paid him no heed, continuing on their way. Damn it, Wang Xian muttered, regaining his composure as he turned his attention back to the small girl. She appeared no older than 11 or 12, her body emaciated, with bloodstains at her neck, adding to her tragic appearance. Teacher Miao noticed this and quickly caught up, using tissue to wipe away the blood. Beneath the stains was a wound nearly 3 centimeters long, likely caused by scratching, which would likely leave a scar. This sight only fueled Wang Xian's anger further. He glanced at the photography team, called Supervisor Xin out. I need answers. All right. The photography team, taken aback by Wang Xian's anger, quickly dialed the number. Supervisor Xin rushed out, his expression one of apology as he addressed Teacher Miao and the others. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't realize you had arrived so early. What were you busy with? Wang Xian asked, his demeanor stern. Supervisor Xin furrowed his brow, wondering if he had offended Wang Xian. Upon seeing the small girl before him, he quickly grasped the situation. I was busy providing psychological counseling. I didn't notice what was happening outside. This little one must have stolen something again, and those older girls were rather rough. Supervisor Xin adeptly shifted the blame. The girl's face flushed with anger, and she shouted at Supervisor Xin, I didn't steal anything. They're just framing me. As she cried out, her sobs grew louder. Wang Xian initially intended to comfort her, but upon noticing the state of her unwashed hair, he withdrew his hand. Understand that we are here to provide assistance, but we genuinely wish to help those who need it. Please clarify this matter, he insisted. Very well, I will have them explain themselves directly. I will not overlook such matters, Supervisor Xin retorted, displaying a seasoned demeanor as he prepared to address the situation. Teacher Miao exchanged a glance with Wang Xian, offering a gentle smile. Let us go inside. We still have psychological counseling to conduct, and you must remain composed. All right, Wang Xian exhaled, leading the small girl into the rescue center. Supervisor Xin's expression grew serious as he called out to the dormitory building. Everyone, come down. Everyone. Inside the dormitory, the few girls who had been bullying the small one felt a chill at the sight of Wang Xian and hesitated. However, they were urged on by the supervising staff, and unwilling to defy authority, they reluctantly descended the stairs, hiding among the crowd. The rescue center housed around 70 to 80 individuals, and the girls intentionally blending into the back made it difficult for Wang Xian to spot them at first. Driven by financial motivations, Supervisor Xin growled. Who bullied that girl just now? Step forward. No one moved. All remained silent, staring ahead. I said, who bullied that girl? Step forward. Supervisor Xin repeated, but still, no one budged. He scanned the crowd with a fierce glare, asking once more, who hurt this little girl? Step forward now, or I will expose you all. And it won't be pretty. The girls exchanged glances, realizing they could not evade responsibility, and reluctantly shuffled forward, shuffling in their worn-out slippers. They kept their heads bowed, unable to meet Supervisor Xin's gaze, standing silently before the assembly. Supervisor Xin looked at Wang Xian, his expression turning more menacing. Speak up. Why did you bully her? She is just a little thief, the leading girl replied immediately. I'm not. The small girl retorted, her cries becoming more anguished. What did she steal? Wang Xian inquired. She has a habit of stealing. Who knows what she took this time? Her parents are thieves. She is too. The girl leading the bullying spat dismissively. Be quiet. Supervisor Xin interrupted, attempting to smooth over the situation. There might have been a misunderstanding. Perhaps something was lost this time, but we can look into it. This should not happen again. Is that all? Wang Xian questioned, his gaze piercing. Yes, Lu Xiaoqian. You will no longer be dorm leader. Pass the responsibility to Yang Mingyuan. Yang Mingyuan, if there are further incidents of bullying, you will not remain here. Go back to your stepfather. Yang Mingyuan, one of the bullies, trembled at the mention of returning to her stepfather, swallowing hard as she promised. I will keep a close watch on the dorm. What do you think of this arrangement? Supervisor Xin asked Wang Xian. Let us proceed with this for now. I may come back at any time, and I want to see results from the assistance provided. I will ensure they are monitored closely. Chapter 44, Troubled Children. Resolution. Teacher Mao gestured to the photographer, signaling the commencement of the shoot. Supervisor Xin eagerly began to showcase the rescue center, articulating the challenges faced. Teacher Miao, wielding a handheld microphone like a journalist, posed questions, documented the situation, and made a donation. This time, it amounted to 200,000. Though not substantial, it would enhance the living conditions here. Initially, Teacher Miao intended to capture more footage of psychological counseling and activities, but the surrounding stench was too overwhelming, forcing her to abandon that idea. Wang Xian refrained from making a donation this time. He felt a surge of anger towards Supervisor Xin, who possessed a smartphone worth over 10,000. The clothes he wore were from brands Wang Xian couldn't even name, crafted from high-quality materials that easily cost thousands. Meanwhile, the residents here were struggling to afford clothing, a stark contrast that could not even be captured through the lens of surrealism. As noon approached, the filming was nearly complete. Teacher Miao bid farewell to Supervisor Xin and, pulling Wang Xian along, prepared to leave. Just as they reached the doorway, Wang Xian's ears perked up, catching the sounds of a scuffle. He paused, turning to the side towards the restroom. Listening intently, he confirmed it was a fight among boys, and he swiftly rushed inside. Stop it. Everyone, cease this at once. The brawl involved 3 boys. 2 older ones were assaulting a younger boy. Wang Xian recognized the younger boy, Wu Yifan, whose name was quite memorable. Wu Yifan had a bandage wrapped around his right wrist, which was already seeping blood, staining much of the fabric red. He was the same child who had attempted suicide the previous day, looking utterly haggard. Wang Xian forcefully pulled Wu Yifan away, glaring at the older boys. Get lost. The 2 older boys showed no fear, chuckling derisively at Wu Yifan as they swaggered out of the restroom. Supervisor Xin, who had just been standing at the entrance, witnessed the scene with surprise but quickly approached, delivering a slap to each of the boys. Get back inside. He then turned to Wang Xian and Wu Yifan, forcing a smile. Today, I will properly enforce discipline. These children are truly outrageous. Just yesterday, those 2 were well behaved, and now they dare to bully the dorm leader. Wang Xian waved his hand dismissively, guiding Wu Yifan towards a corner of the rescue center, ignoring Supervisor Xin. Teacher Miao glanced at Wang Xian and shook her head. Forget it. Let's not leave just yet. Take us to the 4th floor. I'll assist with psychological counseling. No problem. I'll bring those troubled children up shortly. Supervisor Xin replied, still smiling as he led everyone inside. Meanwhile, Wang Xian had already taken Wu Yifan to a secluded area, asking, Is there anything you wish to discuss? I'm somewhat of a psychologist. Perhaps I could help. Wu Yifan countered, displaying a composure beyond his years. What do you think of this rescue center? Very poor. Wang Xian replied candidly. It's adjacent to a sewage treatment plant. The air is foul, and the people here are not much better. And what do you envision for our future? Wu Yifan seemed to relish the initiative, raising his bleeding wrist. Honestly, with enough intelligence and looks, one might become an average person. With mere intelligence, survival becomes a struggle. With just looks, it's a matter of luck. Otherwise, we are merely societal refuse. Wu Yifun's expression remained impassive, tinged with weariness and disdain, as if he had lost all affection for the world. Indeed, but with fortune, there exists the possibility of ascension. Wang Xian suddenly recalled the system, pondering the potentials that could arise in this world. Luck? Huh? Do I strike you as a fortunate individual? Wu Yifun scoffed. The Dragon Nation has no shortage of people. The refuse will eventually be dealt with. Wang Xian paused, running a hand through his slick back hair, feeling a mix of frustration and curiosity. What are you thinking? Even if there are too many people, you won't be physically erased. As long as society stabilizes, even crackdowns are merely regional. As he spoke, Wang Xian's brow furrowed, sensing he was conversing with someone far more mature than a 12-year-old boy. This realization puzzled him. Could such a mature child truly be bullied? Wu Yifun scanned Wang Xian, grinning. Actually, I have analyzed the national situation, similar to what you mentioned, but I believe another possibility is more significant. He produced a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Wang Xian, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Wang Xian accepted it and, upon a brief glance, was captivated. It was an elegantly penned article in a slender script. Though some parts were marked with circles and dots, the overall structure was coherent, analyzing history, probabilities, and the traits of those in power. Wang Xian found himself engrossed, staring at the content for an extended period. Had his values not already been established? He might have perceived this as a glimpse into the future, perhaps a decade or more ahead. The regional crackdowns would fail, exacerbating societal issues, leading to agreements with other nations for geopolitical warfare, sending the underprivileged to the front lines. Wang Xian cleared his throat and, meeting Wu Yifun's hopeful gaze, felt compelled to say, I am willing to support you. However, just as he was about to voice his intentions, several terms flashed through his mind: antisocial personality disorder, child king, suicide, and the position of dorm leader that Supervisor Xin had just mentioned. These 4 terms quickly coalesced into a troubling concept. Wu Yifun was far more complex than he appeared. Perhaps he was merely acting. Could such a young child truly be capable of deception? What was his motive? Did he perceive my character? Wang Xian felt as if struck by lightning, his gaze shifting to Wu Yifun, now filled with trepidation. This child possessed an alarming level of intelligence and emotional acuity, qualities that were undoubtedly beyond his control. If such an astute antisocial personality were to be nurtured, Wang Xian dared not dwell on the thought, his mouth agape before he managed to close it, opting to say instead, this is quite intriguing. I'll have Supervisor Xin buy you a gaming console. Children shouldn't be burdened with such considerations. Wu Yifun's eyes instantly dimmed. He lowered his head, staring blankly at his tattered shoes, a cruel smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Without acknowledging Wang Xian further, he dashed towards the dormitory. Wang Xian lit a cigarette, resigned, and began to reflect on his encounter with Wu Yifun, replaying the interaction in his mind. This child was truly formidable, even more so than he had been at that age. It reminded Wang Xian of his own childhood, a time when he felt unloved, neglected by his parents, and unwanted by his grandparents. Eventually, he was abandoned in a dismal orphanage. At that time, he was merely 8 or 9 years old, hearing tales of others being sent back home for fighting, which led him to seek out confrontations daily. Even if it meant being punished with standing, he pursued fights relentlessly, ultimately achieving his desire. As he reminisced, Wang Xian retrieved his phone, searching for information, recalling that his profile had also indicated he exhibited traits of antisocial personality disorder. Chapter 45. Explosion and Rescue. As expected, the notion of antisocial personality disorder seemed to be mere fabrication. Wu Yifun probably wasn't guilty. He had simply matured and could still provide some funding. Wang Xian's spirits lifted considerably. Lighting another cigarette, he relaxed with a yawn, preparing to seek out Supervisor Xin to discuss the upcoming financial support. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction of the dormitory, shattering his thoughts. Confused, Wang Xian turned to gaze at the dormitory building not far away. Flames were raging on the first floor, with explosions occurring intermittently within. What on earth is happening? Wang Xian quickly retreated, distancing himself from the chaos. As he finally managed to get a clearer view, he realized the inferno had spread uncontrollably to the second floor. The entire dormitory had transformed into a blazing inferno, and Teacher Miao was on the 4th floor. Could this be a social retaliation? Wang Xian's lips twitched as he swiftly dialed the fire department while searching for a way to offer assistance. On the 4th floor, upon inhaling the acrid scent of smoke, it was already too late for Teacher Miao. The ground below had become a fiery battlefield, with explosions further complicating any escape. Supervisor Xin was trembling with fear, exclaiming, "This is disastrous. How could a fire break out here? This used to be an old laboratory with numerous explosive materials. What? How could a dormitory be situated in such a hazardous location?" One of the bodyguards, in a state of panic, clutched Supervisor Xin tightly. I had no say in this," Supervisor Xin retorted, adept at shifting blame wherever possible. Teacher Miao raised her hand to stop the commotion and calmly inquired, "Is there an escape route?" "No, wait, call 119 now. They will arrive within an hour." Supervisor Xin suddenly remembered and fumbled for his phone. "An hour? Can this place endure for that long?" Teacher Miao was growing increasingly anxious, directing, "Find some blankets, soak them in water to block the door, and look for ropes to see if we can lower ourselves down. Hurry." The two bodyguards dashed out the door, searching for anything useful. The raging inferno continued unabated within the dormitory. Wu Yifan glanced at his two subordinates and chuckled. "Looks like we won't be taking flight today, perhaps in another life." Having lived enough, he decided to take action. The two subordinates, undeterred by fear, nodded in agreement. "Then let's do this." Wu Yifan hurled a gas canister into the flames. Boom. The explosive sound fractured the building, flames leaping towards the third floor. Wang Xian clenched his fists, witnessing this chaos. His mind solely occupied with hopes that Teacher Miao would remain unharmed. He had circled most of the dormitory but had only found a bundle of ropes, with scarcely anything else of use. There was no clear path to ascend, and he remained oblivious to the potential for further explosions. Just as he was at his wit's end, he noticed something, a framework for air conditioning at the back of the dormitory. If he was willing to take the risk, he could climb up. Resolutely, Wang Xian secured the rope and, dodging the flames, leapt onto the first floor structure, then vaulted to the second floor. Fortunately, the framework was empty, allowing him to stabilize himself as he began jumping towards the third floor. The structure on the third floor wobbled precariously, nearly causing Wang Xian to fall, but his enhanced physique allowed him to grip the framework. He swung and landed on the balcony. The distance to the fourth floor was significant. However, Wang Xian pressed against the edge, leaping once more to grasp the air conditioning framework and began climbing upward. Meanwhile, chaos reigned above, particularly following the recent explosion, where a bodyguard nearly plunged into the inferno, only to be saved by a fellow comrade, albeit sustaining serious injuries in the process. Teacher Miao was pacing anxiously in her room, realizing that time was running out. If they could not escape soon, the next explosion could prove fatal. Yet, she hesitated to call Wang Xian, fearing he might attempt a perilous ascent through the flames, endangering himself further. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed from the window, startling Teacher Miao. She turned. "Wang Xian, what are you doing up here?" Affection for Miao Shiyuan 5 points. Her tone held reproach, but her concern was palpable as she urged Wang Xian to retreat. "Hurry down. We don't know if there will be another explosion." "It's precisely because we don't know that I'm here. Quickly, come down. I have a rope." Upon hearing of a potential escape, Supervisor Xin sprang up and opened the window, attempting to descend. However, after glancing below, he swallowed hard, suppressing his fear. "We don't know how many hazardous chemicals are in this old building. Teacher Miao, you should go first." Wang Xian paid no heed to him, beckoning Teacher Miao with a hand gesture. Clenching her fists, Teacher Miao approached the window, instinctively fearful, but with Wang Xian's presence, she gritted her teeth. Grasping one end of the rope, Wang Xian had already secured the rope to the window, wrapping one arm around Teacher Miao's delicate form and guiding her down. As the rope pressed against her hand, it stung painfully, forcing Teacher Miao to transfer most of her weight to Wang Xian as they descended layer by layer. Boom. Another minor explosion erupted, prompting Wang Xian to instinctively shield Teacher Miao as they continued downwards until they finally reached the ground. Seeing everyone safely descend, the onlookers were eager to follow suit, particularly the two bodyguards who slid down the rope. The others quickly emulated them. Within minutes, everyone had landed safely. Wang Xian held Teacher Miao close, gazing at the inferno that had consumed the fourth floor with a sense of melancholy. Boom. Another thunderous explosion nearly obliterated the fourth floor. Affection for Miao Shiyuan 10 points. Affection for Miao Shiyuan reaches 80 points, activating high reward mode. Side quest initiated. Donate 1,000,000 yuan for charity within 1 hour. Reward 5,000,000 yuan. Had it not been for you, I might not have made it, Teacher Miao said, embracing Wang Xian and gently placing a kiss on his lips. Pulling back, she suddenly noticed blood on her hands, his blood. "Turn around quickly," Teacher Miao exclaimed urgently. Glancing behind Wang Xian, She saw a shard of metal embedded deep in his back, blood flowing profusely. Why you wait? I'll call 120 now. I need to stop the bleeding. Don't move. Teacher Miao was genuinely frantic, staring at the sizable piece of metal, unsure of what to do. The two bodyguards swiftly tore off their shirts to assist in stemming the bleeding. If this wound went untreated for 2 hours, it could be fatal. Only then did Wang Xian notice the severity of his injury, a sharp pain radiating through him. Seeing Teacher Miao's helpless expression, he turned to Supervisor Xian. Help me find Wu Yifan. I'm preparing to donate 1 million. Get me the account details quickly. W what? You're donating now? Hurry. Wang Xian felt consciousness slipping away, urging Supervisor Xian to act swiftly. After transferring the funds, darkness enveloped him, and he completely lost awareness. When he awoke, Wang Xian found himself in a hospital. Unable to lie flat due to his back injury, his body wrapped in thick bandages. Teacher Miao sat at the bedside, peeling an orange, seemingly waiting for him to awaken. It's wonderful to see you again, Wang Xian remarked, not forgetting to flatter Teacher Miao. Today, you're the hero. I should say it's wonderful to see you again, Teacher Miao replied, placing 2 segments of orange into Wang Xian's mouth. Noticing he was tea chewing, she ate a segment herself, smiling. It's sweet. Wang Xian reluctantly accepted her claim, taking a light bite. In the next moment, they both spat it out simultaneously. I knew the oranges sold at the hospital entrance wouldn't be sweet. Chapter 46. The Circle of Teacher Miao. After a brief jest, Teacher Miao solemnly advised. You should rest well. There's no need to concern yourself with the rescue center any longer. Is it due to the explosion that has drawn attention from above? Wang Xian inquired with keen interest. Indeed, the higher-ups are quite concerned. 3 lives were lost in this incident, Teacher Miao replied, devoid of her usual lightheartedness. What? Wang Xian was momentarily speechless, struggling to find his voice. This is Wu Yifan's relic. I believe it may pique your interest, Teacher Miao sighed, presenting a box before Wang Xian. I. Wang Xian's lips twitched as he frantically opened the box. Inside lay a letter of farewell and a stack of worn textbooks, relics of a bygone high school curriculum. He seized the letter and began to read. A pang of sorrow piercing his heart. I don't know who might read this letter. It doesn't matter, for this foolish world will not miss someone like me. The letter contained but this solitary line, seemingly penned long ago, its slender script starkly contrasting with the previous letter Wang Xian had encountered. Wang Xian's heart sank as he gazed vacantly at the remaining textbooks. They were tattered, their condition a mystery, whether from Wu Yifan's use or that of a prior owner. The pages were densely inscribed with notes, a mix of slender script and standard print. Significant points of knowledge were marked with bookmarks inscribed in Wu Yifan's careful, neat handwriting. Below the bookmarks lay a planner stating, must learn today, more to study tomorrow, persevere. As he perused the notes, tears welled in Wang Xian's eyes, his voice catching in his throat. Observing Wang Xian's expression, Teacher Miao gently remarked, in truth, he was the one who set that fire. It is not your fault. I suspected as much, yet it still pains me. Had I supported him back then, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Teacher Miao cupped Wang Xian's face in her hands. I have said it is not your fault. Supporting his character would have only led to greater complications. Teacher Miao spoke earnestly, concerned for Wang Xian, especially given his past experiences that could easily lead him to empathize and spiral into despair. A glimmer of crystalline tears shone in Wang Xian's eyes, rendering him speechless once more. Teacher Miao embraced him, offering solace. You have saved me, countless others, and eliminated the hazards in the dormitory building. There will be no more explosives in their future homes, and the nearby waste processing plant will be relocated. I plan to donate further to provide opportunities for children eager to learn. All right. Suddenly, 3 strangers entered, applauding and cheering. The leading woman, seemingly in her 30s, smiled and said, Young man, you have passed our test. Would you be interested in joining our club? Huh. Wang Xian looked up in confusion. Teacher Miao introduced. This is our leader, Yi Yutong, accompanied by her 2 associates. Ugh, Miao Miao, you cannot expect me to remain silent. My name is Chen Long. One of the men declared. I am He Yuanhua, the other added. Wang Xian was taken aback. Sorrow etched across his face as he gazed at the newcomers and then at Teacher Miao. Before Teacher Miao could clarify, Yi Yutong interjected. It was this girl who sought me out. Otherwise, I would not have come. Frankly, newly wealthy individuals generally lack the qualifications to enter our circle. But your character is commendable, and since you saved our Miao Miao, I am extending this opportunity. Don't take it for granted. Sister, please behave normally, Teacher Miao interjected, unable to bear it any longer. Ahem, as a prominent figure in high society, it is indeed rare for me to come in person. Do not mind my demeanor. Yi Yutong replied, her tone somewhat juvenile, awaiting Wang Xian's response. May I inquire about what you do? Wang Xian asked, having formed a rough idea of their identities but seeking confirmation. We are akin to Miao Miao, yet our work differs. We are members of the Xingshan Rescue Team. And I am the deputy leader. The Xingshan Rescue Team is a renowned charity and rescue organization within the province, founded by the children of affluent families and officials. Boasting a scandal-free history spanning over 2 decades, Wang Xian had heard of this organization, which invites those who, upon achieving financial independence, wish to contribute to society. The threshold is far from accessible to ordinary individuals, and thus, anyone who could attain the position of deputy leader must possess considerable influence. Individuals Wang Xian could not afford to offend. Wang Xian glanced at the group and asked, is it possible to join despite questionable lifestyle choices? Uffed. Yi Yutong burst into laughter, covering her mouth as her companions guffawed alongside her. After a moment, Yi Yutong composed herself, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Wealthy individuals are all masters of time management, so that should not deter you. The two behind me have shared my bed. And Miao Miao too. Teacher Miao hastily covered her mouth, fearing this unrestrained individual would divulge more than intended. Seeing this, Wang Xian shook his head and softly inquired, what is required to join your ranks? If it involves donations, I will need a detailed account. The focus is primarily on charity and disaster relief. Currently, there are few disasters, so donations are key. I will oversee the details. You may request them from me. Chen Long chimed in, acting as Yi Yutong's spokesperson. Then, I shall join your club? Yi Yutong released herself from Teacher Miao's grip, retrieving a golden card from her pocket and tossing it to Wang Xian with a smile. We are pleased to welcome you. We shall hold a ceremony after your discharge. Miao Miao can help you prepare, as you could use a makeover. Do not misplace this membership card. It is essential for club members, and it can resolve 99% of your troubles. Use it wisely. Thank you, Wang Xian nodded. Remaining still as the pain in his back made movement difficult, as a patient, he could forego the customary pleasantries. Come on, brothers. Let us leave our sister to enjoy some alone time with her boyfriend. We shall not be the third wheel, Yi Yutong said, perceptively leading her companions out and shutting the door behind her. The room returned to tranquility, and Wang Xian lay on the bed, finding humor in the eccentricities of the wealthy. Each one of them is peculiar, either jaded or juvenile, completely devoid of the vibrancy found among the less fortunate. Teacher Miao re-entered, tenderly stroking Wang Xian's soft hair, reminding him, the leader only acts juvenile in front of acquaintances. Do not underestimate her. Her family is more formidable than you realize, and most importantly, do not entertain thoughts of pursuing her. I already have you. No temptress or demon shall grace my table, Wang Xian replied. As he spoke, a thought struck him. Yi Yutong seemed even more beautiful than Teacher Miao. It was regrettable that he had not fully appreciated her beauty. Wang Xian had encountered women with a score of 89. Yi Yutong clearly surpassed that, easily reaching a perfect score of 90. Never mind. We will be in the same circle. Pursuing her is out of the question. He reassured himself, shifting his gaze to the golden card. The card felt cool to the touch yet bore weight, reminiscent of pure gold. Adorned with a constellation design Wang Xian could not decipher, simple yet profound. This encapsulated Wang Xian's perception of the organization. Chapter 47. Teacher Miao, are you going to reverse the celestial phenomenon? As the night deepened, the time for dinner approached. Having skipped lunch, both individuals now felt a pang of hunger. Teacher Miao gently placed her hand on Wang Xian's head and inquired, what would you like to eat? My treat. As long as it's non-alcoholic, not spicy, and low in sugar and fat. Ahem. Wang Xian cleared his throat, and as a patient, he declared, I shall set a challenge for you. A score of 60 earns a reward. Pfft. Teacher Miao chuckled, little handsome, are you trying to reverse the celestial phenomenon? Such fleeting opportunities must be seized. If not now, they will be lost forever. Go on, take a guess at what I might like. Wang Xian, with a serious demeanor, began to jest. Very well, my little patient, behave yourself. Teacher Miao smiled subtly and turned to leave the ward. The hospital boasted its own cafeteria, and at this hour, it was bustling with family members fetching meals. Teacher Miao effortlessly located the entrance. Upon entering the cafeteria, she did not immediately queue for food, but instead circled around briefly. The cafeteria offered a plethora of options. Staple foods such as steamed buns, flour rolls, rice, fried pancakes, and egg fried rice were all available. Spicy hot pot, grilled fish, rice noodles, and braised chicken could also be seen alongside numerous other dishes. There were dozens of culinary choices, both spicy and mild, home style and restaurant style. Even some with a collegiate flair, like orange stir-fried meat and chocolate-covered pork. My, so many dishes. I thought there would only be a few choices. Scoring 60 is rather challenging. Teacher Miao stroked her chin, appearing somewhat indecisive. Previously, Wang Xian had shown her various attentions, and she had never truly considered what he genuinely enjoyed eating. At school, he consumed tofu strips and diet meals without complaint, but that did not necessarily indicate preference. Outside, Wang Xian's fondness for hot pot might have been a consideration for her as well. Surveying the array of delectable options, Teacher Miao sighed. I am an inadequate life minner. She hastily approached and decided, 1 portion of scrambled eggs with green peppers, 1 portion of sweet and sour ribs, 2 portions of braised dishes, 1 portion of golden soup beef, 1 portion of braised chicken, 2 bowls of rice, and 1 serving of tomato and egg soup. These were dishes Wang Xian had occasionally treated her to when he had little money. Though he may not have favored them, he was unlikely to refuse. With this thought, Teacher Miao surreptitiously assessed her own score, estimating that she would achieve at least 65. After the cafeteria staff served the dishes, Teacher Miao gravitated towards the spicy hot pot area to select a few side items. Meanwhile, Wang Xian lay on his bed scrolling through his phone, feeling somewhat bored. Although he was hungry, he was unsure if it was due to their earlier conversation about dining. Now, his feed was filled with local food videos. Watching them made his stomach growl, and his cravings intensified. This bullfrog looks delectable, but alas, the hospital may not offer it. Primarily due to the excessive veterinary antibiotics in bullfrogs, consuming them could lead to complications. He continued to peruse. This crocodile seems tempting as well. I've yet to try grilled crocodile. Once I'm better, I'll have to sample it. They say it tastes like chicken, though it doesn't appear so. While watching the videos, Wang Xian occasionally offered commentary, and soon enough, discount coupons were presented. This was a habit from his past, and even with newfound wealth, some things remained unchanged. Seeing the pile of coupons that required various calculations, Wang Xian shook his head. Now that I have money to be a big shot, I could simply turn off the surveillance. With that, he disabled the user experience program and recording permissions. Indeed, the videos became significantly quieter, devoid of numerous surrounding advertisements and recommendations. After a while, he heard footsteps at the door and tossed aside his phone to look. Knock, 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 little handsome. Your meal has arrived. At that moment, Teacher Miao approached the door, carefully carrying 3 or 4 bags as she stepped into the ward. I'm starving. Hurry. I need to score this now. Once she arranged the meal on the bedside table, Teacher Miao smiled and set up a small table, laying out the dishes. Although the food appeared unremarkable, the aroma successfully masked the sterile scent of disinfectant, igniting one's appetite. Sweet and sour ribs scored 20 points. The 2 braised dishes 15 points, rice 10 points, golden soup beef 15 points, spicy hot pot 5 points, tomato and egg soup 5 points. And braised chicken deducted 10 points. Congratulations, you've passed. Wang Xian casually assigned scores, landing precisely on the passing mark. Just a pass? Why deduct points for the braised chicken? Teacher Miao inquired with a smile. I've had enough, and this portion of braised chicken carries an unpleasant odor, with feathers not properly removed, which detracts from the appetite. That is quite true. Teacher Miao regarded the braised chicken with a look of disdain, knowing it was far inferior to what one could purchase outside. However, since it had passed, she grinned. What about the reward? Come here. Teacher Miao chuckled, lowering her head as she leaned closer. Their eyes met, and Wang Xian planted a quick peck on her cheek. Is that all? Just a cheek kiss? Teacher Miao felt a twinge of disappointment. Usually, they exchanged more intimate gestures. There is also the taste of strawberries. This is a hospital. If emotions run high, it could become inappropriate. Let us exercise restraint. Wang Xian casually replied, setting aside the braised chicken and beginning to savor the 2 braised dishes. Typically, the 2 braised dishes consisted of gluten and beef. However, the hospital clearly prioritized profit, offering only a few pieces of beef while mostly serving gluten, which was excessively salty. This is quite unpalatable. Have they killed off the salt merchants? Wang Xian hastily shoveled some rice to counterbalance the saltiness. Teacher Miao instinctively chose the golden soup beef. Yet the soup was sticky, resembling mucus, and the fatty beef retained an unpleasant taste. After a few chews, she spat it out. Wow, the food here is worse than at school. May I revise my score? Wang Xian, suppressing his discomfort, inquired after forcing down a few bites. The rice is edible. It can't be rated 0. Teacher Meow seemed eager to justify her choice. Very well, then, that's 10 points. Congratulations, Teacher Meow, during our 2 years of dating. This is your first failure. Please accept your punishment. Oh. Teacher Meow lowered her head once more, and Wang Xian kissed her on the other cheek. Isn't this a punishment? What kind of punishment? I can't distinguish between punishment and reward. Wang Xian resumed his playful banter. You're incorrigible. If you continue flirting like this, I may have to spank you. Could you truly be so cruel to a patient? As they playfully bantered. The day passed. The following day, Wang Xian, unwilling to endure another meal from the hospital, arranged for his discharge early. With his wound now stitched, only the stitches remained, rendering his stay in the hospital nearly redundant. Teacher Meow drove him back to Tsongyuan Huafu. Given the special circumstances of the week, she planned to take extra care of him, bringing Wang Xian directly home. Upon entering the house, Wang Xian instinctively desired to recline on Teacher Meow's lap. However, with his back still somewhat tense, he opted instead to sit on the sofa alongside her. As advertisements intertwined with a television drama played, the two gradually leaned closer, the air thickening with an intoxicating sweetness. Chapter 48. Teacher Meow. I will assist you. The two bodies drew closer, with Teacher Meow leaning against Wang Xian, her head resting on his shoulder, enveloped in a hint of intimacy. With a gentle touch, she pressed the remote, switching the television to online mode. Once connected, the screen displayed the unfinished episode of Life is Like a Prison. Perhaps the eerie atmosphere fostered their bond, as Teacher Meow naturally entwined her arm with Wang Xian's. The fifth episode began, featuring ghosts haunting a shopping mall. This time, it was not only Teacher Meow who felt fear. Wang Xian, too, found himself unsettled, seeking warmth in her proximity. Suddenly, Wang Xian felt a sharp twist at his neck. He turned in bewilderment but saw nothing. Startled. He screamed and clung to Teacher Meow, fleeing in panic. Ha. Teacher Meow laughed heartily, producing a platinum silicone prosthetic she had prepared in advance. You nearly scared me to death. Wang Xian protested but could not bear to release her, playfully ruffling her hair. Oh, please don't. Teacher Meow giggled, squirming to escape his embrace. No, I shall carry you back. Wang Xian denied her the chance, asserting his dominance as he lifted her back to the sofa. Seated on Wang Xian's lap, Teacher Meow remarked, this is rather unplatonic. I concur, but who truly cares? Do you? Wang Xian gazed at her with fervor. I am indifferent. Then let us. Teacher Meow leaned in, kissing him softly, gently assisting him in shedding his layers, revealing his bandaged yet impressively toned physique. Not bad. Much better than I anticipated. Teacher Meow caressed his firm abdominal muscles, her delicate hand gliding downward. Wang Xian instinctively reached for his belt. I will assist you. Teacher Meow breathed softly against him. Within the confines of the room, their breaths grew increasingly rapid, only settling into tranquility after a long while. Teacher Meow lay nestled in Wang Xian's arms, smiling. You are the most skilled and strongest I have ever encountered. As long as you are pleased, he replied. No. Consider this a reward for saving me with your life. Although I cannot offer myself entirely, I believe our relationship deserves to progress further. Affinity with Miao Shi Yuan 1. Affinity with Miao Shi Yuan 1. Name, Miao Shi Yuan. Age, 29. Height, 176 centimeters. Status, single. Appearance, 86. Affinity, 90 points. Affinity with Miao Shi Yuan has reached 90 points. Unlocking high reward mode. Side quest activated. Assist her in completing her 7th venture. Reward, a villa in Songnan. A villa in Songnan? Are you serious? That is one of the most expensive properties in the district, valued at 20 to 30 million, with annual fees reaching hundreds of thousands. Wang Xian felt a sense of disarray, particularly regarding her 7th venture. He was aware that Teacher Meow had consistently pursued entrepreneurship. Yet all previous attempts had failed, not due to a lack of effort or connections, but simply because the era was unsuitable for startups. The saying, anyone with a modicum of ambition is in debt, was not mere rhetoric. So, this 7th attempt. Wang Xian gently stroked Teacher Meow's prominent nose, teasingly asking, I sense you still harbor some worries. Care to share? Well, she began, I've recently invested in a shooting range. The equipment is all set, and the qualifications are registered. But no one is coming. I still need to figure out effective promotion. Teacher Meow spoke nonchalantly, knowing her family would back her in every investment. So even failure would not result in significant loss, at most, merely a hit to her pride. How many times has this been now? Wang Xian inquired, his lips trembling. Even without business acumen, he understood that a shooting range was unlikely to be profitable, given the stringent firearm regulations in the country. Those with wealth traveled abroad for such entertainment, while those without would opt for slingshots, resulting in a dwindling user base. Only fathers with children occasionally indulged. But in this economic climate, even they would likely seek simpler alternatives. Upon hearing the question, Teacher Miao sheepishly replied, "It doesn't count as serious." This should be the 7th time. She retrieved a plan from her drawer, listing various investment projects, including self-study rooms designed specifically for women, vegetarian restaurants, and light meal services, all tailored for niche markets, each undoubtedly a financial failure. Wang Xian scratched his head at the sight of these endeavors, perceiving Teacher Miao as somewhat naive in this regard. After a lengthy examination, he gently tousled her golden hair, suggesting, "Perhaps we should consider transforming the shooting range into a themed business hotel. I believe there is potential for profit there." "Really?" Teacher Miao's expression shifted, questioning. "You think it won't be profitable?" "Not only is it unprofitable, but if it doesn't end in disaster, that would be fortunate." Wang Xian elaborated on his analysis. As he spoke, Teacher Miao's countenance grew increasingly solemn, clearly affected. At 29, having returned from studying abroad, she had been investing for 5 or 6 years, yet had achieved nothing. Within her circle, she was labeled as a minor failure, and deep down, she yearned to prove herself. Yet, lacking expertise in grappling with a poor economic climate, her attempts to validate her worth only resulted in greater losses. Noticing the weariness in Teacher Miao's expression, Wang Xian quickly declared, "As your boyfriend, who has crossed into deeper intimacy with you, I will assist you this time." "Do you understand investments?" she asked. "Not personally, but I know someone who does. Old Gua's uncle ran a shooting range, but pivoted to a hotel after suffering losses. And now it's thriving. Let us consult him. Just because I haven't lost yet doesn't mean you should curse me," he added. Teacher Miao felt a mix of frustration and gratitude, surprised that Wang Xian offered to help her right after their intimate encounter. "It's not a curse. It's merely preparation for the future." Wang Xian stood, grabbing his phone to call Old Gua. "Hello, Old Gua, do you have a moment? I wish to meet your Uncle Chang." "Sure, when would you like to meet?" "The sooner, the better. We're eager to learn." "How about now? I'll be waiting for you at the school gate." "All right." After hanging up, Wang Xian turned to Teacher Miao, suggesting, "Let us get dressed. I plan to help you succeed in this venture and transform our standing in the circle." "Is this a gift?" Teacher Miao mused, tracing her finger along her chin. "It can be considered a gift. I don't want my dear Miao Miao to be called a minor failure anymore. Next time, they should refer to you as president." "Miao Miao?" Teacher Miao suddenly realized her nickname had been altered by Wang Xian, her perceptive nature causing her to clench her teeth. Contemplating, she instinctively sought to rename Wang Xian as well, perhaps to Xuanzi. However, that sounded too unappealing. It might be acceptable among friends, but it would sound awkward if a woman were to utter it, as if calling a pet. Wang Xian immediately sensed her thoughts, leaning closer to whisper, "You may call me Xian Xian. It suits Miao Miao better." "Very well, Xian Xian, handsome boy, lead me downstairs. Let us find Old Gua." Teacher Miao yawned lazily, accepting the new moniker. "We should shower first." Wang Xian glanced at her before heading into the bathroom. "Your wound shouldn't get wet. I'll help you wash." Teacher Miao chuckled and followed him inside. Chapter 49. Entrepreneurship? Uncle Gua, let's get acquainted at the school gate. A chilly spring rain fell, accompanied by gusts of cold wind sweeping across the earth. Gua, shivering from the cold, had been waiting at the school entrance for an hour and a half, his frustration mounting. "Damn it. Those two fools haven't gotten into an accident, have they? Don't they have any sense of time?" After checking his phone again, he turned towards the security booth, feeling a bit more comfortable once he donned a military coat. The gloomy weather and drizzling rain made it quite unsuitable for waiting outside. Inside the security booth, 2 guards were enjoying a hot pot. Upon seeing Gua enter, they greeted him cheerfully. "Gua, we saw you waiting out there since morning. You must be freezing. Come have some. The lamb just came off the pot and is still tender." "Song, this is exactly my kind of meal," Gua replied, not hesitating to grab a pair of chopsticks and join them. The numbing pepper broth paired with the lamb warmed him up after just a few bites. However, he soon realized there was quite enough lamb. Feeling a bit guilty after a few bites, Gua said, "When Xuanzi that rascal arrives, he'll have to treat us. I can't wait over an hour for nothing." "Is Xuanzi also coming? Then he should definitely treat us, now that his family is being redeveloped. He only thinks about chasing girls, completely forgetting about us old buddies. Let us make sure to extract 200 from him. We'll continue feasting tonight." 200 isn't enough. We should definitely get a bottle of white liquor too." They bantered back and forth, Just then, a knock came at the booth door. Through the window, Wang Xian heard his name. Seeing the others enjoying hot pot, he sheepishly said, "Sorry for being late. Let us not do 200 each. Let us just do one each." Having their WeChat, he began sending red envelopes. As a security guard from the art academy, Wang Xian was somewhat of a senior to them and had often looked out for them, so sending a few red envelopes was only fitting. For Gui, Wang Xian sent 500, as he had inadvertently made Guo wait over an hour while he played around with Teacher Miao. "Ah, my esteemed godfather is generous. We'll dine together later," they joked, though their tone remained lighthearted and casual. "Let me find some time," Guo replied. "My uncle likely has nothing to do today since it's raining. We should head over." "All right, Mr. Guo, please lead the way." Wang Xian stepped aside, guiding him to the car. In the passenger seat was Teacher Miao, while Guo settled into the back seat, immediately regretting his choice. The two in front were utterly oblivious to his presence, leaving him to endure a journey filled with their affectionate banter, leaving him stuffed by the time they reached their destination. With a disgruntled glance at the two lovebirds, Guo sheepishly remarked, "I'll not ride with you guys on the way back. It makes it hard to eat." "Feel free, Mr. Guo. Lead the way." Guo nodded and took the lead. The old shooting range, now renamed the Military Experience Center and Veteran S Canteen, was located in the suburbs. After a winding route through a dilapidated parking lot, they finally found the entrance. Upon entering the Military Experience Center, Guo knocked on his uncle and Apos' office door. "Knock, knock, come in." His uncle and Apos' voice was robust, reflecting the boisterous nature typical of northern folks. Upon seeing Guo, he exclaimed, "Xiao Air, come to drink with me?" "Not today. I brought some people to learn," Guo replied, ushering Wang Xian and the others inside. Having met Guo's uncle a couple of times, Wang Xian greeted him casually. "Hello, uncle. Xuanzi, what are you here to learn?" "If it's drinking, I can't help you now. Your capacity is greater than mine, and there's no point in competing." His uncle chuckled. "Actually, my girlfriend has opened a shooting range, but there aren't many customers yet, so we came to learn about your advanced concepts." Wang Xian smiled, offering the cigarettes and liquor he had purchased on the way. His uncle glanced at Teacher Miao and chuckled. "There is no advanced concept here. Just the shooting range can't keep afloat, so we're selling nostalgia. My old buddies can't stand seeing their kids glued to their phones, so they bring them here for a taste of military life, without any hardship." "Is that so?" Wang Xian shook his head, sensing that this direction was not feasible for Teacher Miao, not to mention the connections, even if she had someone. She couldn't just rename it to the Military Experience Center without facing backlash. Noticing Wang Xian's change in expression, his uncle smiled and said, "Xuanzi, let us speak plainly. If you want to revitalize the shooting range, there are ways." "What ways?" "There are many addiction recovery centers and weight loss communities in the suburbs. Communicate with them and let them bring people to experience military life. You can charge reasonable fees and still earn a profit. Just ensure the training intensity is controlled and no one gets hurt. Otherwise, it could be problematic, especially with the media always on the lookout for such incidents. The key is to maintain control." His uncle's final words were serious, reflecting a mentor guiding a younger generation. Teacher Miao's eyes sparkled with newfound possibilities as she grasped the viability of this suggestion. However, she hesitated and asked, "But why don't you connect with them yourself?" His uncle shook his empty pant leg and replied helplessly, "I'm almost 50 now, and I've lost a leg. I can't run around for this kind of thing anymore. I'm sorry." Teacher Miao nodded apologetically. Wang Xian, observing the empty pant leg, spoke solemnly, "Uncle, I'll get you a functional prosthetic leg. Then I want a steampunk style. I want to accept anything without a bunch of gears," he replied. "Sure. I'll help you pick one out later." The conversation continued. As they left the Military Experience Center, a spark of excitement ignited within Teacher Miao as she turned to Wang Xian and said, Xian, if we finalize this, we could be profitable in 2 months, marking my 7th entrepreneurial success. Indeed, a little rascal transforming into a big boss. I'm looking forward to it." Wang Xian replied with a grin, helping Teacher Miao into the car. Seated in the passenger seat, Teacher Miao occasionally glanced at Wang Xian, who was focused on driving, and said, "In a few days, you'll be stepping into our circle, so it's time to brush up on your etiquette." Aren't we all young people? Is that really necessary?" "Of course, it may not be as strict as the old-timers, but we have our own modern etiquette, a simplified version." "What does the simplified version entail?" Upon hearing the word learn, Wang Xian felt a wave of dread. He had spent 2 months learning ballroom dancing from Teacher Miao, and the mere memory brought tears to his eyes. It's about contemporary manners, like how to politely invite a lady to dinner, how to decline an investment, how to use communal chopsticks. Teacher Miao rambled on with a list, making Wang Xian's head spin. Seeing his reaction, she smiled and said, "If you want to fit in, this is essential. I'll arrange for someone to teach you, and you'll also need to master ballroom dancing." Ballroom dancing? I'm already quite proficient. The last time we danced, I didn't T-step on your shoes at all. My teaching wasn't T-sufficient. There's a dedicated dance instructor who will teach you. Oh, and by the way, I'll be assessing you once you graduate. A beautiful girl? Or an older sister? Wang Xian instinctively ignored the assessment and asked, "No, it will be an elegant young man. I hope you'll like him." Upon hearing elegant young man, Wang Xian shivered, realizing that dancing with a man would be a terrifying prospect. No, it might just lead to nightmares. Chapter 50, The Scoundrel Mr. Huang. Liang Xiaolu's plea for help the following day at Songxin Square. Liang Xiaolu was still reeling from the discomfort of a blind date she had endured yesterday, which had left her feeling utterly unwell. Was there truly not a decent man left in the world? Approaching noon, she found herself still lamenting the absurdity of the man from yesterday, who had audaciously requested to keep her stockings as a memento after their first meeting. How utterly shameless. After a brief moment of venting her frustrations, Liang Xiaolu positioned herself at the front of the counter, donning a professional smile as she prepared to assist incoming customers. At that moment, the man from the previous day reappeared, a mocking smile on his face as he entered. "I thought you were a socialite. Turns out you're just a stocking salesgirl?" Upon hearing his voice, Liang Xiaolu frowned, maintaining her professional facade. "I'm sorry, sir, if you're not purchasing, please leave." "Buy? Who said I wouldn't buy? I want that pair on your legs. Is that acceptable?" The man grinned, his gaze filled with lascivious intent. "Please leave." "This is a retail counter," she insisted firmly. With a laugh, he retorted, "The woman I desire has yet to refuse me. Since I'm here, why don't you try on some stockings from that wall? I want to see." "Please leave." "This is a retail counter," Liang Xiaolu repeated, her expression darkening, her demeanor turning vigilant. Fortunately, a security officer patrolling the second floor arrived promptly and admonished the man, "Please refrain from causing trouble in the mall." The man casually tossed a business card to the guards, stating nonchalantly, "I'm a shareholder of this mall, here to shop. Which of you saw me causing trouble?" "This." He asked the one seeking to create a scene, "Wanting to buy my stockings," Liang Xiaolu interjected, not allowing him to twist the narrative. The guards were momentarily at a loss. After all, he was a shareholder, and offending him could lead to dire consequences, most likely termination. For such a trivial matter, it would be wiser to call the police. A quick-thinking guard turned to dial for assistance, but the man scoffed, "Forget it. She asked just a little girl. I'll take my leave now." The security officer put down his phone, watching the man exit. At noon, before lunch hour, the man stood once more at the counter, gazing intently at Liang Xiaolu. "It's time for lunch. Leave me alone, or I will call the police," Liang Xiaolu said, her voice quivering with fear as she reached for her phone. This time, however, the man appeared unfazed, merely watching her in silence. When the police arrived, the man was only asked to provide a statement, but showed no sign of departing. Liang Xiaolu's anxiety deepened, and she quickly dialed her branch office. Yet, being situated in the bustling metropolis, it was far too distant for immediate assistance. As she perused her contacts, her ex-husband came to mind. But the memories of his abusive tendencies chilled her heart. The remainder of her contacts consisted primarily of clients, none of whom wielded significant influence. Scrolling through her phone, she paused at the contact for Wang Xian. Perhaps it would be wise to recruit a faux boyfriend to frighten him away. A playboy would likely be indifferent to the charade. Whispering to herself, she sent Wang Xian a message. "Are you free? Could you come to the counter? I'm in a bit of trouble." Wang Xian's phone buzzed, and he was elated to release the man he had been dancing with. Being taught social dance by a man was quite distasteful, particularly since this man moved with a grace more befitting a woman and spoke in a soft, high-pitched voice, capable of bending straight men. Eager to preserve his own integrity, Wang Xian had left his phone unmuted, waiting for a call or message to rescue him. Fortunately, it was not too late. The dance instructor, aware of Wang Xian's predicament, did not refuse him. After all, he was paid by the hour, and any delay did not inconvenience him. Wang Xian admired the instructor's understanding and smiled as he unlocked his phone. Upon seeing the message, he pondered for a moment before recognizing the sender. Liang Xiaolu was merely a sales associate. He hadn't even saved her contact. Now, seeing her plea for help amused him slightly. After a brief hesitation, Wang Xian replied, "Wait for me. I'm on my way." After sending the message, he turned to the dance instructor and said, "I need to step out for a moment. Apologies for today's interruption." "That is fine. We can make it up in the evening. Just ensure it doesn't interfere with my rest time," the instructor replied casually. Wang Xian shivered at the thought, quickly amending his statement. "If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could teach me while we travel. I can multitask." "Very well," the dance instructor agreed nonchalantly, elegantly wiping his face with a handkerchief. Wang Xian shivered again and hastily exited. The dance instructor smiled faintly, not wasting any time as he followed closely behind. Once in the car, Wang Xian gestured to the back seat. "Please sit in the back. It's easier for me to drive without distractions." "All right. Let us begin with the etiquette of invitations." Wang Xian's head spun as he realized that an hour's journey felt longer than a descent into hell. Upon arriving at Songxin Square, Wang Xian promptly interrupted the instructor, instructing, "Let us continue the lesson when I return. Is there anything you would like? I'd like to get you a gift." "No need. As a professional, I cannot accept gifts from students. It's against protocol," the instructor replied softly, glancing at his watch. "Your schedule is full. You shouldn't waste time." "Fine, just half an hour, no more. I promise I'll return in that time. Is that acceptable?" Wang Xian conceded, realizing bribery had failed. "Very well, I shall commence the timer now. Punctuality is also a part of etiquette." The dance instructor elegantly produced his phone to begin the countdown. "You're quite something," Wang Xian thought, his mind swirling with thoughts as he sprinted towards the Songxin building. On the second floor, a few security guards had initially lingered nearby, but the captain had pulled them back. "The police aren't intervening. We don't need to complicate matters. It's best to let them create a scene." "But what if?" "No what ifs." Ive inquired about Mr. Huang. "He is the illegitimate son of our boss and a shareholder of them all. Offending him could lead to serious repercussions. I've heard he just got out of a mental institution. He could commit murder without facing charges." Upon hearing this, the guards nodded in understanding. Although still youthful, the realities of life had tempered their spirits, and they settled on the first floor, abandoning their posts on the second. Without the presence of security, Liang Xiaolu felt a chill run down her spine as she stood under the watchful gaze of the man, immobilized beneath the surveillance cameras, silently praying for Wang Xian's swift arrival. At that moment, Wang Xian appeared at the stairwell, breathless. In less than half an hour, he had ascended to the second floor, gasping as he scanned the counter. Upon spotting Liang Xiaolu, he sighed in relief. Liang Xiaolu's favorability 1 point. Liang Xiaolu's favorability 1 point. Chapter 51. Trouble? A minor hassle. Upon hearing the announcement echoing in his mind, Wang Xian remained motionless, surveying his surroundings. As a rational individual, it was evident that Liang Xiaolu could not have developed any fondness out of thin air. She was likely entangled in some grave predicament. For instance, Wang Xian casually glanced around the counter and spotted the brooding Mr. Huang, who appeared to be in his 30s, with a rather ordinary appearance and a somewhat portly physique. However, his demeanor suggested he was no respectable man. There was an unsettlingly lecherous air about him. A sudden smile crept across Wang Xian's face as he envisioned an overly dramatic scenario and took out his phone to message Liang Xiaolu. "Is it the one by the entrance?" "Yes, he is a pervert, apparently some kind of lunatic. I've caught his attention, and when the police came, they merely asked a few questions and left. Could you pretend to be my boyfriend, or perhaps my brother? Help me scare him off, and I'll owe you a favor." "A lunatic?" Wang Xian swallowed hard, his gaze shifting back to Mr. Huang with a newfound wariness. It is well known that the insane face no legal repercussions for murder, and Wang Xian had no desire to meet an untimely end at the hands of this man. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped into a nearby luxury store and purchased a brand new toilet seat before emerging, armed with his unconventional weapon. He felt a surge of confidence and feigned nonchalance as he walked into the hosiery counter, loudly declaring, "Our boss sent me to pick you up. Let us go." "Okay." Liang Xiaolu was momentarily at a loss, unsure of the role Wang Xian was playing, her voice trembling slightly. "Huh." Mr. Huang paused, eyeing Wang Xian. Dressed in formal attire with a trendy side part hairstyle and a toilet seat in hand, Wang Xian's appearance was initially unremarkable. Especially with his proclamation of "Our boss sent me to pick you up," it left Mr. Huang perplexed. However, seeing the prize he had nearly captured about to leave with Wang Xian, he couldn't help but approach with an ominous air, asking, "Kid, where do you come from? Dare to put on a show here? I'm just a driver. My boss asked me to pick someone up." "And you are?" I'm a sort of mall executive. My surname is Huang. This girl just went on a blind date with me yesterday. Don't tell me she is your boss's mistress." Mr. Huang spoke with an air of authority, glaring intensely at Wang Xian as if to intimidate him. Forgive my rudeness, Mr. Huang. It's a pleasure to meet you, Wang Xian replied smoothly. Cut the crap. I'm asking you what she is to your boss. Noticing Wang Xian's demeanor, Mr. Huang's arrogance grew. Please, don't make it difficult for me. I'm just a temporary driver. He didn't inform me. By the way, he lent me a gold card, claiming it could resolve 99% of troubles. Perhaps you'd like to take a look? Wang Xian tightened his grip on the toilet seat while extending the gold card with the star emblem. Mr. Huang, initially ready to hurl insults, froze upon glimpsing the card, his expression shifting dramatically. Such a card was universally recognized among the elite. He had even applied for membership in the club, but was rejected due to his unsatisfactory character. Now presented with it, Mr. Huang found himself momentarily at a loss. This card didn't merely resolve 99% of troubles. It eliminated 99% of those who caused problems. He could not guarantee he was part of that 1%. And the thought of escalating matters over a woman made his scalp prickle. Observing Mr. Huang's stunned silence, Wang Xian inquired with feigned concern, Mr. Huang, might this card indeed resolve 99% of troubles? If not, I can call my boss right now. No need for that. Mr. Huang, suddenly alert at the mention of a phone call, waved his hands in a panic and retreated hastily. Wang Xian watched him flee, a smirk creeping across his face. Mr. Huang, I trust you won't be seeking further trouble? No, I won't return, Mr. Huang stammered, his pace quickening in fear. As Mr. Huang vanished down the corridor, Wang Xian chuckled softly, stowing the gold card away and turning to Liang Xiaolu. All set, that man likely won't dare to return. Thank you. Liang Xiaolu, still in awe of the gold card, understood its significance as a sales associate in a luxury boutique. Even if she was unfamiliar with the Star Club, Mr. Huang's reaction revealed much, elevating her esteem for Wang Xian. Even if he was merely a driver, he drove for someone formidable, and such individuals often wielded impressive connections. Liang Xiaolu's affection 7 points. Liang Xiaolu's affection has reached 50 points. Rebate mode activated. Side quest activated. Spend 500,000 yuan within 1 hour for a reward of 2,000,000 yuan. Wang Xian mused over the seemingly arbitrary nature of affection points. He glanced at Liang Xiaolu and then at the time, noting that there were 22 minutes remaining, considering the time it would take to return. Even extravagant purchases would not exhaust the allotted funds. Clearing the shopping cart might appear too intimate. After some deliberation, Wang Xian transferred 500,000 yuan to Supervisor Xin as funding. Given the current attention from higher-ups, he doubted Supervisor Xin would dare embezzle the funds. And he could always request an accounting later. Task completed. Rewards have been issued. Such efficiency in expenditure was remarkable, Wang Xian thought to himself, stretching lazily before tossing the toilet seat to Liang Xiaolu. This is for you. Over 8,000 yuan? I just inquired and learned that this thing can even be used in a fight. In the future, if you encounter any issues, just take the toilet seat and you'll manage. Liang Xiaolu's affection 10 points. Indeed, it seemed that wealth could endear even a toilet seat. Wang Xian shook his head and turned to descend the stairs. Liang Xiaolu hastily followed, instinctively looping her arm through his. Could you escort me? I fear Mr. Huang might think we're acting. Remove the doubt. He knows we're acting. But seeing the gold card, he won't dare to make a fuss. May I inquire who you are affiliated with? Me? I am of course my own man. It's just that the unseen can be the most intimidating. Wang Xian replied with a knowing smile, releasing her arm. As a driver, it's improper to be seen with the boss's mistress. Just follow behind. I understand. At that moment, Liang Xiaolu felt as though a monumental fortune slipped away from her grasp. The release was not merely of her arm but of her prospects for the future. She fell silent, trailing Wang Xian without uttering a word until they reached the stairs leading to the parking lot. Her lips moved silently, but she ultimately summoned the courage to speak. If you're interested, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Wang Xian turned, stroking his chin with a smile. I'll find time to visit you. I've yet to learn how to refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman. All right. In that moment, Liang Xiaolu blossomed with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Compared to Mr. Huang, this charming young man was evidently the true powerhouse, and moreover, he was someone she could rely on. Until she found a suitable, honest man to take over, she had no qualms about developing a relationship with Wang Xian, even if it was clandestine or akin to that of a mistress. Wang Xian gazed at the captivating woman before him, genuinely wishing to linger for a meal. perhaps followed by a relaxing soak at a hot spring hotel to savor life as pleasures. However, considering the young male teacher waiting in the car, he hesitated to risk offending him. According to Teacher Meow, this dance and etiquette instructor was quite renowned in elite circles, suggesting an extensive network of connections. If anyone were to inquire discreetly about him, his reputation could easily become the subject of ridicule due to inappropriate conduct. Chapter 52. The Starry Club. At the end of March, in Su Su's photography studio, the web series titled After Divorce, Please Love Me a Little Bit More was approaching its final editing stage. Su Su sat beside director Liu, intently watching the footage, occasionally nodding in satisfaction or furrowing her brow, portraying a mix of progress and frustration. After several hours, she turned to director Liu and inquired, "Do you think this drama will be a hit?" "I'm not sure, but the creativity is commendable, especially with the character Vanilla Sister. She is quite the surprise." Director Liu replied, switching to a scene featuring Vanilla Sister. In the footage, she was exaggeratedly charming, exuding a green tea persona that was annoyingly endearing. It's a pity she's already allied with someone influential. Otherwise, she could have easily been cast as the second lead in the next series. Su Su sighed lightly, her thoughts drifting to Wang Xian. It had been over a week since she last saw him, and he hadn't even replied to a single text message, likely indicating he had found someone new. Glancing at the time, she estimated the editing would take a while longer and decided to call Wang Xian. "Hello. It and Appos, as your beloved CEO reaching out. The editing for the drama is almost complete, and it will premiere in 2 weeks. I would appreciate your feedback. I have no opinion. The drama will either succeed or fail, regardless of my input. You handle it," Wang Xian replied. "Oh, come on. Even if it's terrible, there are redeeming aspects. Especially with Vanilla Sister in it. Can't you offer a little support?" Su Su pressed. "Support? How?" "I was considering getting a membership, but it seems rather pointless. I could just invite the cast over to watch it with me," Wang Xian said, uninterested in watching on his phone. Now, web dramas even have gift-giving features. With a revenue-sharing model, shows that rank high on gift leaderboards gain considerable visibility, Su Su explained. "Well, I plan to get a membership to support you. That's all. I have other matters to attend to," Wang Xian replied dismissively. "Wait, don't go just yet. I miss you. Can you grant me this chance? Come over." Su Su's voice took on an imploring tone, as if she were pleading for his presence. "I have something important today, but I can make time tomorrow morning," Wang Xian said, sounding weary. "Really? So late?" Su Su feigned disappointment. "Stop with the whining. Your voice lacks that alluring quality. Tomorrow it is," he stated firmly before hanging up. Su Su glared at her phone after the call ended, stomping her foot in frustration. She took a moment to compose herself before glancing at her assistant and secretary. Is he really spending every night with Vanilla Sister? Not likely. I heard she is filming a short drama for New Century Media and can't be running back and forth, her assistant replied. Not likely, or definitely not. Su Su's expression turned icy as she awaited their response. No. She has been living in the New Century Media dormitory, and hasn't he returned or gone to Wang Xian's place? I can assure you of that, the secretary confirmed. That's a relief, Su Su mused. While she didn't mind being outdone by other women, it stung to be overshadowed by her own subordinates. Exhaling slowly, she smiled at her secretary and asked, "Do I look good in this outfit?" "Yes, you look stunning in anything you wear," the secretary stammered. "Do you think Wang Xian will like it?" She probed. I suppose he might," the secretary said cautiously, along with the assistant, who both hesitated, fearing they might say something wrong that could lead to repercussions from Su Su. "Perhaps I should choose for myself. I believe a leather jacket may suit me better," she concluded whimsically. Meanwhile, Wang Xian had also set his phone down and was dancing the waltz with Teacher Meow, the music flowing gracefully around them. Each step they took exhibited the finesse of seasoned performers. After the song ended, Teacher Meow embraced Wang Xian, saying, "Not bad. You've scored at least a 70. It's not easy. You have no idea how painful it can be to dance with someone of the same sex," Wang Xian quipped lightly, then asked, "Are we heading there tonight?" "Yes," Teacher Meow nodded earnestly. "Don't be apprehensive. The venue is similar to a museum, and first-timers often feel intimidated. I just hope you can maintain your composure. Rest assured, I've encountered enough of the elite to handle it," Wang Xian replied confidently. "You'll do just fine," Teacher Meow reassured him as they made their way out the door. Dressed in high fashion, Teacher Meow resembled a tranquil ice lotus, while Wang Xian wore a luxurious suit that complemented Teacher Meow's attire, giving him an air of sophistication. However, he felt unsettled by Teacher Meow's earlier comments. his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. After about half an hour, their car stopped outside a club that resembled a large sports arena. The entrance was guarded by a multitude of security personnel, almost 30, not counting hidden guards. Surveillance cameras surrounded the area, making it feel more secure than a museum. As Wang Xian stepped out of the car with Teacher Miao, he struggled to suppress his excitement while glancing toward the entrance. Waiting there were Yu Yutong and her two associates, Chen Long and He Yuanhua, though referred to as her little brothers. They were not individuals Wang Xian could afford to offend. His brief encounters with Chen Long regarding donations and name changes had been enough to establish a sense of intimidation. Even the local officials treated Chen Long with an unusual level of respect, as if renaming a group of children was a trivial matter. Behind closed doors, they referred to him as Dragon Lord, a title that evoked both a gangster's reputation and that of a local aristocrat. Wang Xian refrained from delving deeper into this dynamic, aware that his own status was insufficient for such matters. Upon spotting the two men approaching, Yi Yutong greeted them, flashing her wristwatch. Meow meow. You still have no sense of time. Didn't you know to arrive a few minutes early? Well, I didn't anticipate the traffic. We should still be on time. Teacher Miao replied, adopting a playful demeanor as he affectionately pleaded for forgiveness from Yi Yutong. Just be mindful next time. Yi Yutong replied casually before turning to Wang Xian. You're looking quite sprightly since the last time I saw you. Welcome to the club. Thank you. Yi Jia, Wang Xian responded, extending his hand for a handshake. Your manners are commendable, Yi Yutong remarked, withdrawing her hand before signaling her associates to lead the way. Ding. A tribute panel loaded. Name, Yi Yutong, age, 31, height, 177 centimeters, status, widowed, appearance, 91, affection level, 10 points, as Wang Xian glanced at Yi Yutong's silhouette. He couldn't help but admire her graceful figure, moving with an enchanting elegance. After a couple of furtive glances, he quickly shifted his focus elsewhere. However, this diversion proved futile. The club's hallways were lined with artifacts, including exquisite Song Dynasty black glazed bowls and Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain jars. Had it not been for the labels, Wang Xian wouldn't and Oppos, have recognized any of these treasures. The luxury items of the Dragon Nation were notoriously difficult to identify, and even seasoned antique scholars might struggle to name all the porcelain lining the corridor. Wang Xian swallowed hard, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. These treasures were reserved for the fortunate, and he could only dream of attaining such status. Chapter 53. The Art of Wine Tasting. The allure of red wine. As they ventured further inside, the outer hall exuded an air of grandeur, with display cabinets arranged in an orderly fashion at the corners. What captivated Wang Xian the most were the 4 bronze tripods, their oxidized surfaces displaying a mesmerizing green hue. Adorned with intricate designs of mythical creatures and swirling patterns, an imposing sight. Coupled with the enigmatic patterns on the ground, it felt as though he had stumbled upon an ancient master's wealth-attracting formation. As Wang Xian gazed at the strange designs, he instinctively crouched down, eager to touch them and absorb some of their fortune. Teacher Miao poked him sharply in the lower back, whispering, "Don't show fear. This is merely for intimidation." Acknowledging her words, Wang Xian quickly regained his composure and signaled an okay gesture to her. The club was vast, and after a good 10 minutes of wandering through the outer hall, they arrived at the entrance to the inner hall. It dawned on Wang Xian what those few words spoken a few minutes prior had meant, even arriving at 6 o'clock. It still took them 7 or 8 minutes to reach the inner hall. Yi Yutong raised her right hand to check the time and smiled, just in time. With that, she placed her hand on the screen at the entrance, and after a ripple of light confirmed her fingerprint, the door swung open with a click. Inside, the opulence was breathtaking, rivaling that of the outer museum. Directly opposite the entrance was a colossal fish tank, where several platinum arowanas glided gracefully. Beside the tank, a grand chair crafted from golden silk nanmu wood was occupied by a man nursing a snow leopard cub. Flanking him were a man and a woman, both silently observing the entrance. Around them, a crowd of about 100 stood nearby, turning their gazes as the door opened. Yi Yutong greeted them with a wave, introducing new member, Wang Xian. You may already know his background. He has some wealth and, more importantly, good character. He's also Miao Miao's boyfriend. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement, casting a brief glance at Wang Xian before returning their attention to the door. New members frequently graced the club, most being the offspring of officials, while individuals like Wang Xian, the nouveau riche, were rare, mainly due to their perceived lack of value, which diminished the desire for camaraderie. Observing the indifferent expressions of those around him, Wang Xian remained unfazed, quietly following Yi Yutong as she introduced him to familiar faces. He maintained a natural demeanor, exuding calmness even in the presence of such distinguished individuals, many of whom were prominent figures with titles of top university professors. In contrast, he felt somewhat invisible among the offspring of city officials, who seemed to be either the sons of deputy mayors or the nephews of department heads. The man with the snow leopard remained still, merely observing, until Yi Yutong returned to her seat, prompting him to rise. Applause erupted, interrupting the casual exchanges among the crowd. He surveyed the attendees and proclaimed, "Since everyone has met the new member, let us commence. I have brought several projects. Those interested may approach for discussion." He did not announce the details publicly but instead retreated to his seat, awaiting others to engage with him. Everything appeared so relaxed, as if they were in the comfort of their own home. Indeed, it felt much like home. Noticing Wang Xian's confusion, Teacher Miao leaned in and whispered, "Chen Xing is the club manager and the leader of the Star Rescue Team. The projects start at a minimum of 10 billion. We are merely here to observe." Wow. Wang Xian nearly let slip an expletive, looking at the young man with newfound respect. Teacher Miao, amused by Wang Xian's reaction, whispered in his ear, "Don't be intimidated. He is one of us. His character is commendable." Wang Xian, feeling slightly uncomfortable, turned away, no longer gazing at him. Among the others who did not approach to discuss business, conversations flowed on various topics: quantum tunneling, star simulators, and more, none of which Wang Xian understood. He dared not interject, preferring to listen attentively from the sidelines. At that moment, Chen Long approached with a glass of red wine, smiling. "How are you finding it? Are you adjusting?" "Adjusting," Wang Xian replied, the words feeling disingenuous. He raised his glass to take a sip, but upon realizing it was red wine, he set it down again. Noticing his hesitation, Chen Long chuckled and produced a small bottle of $3 Sprite from his pocket, saying, "Come on, no one else watching us. Let us enjoy ourselves." "Thank you, brother," Wang Xian replied, accepting the Sprite and pouring a little for himself before offering some to Teacher Miao as well, ready to toast. Chen Long casually clinked glasses, whispering, "Here. We don't toast casually, it usually signifies a completed deal." This was a kind reminder, and Wang Xian nodded, acknowledging that he was aware of this custom but had forgotten in his earlier nervousness. Fortunately, as they were among friends, he was spared any embarrassment. Teacher Miao opted not to take the Sprite, finding it too mundane, instead savoring a glass of red wine that had been aerated in a decanter. The red wine here was exclusively supplied from European vineyards, virtually impossible to find outside. Each bottle as quality could rival those sold for tens of thousands elsewhere, delivering a layered and textured drinking experience. It was peculiar that Wang Xian would forego such exquisite wine for Sprite. Nonetheless, Teacher Miao bore no reproach. Understanding that everyone had to start somewhere, she too had struggled with the taste initially before growing accustomed. After exchanging a few more casual remarks with Chen Long, Wang Xian redirected his focus to Teacher Miao. It was not his intention, however. A glance around revealed several stunning women, all radiating beauty and charm. As a newcomer to the club, he felt compelled to leave an impression of being relatively unflirtatious. With a smile, Teacher Miao handed Wang Xian a glass of red wine, saying, "We have a long evening ahead. It would be tiring not to indulge in some wine." Wang Xian made a face, contemplating a refusal. "You may overlook its taste. Instead, appreciate its blood-red hue and inherent value." Teacher Miao gently placed the glass in his hand, explaining, "This wine has journeyed nearly 2 decades from its production to reach us, and you, at merely 22 years of age, have been alive for only a fraction of that time. It has waited for this moment to meet you. This is destiny. Come, savor the charm of this encounter." Wang Xian stroked his chin, delicately lifting the glass, and took a small sip. The essence of 20 years seemed to condense into that single taste, with initial acidity giving way to a subtle sweetness, rich with fruity undertones. Ignoring the majority of flavors, the remaining notes were surprisingly pleasant. He reluctantly accepted the taste and downed the rest of the wine in one go. "Delightful, let us continue." Teacher Miao recognized the opportunity for Wang Xian to ascend into high society and raised her glass for another toast. Chapter 54. The invitation from Bai Susu. Under the encouragement of Teacher Miao, Wang Xian gradually acclimated to the peculiar taste, consuming nearly half a bottle before halting. At that moment, the negotiations with the surrounding partners had almost reached fruition. Chen Xing, the manager of the club, stood up with a beaming smile and declared, "Master Carroll, please grace us with your performance." As the master seated at the piano was already prepared, his slender fingers danced swiftly across the keys, and the enchanting melody commenced. The man stepped forward and extended his hand towards Yi Yutong, saying, Yutong, would you care to join me for a dance? Certainly. Yi Yutong elegantly rose, linking her arm with his as they made their way to the center of the ballroom. The melodious music filled the air, and Wang Xian embraced Teacher Miao, joining the swirling figures around them. The ball continued until the early hours of dawn. Wang Xian had not anticipated how exhausting socializing could be. The entire evening had left him tense, a state far from what any ordinary person could endure. Perhaps this was the reason for exclusion from the mundane? With this thought, Wang Xian reluctantly accepted it all. Upon returning to his apartment, Wang Xian chose not to visit Teacher Miao, as they had seen each other quite frequently over the past 2 weeks, and they had agreed not to meet for the following week to preserve their feelings. The next day, when Wang Xian finally awoke, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He had indulged in a full sleep cycle, and in a daze. He opened his phone screen to find a plethora of missed calls, all from Bai Susu. Wang Xian scratched his head, bemused. Is this little vixen so eager? Noticing the time, he dialed Bai Susu's number. Hello, have you arrived? Of course. I've already had 5 cups of afternoon tea. If you don't return my call, I'll head back to the office. Oh, then come over. You know Building 3. I'll buzz you in. Humph. You think you can placate me? I'm quite upset and don't wish to go. All right then, goodbye. Wang Xian abruptly hung up, choosing not to look at his phone again. Aware that he was still somewhat disoriented and not in the right mindset for a date. What he truly needed was rest or perhaps a rejuvenating spa treatment. Bai Susu was infuriated upon being hung up on. As the president of a company with a net worth exceeding 10 million, she was unaccustomed to such indignities. She slammed her hand on the table, ready to leave. However, as she stood, catching her reflection in the cup, she softened. Today, she wore an ensemble entirely purchased by Wang Xian. It was permissible to tolerate a bit of his attitude given his affluence. After a moment's hesitation, she redialed Wang Xian. Hello, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I wish to make amends. Very well. Wait for me at the entrance. Let us go to the spa together. Wang Xian casually remarked as he began dressing to head downstairs. A spa? I have a recommendation. It should suit you well. Bai Susu immediately thought of her brother's ventures. He owned not just restaurants, but also a ballroom and various entertainment investments, with Bai Susu being a shareholder, naturally inclined to attract customers. Oh, if it's far. You should drive. I drank too much yesterday, so driving would be illegal. All right, if you'd like, you could get an annual membership. I can offer you an internal discount. As she spoke, her tone shifted from casual to promotional. I might as well just gift you a sum of over 100,000. Wang Xian retorted with a hint of irritation. I wouldn't mind if you showered me with money. Bai Susu teased, blowing a kiss at the screen, smiling brightly. I'll be waiting for you. Okay. Wang Xian had changed into his clothes and was somewhat swaying as he made his way downstairs. Approximately 10 minutes later, he reached the entrance and, in a daze, spotted Bai Susu. She wore a simple white dress paired with white sneakers, her hair in a high ponytail, and donned a pair of non-prescription glasses, exuding an air reminiscent of first love. Wang Xian, during his less affluent days, had encountered many virtual girlfriends who bore a striking resemblance to her. He stretched lazily and said softly, let us get going. Drive me there. Sure. Bai Susu, unperturbed, gently took Wang Xian's hand and led him to the car, accelerating towards the city spa. As they entered the spa, Wang Xian appeared somewhat disinterested, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue reminiscent of Teacher Miao. Perhaps due to the previous night's club experience, he felt an immunity to the high-end environment surrounding him. The spa, clearly catering to a wealthy clientele, struck him as rather lackluster. Did the walls lack four-leaf clover fossils? Surely, the aquarium was devoid of silver dragonfish? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, they entered a private room designated for the two of them. To avoid evoking jealousy in Wang Xian, Bai Susu had requested a female masseuse. Wang Xian lay on the table, his gaze unfocused on Bai Susu, his mood complex, akin to a fish out of water. Bai Susu, feeling quite relaxed from her massage, lifted her head slightly and asked, Wang Xian, what is troubling you? You seem different from before. Perhaps. Wang Xian indulged in the treatment, savoring the essential oils, engaging in casual conversation with Bai Susu. The 90-minute spa session felt fleeting, and afterward, Wang Xian appeared somewhat revitalized. Bai Susu observed his expression and suggested, let us grab a bite to eat. I've prepared a leather jacket for you this evening, along with your favorite dish. Let us go for teppanyaki. The man's shrimp was delightful, and we didn't have enough last time. But I'm already full. Let us opt for Japanese cuisine instead, bluefin tuna, salmon, and Arctic shellfish. I want to be going. I dislike raw food. Come on, Accompany me for teppanyaki. I don't mind covering the remaining costs. Wang Xian once again wielded his financial prowess. Oh dear, how could I forget? I do enjoy managed shrimp as well. Let us go. I can hardly wait. Bai Susu, being quite understanding, linked her arm with Wang Xian as they headed outside, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wang Xian casually glanced at her and opened his panel. Name, Bai Susu, age, 23, height, 174 cm, status, single, appearance, 87, affinity, 82 points, with an affinity of 82 points. It was evident that once a woman surpassed 80 points in reality, it became increasingly difficult to maintain her favor unless one showered her with extravagant gifts. Wang Xian was no fool. He held only a moderate affection for Bai Susu, not inclined to offer her cars or houses. He would let fate take its course. Unbeknownst to Bai Susu, Wang Xian could see her true affinity, yet she was determined to act as flirtatiously as possible, displaying a charming demeanor as they made their way to the restaurant. As they approached the entrance, a luxurious Maybach suddenly blocked their path. Through the window, Bai Yin glared at Bai Susu, who was being led by a man. Gritting his teeth, he rolled down the glass and exclaimed, Bai Susu, you've grown up now. And I want to meddle in your affairs, but changing boyfriends like this is a bit excessive. You are doing well in every aspect. It's time to find a reliable partner and get engaged before you become a leftover woman. Brother? Bai Susu was taken aback by his words. Upon recognizing him, she approached the car with a grin, genuinely caressing the Maybach. Where did you get this? I didn't realize you were doing so well now, little Baldy. Bai Susu, I'm talking to you. Pay attention. Bai Yan's tone shifted slightly, yet he retained a degree of seriousness. Wang Xian glanced at him and casually greeted. We're merely friends. I recently invested in her media company. A drama is about to air, and we're celebrating. Not her boyfriend, huh? I thought so. It's hard to find someone like you who seems so upright. Bai Yin chuckled, and his gaze toward Bai Susu softened. Bai Susu responded with a playful expression. Chapter 55. A date turns into a shareholders meeting. As Bai Susu raised two middle fingers, Bai Yin chuckled. I am also a shareholder. Since you are on my turf, I shall treat you. Let us consider it a shareholders meeting. This isn't appropriate. Bai Susu pouted as she glanced at Wang Xian. Honestly, she felt unable to refuse the situation. Then let's go together. Wang Xian was unfazed and nodded at Bai Yin. Bai Yin, in a casual manner, exited the car and led the two inside. Along the way, he occasionally probed into the true nature of Wang Xian and Bai Susu's relationship. With Bai Yin present, Bai Susu appeared somewhat reserved, not even daring to touch Wang Xian's arm, limiting their interaction to mere glances. Bai Yin, clearly oblivious to the subtlety of their exchanges, felt reassured by their evident chemistry. Smiling all the way, as their date transformed into a shareholders meeting, Bai Yin opened a VIP room he had personally designed, complete with an array of meat dishes and half a box of beer. He took it upon himself to grill the meat while asking, wasn't it said that the online series was completed? Susu, why not show us the sample? As a major shareholder, I have yet to see the online series. I can only show a few episodes, not the complete series, and they're all in fragments, Bai Susu replied sheepishly. That's all right. A meal only lasts an hour or so. A few episodes will suffice. Hurry, let me enjoy it, Bai Yin urged while grilling. Fine. I shall reluctantly allow you to appreciate my masterpiece, Bai Susu said, skillfully connecting her device to the room screen and starting the video playback. As the screen illuminated with the 5th episode subtitles, the plot unfolded with the female lead being spied upon in her rental apartment, misunderstanding the man outside. She spent half the episode pondering the male lead instead of reporting the incident. The portrayal of the male lead was punctuated with romantic background music, showcasing his tender care. After the episode concluded, the two men exchanged bewildered glances, scratching their heads. Bai Yin suppressed his disgust and remarked, it's rather melodramatic yet somehow logical. Let us move on to the next episode. All right, Bai Susu replied, switching to the 13th episode. Once again, the female lead found herself under surveillance. This time in the swimming pool's changing room. Instead of reporting the incident, she sat by the pool, lost in thoughts of the male lead, while the narrative intertwined her reflections with romantic interludes. The episode concluded with a fleeting glimpse of the male lead sharing a bed with the second female lead. After finishing this episode, the grilled meat had burned, and both men exchanged looks of loathing. It was a level of discomfort that even the most outrageous male-centric stories could not evoke. 2 entire episodes featuring a group of perverts fixated on a female lead who lacked the charm of the third female lead. Was she truly that easy to victimize? This series is rather forced and rather melodramatic, not aligning with male tastes, Bai Yin coughed. not wanting to discourage his sister. After swallowing a bite of the now chewy meat, he quietly suggested, "I can handle the toxicity. Let us watch another episode. Perhaps there are redeeming qualities we have yet to uncover." "I knew you'd become addicted after watching," Bai Susu suddenly laughed, her face beaming with pride. However, she did not turn around, or she would have seen the bewildered expressions on their faces. As the screen shifted to the 21st episode, the female lead, now more desperate, resorted to sleeping in the corridor where the male lead and second female lead resided. Set in summer, she was depicted with a flimsy summer blanket and a thin sheet, embodying a character similar to a green tea bitch. The upstairs neighbors mistook her for a homeless woman, subjecting her to harassment, yet she still refrained from calling the police, waiting for her male lead to rescue her. The male lead, unable to bear it any longer, sought help from his friend, who happened to be the second male lead. This friend, upon seeing the female lead, took her home. The female lead began to manipulate the second male lead to provoke the first. This episode was dense with information, and the two men grilling meat could no longer bear it, finding the sounds of chewing repulsive. Bai Yin glanced at his sister and then at Wang Xian. "You know, I think this is more suited for your generation. My taste must be lacking. How about this, Wang? I'll sell you my shares at a bargain, and you can date my sister." "Nanny?" Wang Xian gulped, wanting to ask, "Do I look like a fool?" Bai Yin, noticing Wang Xian's expression, forced a smile. 7 million. I genuinely want to sell. I never intended to invest. I only gave her shares out of kindness." "Little bald head, how could you do this?" Bai Susu glared at him, feeling as though her goodwill had been dismissed. Had she known, she wouldn't have let him watch. Huffing, she sulked while eating meat. Wang Xian shot her a glance, baring his teeth. "Brother, I'm not buying. You deal with your own shares. 650,000? No way." Wang Xian quickly waved his hand. This series had flopped, and the company's shares would undoubtedly suffer. The current online drama model typically involved revenue sharing based on viewership. Generally, when purchasing rights, there would be a minimum revenue guarantee plus a share from viewer payments, leaving everything else dependent on the data. Given the abysmal quality of this series, it might only yield a minimum guarantee. Would it even reach 10 to 18 million? The cost wouldn't be covered. Susu Media had essentially invested all its capital in this pathetic series, and once the results were out, the market value would likely fall below 20 million. Bai Yan shares accounted for only 25%. Thus, they would be valued around 5 million. This price felt rather inflated. Susu, be more prudent in the future. Consider this a lesson learned. Next time, don't come to me for money. Bai Yin saw Wang Xian was unwilling to be taken advantage of and began to instruct Bai Susu on how to navigate such matters. Bai Susu, sitting aside, was either disinterested or simply sulking, her demeanor clearly upset. Wang Xian, meanwhile, found the unfolding drama more entertaining than the series itself, enjoying his meat and craft beer with keen interest. After about 10 minutes of Bai Yin's lecture, he received a phone call. Shooting a displeased glance at Bai Susu before turning to leave. Swallowing her meat, Bai Susu glared at her brother's retreating figure, muttering, "Just wait. I will show that little bald head what it means to be a film mogul." This is certainly more interesting than the online series, Wang Xian remarked, inadvertently causing the beer in his mouth to spray. "What are you staring at? Never seen a woman before?" Bai Susu wiped her face, annoyed. "Sorry. I'll buy you a new outfit later." Wang Xian chuckled, apologizing. "That's unnecessary. After all, it's your treat," Bai Susu replied, still slightly irritated. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Do you really think this show is that bad? Are you being honest?" Chapter 56. Bai Susu's favorability surpasses 90. Bai Susu nodded slightly. "If I were to rate this show, I could only give it 2 stars, one for you and one for Vanilla Sister, while the rest is utter rubbish." As Wang Xian uttered the words utter rubbish, it did not prevent him from savoring the meat. After swallowing a mouthful, he took another sip of beer. "I understand now." Bai Susu's eyes dimmed instantly, losing the vivacity she once had. It seemed she had been struck down, or perhaps gained a sense of self-awareness that was too burdensome for her to bear at this moment. Burp. Wang Xian let out a hearty belch and chuckled. "Well, a few failures teach us lessons. Next time, I'll keep an eye on you. But you're neither a director nor a screenwriter." Bai Susu huffed, turning away, unwilling to engage with Wang Xian any longer. The atmosphere felt so uncomfortable that even intimacy seemed unappealing. "That may be true, but I do have a few connections in my circle. In due time, I could set something up for you," Wang Xian said, lifting his glass for another sip. His gaze fixed intently on Bai Susu. "Which connections?" Bai Susu perked up, eagerly inquiring. Those who have presented awards at the podium these past 2 years, Wang Xian replied, omitting names but emphasizing the prestige of the directors, confident that Bai Susu would comprehend. Then we have a deal. Bai Susu extended her pinky, ready to seal the promise like a child. Stop that. Let us wait for a while. I need time to acclimate myself. Wang Xian glanced at the intricately crafted ceiling. His expression complex. Bai Susu's favorability 6 points. Favorability has increased quite unexpectedly. Observing the numbers, Wang Xian noted Bai Susu's favorability had reached 88 points. Just 2 points shy of the next level. Wang Xian blinked and smiled. Let us go shopping to lift your spirits. I still need to check out some leather jackets tonight. All right. Bai Susu's mood brightened at the mention of shopping, and she took Wang Xian's hand, leading him outside. By the time they finished shopping at 9 in the evening, both were exhausted, slumped on the hotel couch, unwilling to move. Wang Xian gazed at Bai Susu and exhaled deeply. Name, Bai Susu, age, 23, height, 174 cm, status, single, attractiveness, 87, favorability, 90 points. Bai Susu's favorability has reached 90 points, activating the high return mode. Side quest activated. Make a life choice to receive corresponding rewards. Choice A, maintain the current status with Bai Susu, reward, 1,000,000 in savings. Choice B, advance to a private couple relationship with Bai Susu, reward, 20 to physique. Choice C, advance to a public couple relationship with Bai Susu. Reward, mastery of a random skill. Is there a distinction between B and C? Wang Xian was momentarily puzzled by the system's meaning. After all, isn't a public and private relationship fundamentally the same? Those who know will know, and those who don't, it doesn't matter. Yang Ran, the senior, would merely feel a twinge of jealousy, while teacher Miao would be indifferent, and Vanilla's sister likely already knew. B, the couple relationship can be private in any setting. C, in any legitimate situation where someone inquires, the relationship must be public. Will this lead to any future complications? The host may choose. I knew it. But the mastery of a random skill is indeed tempting. Ever since acquiring proficiency in painting, Wang Xian felt as though life had transitioned to an easy mode. A game-breaking talent that overshadowed others. Even the seemingly less useful parenting proficiency had greatly benefited him. After some contemplation, Wang Xian gritted his teeth and declared, I choose C. Understood. Random skill extraction in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained mastery in directing. 6666666. If Wang Xian had a keyboard, he would have smashed that 6 key. Almost instantaneously, a plethora of professional knowledge flooded his mind. Cinematic composition, photographic adjustments, scene transitions, departmental coordination. Nearly all modern film set knowledge surged into Wang Xian's consciousness. Host, Wang Xian, age, 22, height, 176 cm, physique, 51, wealth, 24,000, 500 Chinese yuan, 1 Audi A6L. 10-year usage rights for a unit on the 15th floor of Sanyuan Huafu. 5 shares in New Century Media. Skills, mastery in painting, mastery in parenting, mastery in directing. Delight surged through Wang Xian. He felt invigorated. Turning his gaze back to Bai Susu, he noticed she resembled the protagonist of a new drama. Bai Susu caught his gaze and smiled gently. Am I beautiful? Of course. My choice in a girlfriend is indisputable. Girlfriend? Bai Susu's eyes lit up, as if she had caught a hint of something significant. Unwilling? She asked, immediately inquiring about her standing, aware that Wang Xian had a girlfriend. The fourth, but the most beautiful. How rude. Bai Susu climbed into Wang Xian's embrace, stifling a laugh. Ahem, enough laughter. Hurry and change into the leather jacket. I've been waiting forever. Just a moment. At 3 in the morning, the night was deep and the stars shone brightly. Their breaths gradually became steady as they snuggled together and fell into a peaceful slumber. The next day, Wang Xian awoke at 3 o'clock again. He felt somewhat fatigued as he gently nudged the figure in his arms, freeing himself from the clothes pinned beneath him. Bai Susu, slightly clingy, held onto him tightly. Now that we are a couple, how about spending the day together at the studio? Since the show is abysmal, I can help with the editing. All right. Why not? I've nothing else to do. Wang Xian chuckled, ruffling Bai Susu's hair before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. The cold water splashed onto him, invigorating his senses. His mind brimmed with thoughts of editing, an essential skill for any director. Even seasoned directors understood the importance of editing, and Wang Xian was even more knowledgeable than them. Recalling the 3 episodes from yesterday, he had already devised a rough editing plan. Adhering to the minimum standards for web series reviews, Wang Xian believed the content needed to be streamlined. Removing the dross might salvage the show and at least break even. Thinking of breaking even, Wang Xian remembered Bai Yan. If he could assist in ensuring that, then the 650,000 for 25 shares would indeed be reasonable. Glancing at Bai Susu, Wang Xian inquired, "Is your brother available today?" "Him? I don't know." Bai Susu, still a bit annoyed, was reluctant to think about her bald brother. "Just give him a call and mention I'm interested in acquiring his shares, as per our conversation yesterday for 650,000. You want to buy?" "Actually, I was considering selling too. If you sell me 19, the company will be mine." Wang Xian replied casually, "Isn't it all yours already? Does the company even matter?" Bai Susu said, stepping into the bathroom with him. "Ahem, we can discuss your shares later, if you're short on cash. I can transfer you a few 100,000 to spend." I knew you were the best. After finishing their shower, the day slipped by. Initially, they had planned to edit, but upon glancing at the time, Wang Xian ultimately decided to forego it. As the sun set, their stomachs growled with hunger. Bai Susu dialed Bai Yan's number. "Hello, brother. My boyfriend has come to a decision. He wants to buy your shares." "Wait, when did you two become a couple?" Bai Yan asked, his expression a mix of surprise and disbelief, as if he felt deceived by two con artists. Chapter 57. Acquisition of shares. Cough. It's just the way it is. Only you silly fool, didn't he notice? Bai Susu scolded Bai Yan in frustration. "Bai Susu, I am your elder brother. Show some respect." "Humph, you scolded me even worse than this yesterday." "Never mind. When are you two coming?" "Let us discuss it at the restaurant. I can draft the contract here." Bai Yan, uninterested in frivolous chatter with his sister, redirected the conversation. "Wait for me. We'll meet in 10 minutes. After hanging up, Bai Susu began changing her clothes, while Wang Xian silently waited at the door. About half an hour later, Bai Susu, after much fussing with makeup and attire, was finally ready. Whether intentional or not, she took an unusually long time, making it an entire hour for a journey that should only take 10 minutes to the nearby restaurant. Bai Yan, waiting outside, noticed the change in people's expressions as they watched the two of them. Yesterday, he was the caring elder brother. Today, he looked every bit the intimidating father-in-law scrutinizing his potential son-in-law. Wang Xian chuckled. "Brother, don't believe her words. We only solidified our relationship last night. After you left, she was quite distraught, and I spent the whole night comforting her until she finally yielded." Bai Yan's expression twitched. "So, you two can blame me now? Fine. Let us set aside the trivial matters and discuss shares. I have sufficient funds. Let us sit down and talk." "Humph, don't lead her astray, or I want to let you off easily." Bai Yan shot a sidelong glance at Wang Xian, his demeanor indifferent as he guided them into the restaurant. Bai Susu stuck out her tongue behind him, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her elder brother always had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. And this sentiment eased the unpleasant memories from the previous day. The trio entered the private room they had occupied yesterday, with Bai Yan taking the main seat. Though there was no designated head seat, an extra table had been added today, exuding an air of authority. The meal was not a DIY affair. It consisted of pre-prepared roasted meat that could be served immediately. As the waiter brought the dishes, Bai Yan remained impassive. "Wang Xian, I'd like to understand your primary source of income, or perhaps your compatibility with Susu's status." "I hold a position at the Academy of Fine Arts and occasionally dabble in investments. I have shares in New Century Media and sometimes invest in short dramas." Wang Xian replied casually, disregarding etiquette as he served himself a piece of meat. "Sounds acceptable." Bai Yan nodded, taking a sip of beer before asking, "What do you see in her?" "You should be asking her what she sees in me." Bai Yan turned to Bai Susu, who had been quietly enjoying shrimp, suddenly feeling anxious under the scrutiny of both men. Swallowing hard, she forced a smile. I admire his charisma, his capability, and, well, he is not exactly fickle and knows how to have fun." Bai Yan nodded, finally revealing a hint of a smile. "At least he has the demeanor of a young and affluent heir." "Very well, let us discuss serious matters." With the parent meeting finally concluded, Wang Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a surge of resentment towards the system. The requirement to disclose one's identity in public was utterly distasteful. Bai Yan fixed his gaze on Wang Xian, chuckling, "Since we're family now, I want to take advantage of you. 6,200,000. I'll sell you all my shares for 300,000 as a blessing for your union." "That works. I'll withdraw 300,000 for Bai Susu to hold." "Capable, indeed." Bai Yan raised his glass. Wang Xian promptly followed suit, and their glasses clinked with a crisp sound. After downing their drinks, Bai Yan said, "Let us refill." Once we sign the contract, let us indulge until we're inebriated. The next day, thankfully, there was an alarm clock, or Wang Xian would have likely slept through the day. He awoke around 8, still feeling somewhat dazed. Bai Susu looked at him, yawning. Come with me to the film set. I want to watch you edit. Let us go now. At the filming studio, Director Lu had mixed feelings upon learning that someone would take over his editing duties. Observing Wang Xian, who still reeked of alcohol, he asked, Mr. Wang understands editing? I've learned from a few renowned directors. My skills should be a notch above those of university professors. Lu examined him closely, hesitating before clearing a space for him. Please, go ahead. Wang Xian settled into the chair and began reviewing footage and segments. After confirming the general layout and corresponding scenes, he started the simple process of assembly. For the BGM, he removed all that was unnecessary, ensuring that any lackluster moments were omitted, as they would detract from the overall quality. However, he noted that what could be used for promotion could be retained as behind-the-scenes material. Lu observed silently from behind, recognizing Wang Xian's expertise. Even if he had not seen the finished product, he could discern its potential from the reactions of the crew. Time passed gradually, after 7 hours. Wang Xian was nearing the completion of his editing work. He had finished 5 episodes and a series of promotional clips. Lu tentatively remarked, Mr. Wang, your editing style resembles that of the renowned Wang Jiawei. The use of you suggested a newfound respect. As Lu recognized Wang Xian's professional caliber far beyond his own, I believe this project is a good fit for your style. I'll take care of it for the next few days, and you need not credit me. This production is still yours. Thank you. If there is anything you need, such as reshoots, I'm here to help. Bai Susu, having taken a nap, observed Lu's demeanor and inquired, what is the matter? Is he better than you at editing? Lu chuckled awkwardly. I'll just have to learn more, Miss Bai. Haha, I knew it. My man is multi-talented. Bai Susu suddenly beamed, her smile reminiscent of a blooming flower, radiating a subtle youthful charm. As Wang Xian completed the 6th episode, he glanced at her. I'll be here for the next couple of days. There are a few more shots that need to be res hot. The previous filming wasn't satisfactory. Coordinate with Lu about the work. Sure thing. As long as it's popular, I can film it myself. Bai Susu responded with an enthusiastic okay sign, her spirit uplifting. Actually, I'll add a few shots for you tomorrow. I'm planning to develop a layered character, and you're quite fitting. What character? Will it stand out? Bai Susu's interest was piqued. As a social media influencer with 1 million fans, she eagerly sought recognition, especially after her brother Bai Yan's scoldings, igniting her desire to prove herself. It should be quite distinctive. I'll ensure you shine. Thank you for your guidance, Director Wang. Bai Susu flashed a playful smile, sinking into the studio couch to relish her moment of leisure. Chapter 58. Reshoots. Welfare Institution Narrative. Wang Xian edited late into the night, eventually succumbing to drowsiness. The sequence of the day's editing had largely been determined, with no usable footage wasted. The following day's priority lay in reshooting and fulfilling the narrative promised to Bai Susu. Wang Xian contemplated assigning Bai Susu a role as a journalist. The initial theme of chasing the husband's funeral felt somewhat monotonous. A journalist could effectively highlight the character's arc, cleverly resolving the distasteful harassment scenes. Additionally, it would provide her with a journey of self-redemption, stemming from a previous incident where an inaccurate report led to someone's tragic suicide, plunging her into depression. It is through this path of redemption that the female protagonist gradually ignites hope, illuminating the lives of others. Wang Xian planned to shoot at the Children's Welfare Institution, breathing life into this character. Director Chen, likely to comply, would probably grant permission, especially since Wang Xian had generously donated nearly 1 million recently, establishing himself as a veritable philanthropist. This modest request would likely be fulfilled, allowing the children some much-needed activity and attention. Wang Xian's thoughts often reflected a multifaceted perspective. Awakening around midnight, he wasted no time in merging the edit-ready segments to continue his work. Early the next morning, Bai Susu awoke and brought him a cup of milk tea, waiting patiently for instructions. Wang Xian accepted the tea, scribbled down some plot ideas from the previous day, and tossed them to Bai Susu. What do you think of this journalist character? He asked. I feel we can shift to a topic of female independence, Bai Susu exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. The previous web series title, Chasing the Husband's Funeral, now had the potential for greater visibility with this additional title. Less promotion is needed. Current audiences are not fond of female independence themes. Let's change it to redemption. Bai Susu chuckled softly, nudging Wang Xian's arm. Director Wang has the final say. Be sure to give her the script. Wait, I'll have it ready by this afternoon. I still have to edit for a while to finalize what needs reshooting. And I need to invite Director Liu to help coordinate. Sounds good, Director Wang. Bai Susu playfully asked if he wanted her to massage his shoulders. Fine. But as your director, I assure you I won't exploit you, Wang Xian replied, rolling his shoulders as a signal for her to proceed. Bai Susu, with a playful sway, leaned closer, her delicate hands gently massaging his shoulders. As evening approached, Wang Xian handed the first draft of the script to Bai Susu while directing Liu to manage the reshoots. Estimating the timeline, Wang Xian felt confident in completing the project within 3 days, planning to visit the welfare institution on the 3rd day. Reflecting on the children's desires and the stories they wished to hear, he worked late into the night. As night fell, Bai Susu's first scene commenced. The original plot involved the female protagonist being spied upon, leading to a series of imaginings. With Bai Susu's role, the narrative evolved, emphasizing her character's sharp wit. Action. With the clap of the clapperboard, the first act officially began. The beleaguered, sharp-tongued journalist Bai Susu observed the female lead arguing with the peeping Tom and rushed over, seizing his collar with a cold huff. You little rascal, spying with a pinhole camera? You're coming with me to the police station. No, I didn't. It's just a button. A button. Did I ever say a pinhole camera was a button? Bai Susu's commanding presence instantly overpowered the voyeur. Her gaze was frigid, devoid of emotion. The female lead stood nearby, forlorn, drenched and wrapped inadequately in a towel, silently shedding tears at the scene. The voyeur's eyes flickered with malice as he reached for a nearby bottle to hurl at her. Smack. Bai Susu effortlessly blocked it, delivering a sharp slap. I've been a war correspondent. Do you dare to ambush me? Come on, we're going to the police station. No, I want to go. It's just a minor thing. We don't need to. The female lead turned her head, silently watching, reminiscent of how the male lead had acted in a similar situation. Cut. Wang Xian clapped the clapperboard again, signaling approval. Well done, everyone. Let us maintain this standard for the next scene. For 2.5 consecutive days, Wang Xian indulged in his directorial fervor. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, several actors arrived at the Children's Welfare Institution. Having communicated in advance with Director Chen, the children were remarkably obedient, especially after receiving gifts from Wang Xian. Wang Xian made a cameo as a philanthropist alongside Bai Susu for the final scene, focusing on redemption. Director Liu, taking the helm, clapped the clapperboard and called, action. The final shot commenced. Wang Xian sat among a few children, holding a collection of fairy tales, ready to tell a story. Children, would you like to hear? He asked with a warm smile, improvising without a script. The story of the Little Mermaid. Cinderella. I want to hear the story of the 3 little pigs. The children clamored, and Wang Xian patted their heads, chuckling. One at a time, let us start with the Little Mermaid. Once upon a time, there was a little mermaid, the youngest daughter of the Sea King, living a carefree life in the ocean. Wang Xian narrated with great care, the children engaging well, occasionally posing questions, transforming the tale into an interactive performance. As Bai Susu entered, witnessing the scene, a gentle smile graced her lips. She took out her camera and captured a photograph of Wang Xian, her smile lingering. This is what I truly enjoy. Cut. Director Liu nodded in satisfaction, sensing that this project was gaining the momentum of a potential hit. For a newcomer like him, such a production would secure a promising future. As Bai Susu finished filming, she playfully pouted, Director Wang, I still want to act. Let us discuss the next project later. If this one performs well, I'll personally guide you on the next. Deal. Bai Susu's face brightened as she linked her arm with Wang Xian, reluctant to let go. The children, observing the two, began to chatter excitedly. I told you the pretty sister isn't the uncle s. This pretty sister is. It's not like that. It's not like that. Wang Xian's mouth twitched. And after a moment, he cleared his throat. Let us focus on the story. Such adult matters are not for you to ponder. I want to play a game. Eagle catching chicks, and uncle can be the eagle, one child suggested. All right, I'll join you. Director Liu, film a segment. Let us see if it can serve as material. Okay, action. Wang Xian played with the children until evening, finally leaving after they had settled down to sleep. With a wealth of new narrative segments in mind, he prepared to return and edit further. Noticing that Director Chen was still there, Wang Xian beckoned her. Director Chen, we will do our utmost to promote this. You are truly a good person. No need for the good person card at this moment. Wang Xian waved his hand, turning to leave the Children's Welfare Institution. Chapter 59. An end and a new beginning. After a night of relentless editing, Wang Xian awoke early, battling drowsiness. Upon seeing Director Liu and Bai Susu arrive, He promptly handed over the script to them. The duo did not disturb Wang Xian and began their review. The narrative had transformed from a commonplace tale of chasing a lover to one of redemption, with a profound thematic shift that introduced a new main storyline. As they watched, Bai Susu's brow remained unfurrowed, and the interspersed scenes of the children's welfare home moved her to the brink of tears. As a woman, she was deeply sentimental, and the layers of redemption portrayed on screen were strikingly beautiful. This was the kind of project she yearned to create, one that could resonate with both male and female audiences. Director Liu scrutinized the transitions and lighting design, regarding Wang Xian with newfound respect. It is said that literary figures often look down upon one another. However, he realized that he had much to learn from Wang Xian, who had reached a level he had yet to attain. Observing the promotional poster for the web series, Liu felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for Wang Xian. The poster was masterfully crafted, with a clear theme and prominent highlights, showcasing an extraordinary achievement from what could have been a lackluster script. Truly, he was a titan in the media industry. It was impossible not to be impressed. Bai Susu smiled, her gratitude towards Wang Xian palpable as she remarked, "A series is long, and we only managed to view a third of it by the afternoon." They were reluctant to fast forward, as the plot flowed so seamlessly that skipping ahead felt unjust. When Wang Xian finally awoke in the afternoon, he inquired, "Any feedback?" "None," they replied simultaneously, shaking their heads. Bai Susu continued, "I plan to premiere it ahead of schedule, starting in early May instead of waiting until later." "All right, let us get it out as soon as possible. I need to return to my slumber." Wang Xian yawned, fatigue evident in his demeanor. "Wait for me. I'll accompany you," Bai Susu insisted. Go. Your time is limited. As a master of time management, I must seek others," he retorted playfully. I won't pay you any mind," Bai Susu pouted, feigning indifference. "Ah, women," Wang Xian chuckled, turning away. He had not seen his beloved vanilla sister in quite some time and longed for her presence. Exiting the production set, Wang Xian dialed her number. "Hello, are you free?" "Yes, I am." "Perfect. I'll come pick you up." He entered his car and pressed the accelerator toward the studio behind New Century Media. Vanilla Sister had been busy filming a web series, while the youth idol drama based on Tomb Raiding was still in the planning stages, which could take at least 2 to 3 months. Wang Xian believed that this time should be devoted solely to her. Nearly 2 hours later, he parked and was greeted by Vanilla Sister, who donned a classical Gothic long dress and carried a matching umbrella. Wang Xian did not exit the vehicle but rolled down the window and waved, "Over here, get in." "Okay, Mr. Wang," she replied, tiptoeing and pulling up her voluminous dress as she hurried to the car. After glancing inside and confirming they were alone, she calmly took the passenger seat. "Mr. Wang, I've taken a day off and can accompany you tomorrow." Once inside, Vanilla Sister transformed into a clingy little sprite, her presence intoxicatingly sweet. "Excellent, let us head home." "I've truly missed you," he said. "Of course." She leaned over and planted a kiss on his cheek, giggling as she fastened her seatbelt. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they finally returned to Zhongyuan Huafu. Along the way, Wang Xian bought some food and decent red wine, guiding Vanilla Sister upstairs. He opened the door, adjusting the lighting to a warm hue, perfect for a reunion. Wang Xian, perhaps influenced by the director's expertise, found himself contemplating composition in every detail. Vanilla Sister, not fully grasping his thoughts, regarded it as a new ambience and gracefully entered the hall, opening one food container after another. Observing her bustling about, Wang Xian casually remarked, "I desire the company of a delicate companion today." "Oh, I like that too," she replied, her face suddenly adopting a cruel expression. Grasping a knife from the table, she playfully brought it to her lips. "I wish to plunge this knife into your heart, just to see if I exist within you." Wang Xian exhaled, a thrill coursing through him. "What are you looking at? Don't believe me?" Vanilla Sister's cruel demeanor vanished as she approached him, playfully mimicking a stabbing motion. Wang Xian feigned injury, coughing in mock surprise, captivated by her enchanting beauty, which transcended mere descriptions. As she dropped the knife, she leaned against him, tears glistening in her eyes. "No, I didn't mean it. I merely wish to prove my love for you. I can already see my reflection in your heart, and it is so beautiful." Her expression shifted from anguish to a dazed obsession as she caressed his heart, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Cut. You are a born actress," Wang Xian remarked, savoring the moment before enveloping her in his embrace, relishing her exquisite form. "Thank you, Mr. Wang, for this performance. I truly enjoy it." Vanilla Sister switched back to her affectionate persona, picking up the fallen knife and meticulously cleaning it. Only when the silver blade reflected their images did she set it aside, gazing at him with longing. Let us eat first, and then savor this imported red wine. I've heard it's quite good. I just learned to drink. So let us indulge. All right then, dear brother, she transformed once more into her playful self, pouring the wine. The deep crimson liquid filled their glasses, mirroring their shared bliss. A subtle aroma of grapes wafted from the glasses, igniting their appetites. The wine, worth hundreds per glass, was imbued with the essence of power and privilege. In that moment, Wang Xian discovered the true allure of red wine. It accentuated beauty. He bypassed the faint acidity, savoring the delicate sweetness as he gazed at Vanilla's sister. Come, let us drink a few glasses together. Certainly. She raised her glass, gently clinking it against his. After the crisp sound echoed, she mimicked his actions, taking a small sip to appreciate the wine's bouquet. Cough. She was not adept like Wang Xian, unable to discern the flavors beyond the wine, and choked slightly. Wiping her mouth in embarrassment, Wang Xian shook his head, downing his glass in one go before releasing her and picking up his knife and fork to enjoy the meal. The perfectly seared foie gras paired with black truffle was unforgettable. The 5.12 Wagyu beef, infused with a milky aroma, was subtly enhanced by a sprinkle of sea salt and butter. The creamy mousse, with its harmonious blend of dairy and vanilla, was sweetened to perfection. Wang Xian's dining manners were increasingly refined, as if he was bidding farewell to his former self. He felt liberated from past desires. Gazing out at the night through the floor-to-ceiling windows, silently reflecting, all that has transpired is like yesterday's demise. All that is yet to come is akin to today's rebirth. The end.